This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Eat your ass, that's fitness. FYF gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we will win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. Gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attracted to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Getting funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. for the buzz. All we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, they tucking on rear. Yankee Hawk, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, a bit too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, less can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No Elder Baruch is saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hot when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now, your feelings hot when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now.
FYF Sportsmaster Lamont, we back. Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. We gotta talk about it. We got Gunna. Remember, we talked about this topic when it first happened, y'all. We talked about it when it first happened. Gunna, Young Thug going down in this big old RICO charge. And a lot of people panicked. There's a lot of people out there saying that these guys was going to be gone 20, 30. They can't be a RICO. RICO's impossible. Hey, the first thing that I said, especially when I saw that this was a state case. The first thing that I said was, they can beat this. Hey, the states are sloppy. They're not like the feds. They don't cross all their T's. They don't dot all their I's. A lot of the representatives in state courts are just trying to win as many cases so they can move up to the next level of law or politics. It's always some type of agenda. None of them are doing it for the right reasons. You might have a very, very, very small few that are in it for the right reasons, but especially in a city as big as Atlanta, these prosecutors were out seeking blood, and they didn't care who got in their way to get it. This prosecutor in Atlanta, her only goal is to find some type of political position down the line, either in Georgia or federally. We got DJ QM. He says, you could tell by looking at Gunna, he was never built for that life. He folded like a lawn chair. How did he fold, though? I didn't see anything folding. If anything, I saw the Atlanta DA folding. I mean, I'm starting to get really confused, y'all, because when I look on when I didn't talk about this immediately when the news first came out, but when I look on social media, salute to DJ Academics, but I see DJ Academics pushing the narrative that Gunna snitched. Then you see Whack 100 jump into the pulpit. He snitched. Then you have everybody else jumping along saying he snitched. And I'm like, okay, am I just going? But then when you look at all of the entertainment faces, DJ Academics, Whack 100, Boosie, all the people that's in entertainment said he snitched. But then there's 2 criminal lawyers on YouTube. 2 separate criminal lawyers that looked at Gunna's case and said, no, he didn't snitch. So how did the two most credible people in regards to these types of cases get completely ignored, and we listen to the entertaining phase? We listen to the entertainment pushers, the people who gonna push the narratives, who gonna push lies. He says, Peanut says, you're not in that life, Lamont, and that's a good thing. Gunna snitch. He agreed to take the stand and snitch. That's enough to get you killed. No, it's not. That's not true, Peanut. No, I'm not. I'm not in that life, Peanut. I'm not. I got family closely connected. I got family that's still in it. My uncle was doing a lifetime sentence for murder. He appealed his case. He got released after 6 years. He beat his case. He was one of the largest dope dealers in the state of Indiana. So first of all, he says he agreed to take the stand, but Peanut, you say that. But I clearly read a statement from Gunna's attorney that says he will not be taking a stand against anybody, nor has he. We got John Wick. He says criminal lawyers not in the streets. They not going by street rules, Lamont, unfortunately. First of all, John Wick, there are no such thing as street rules. The one thing that we have to come to a consensus on before we even start bringing people in here, the one thing we have to come to a very clear consensus on is that there is no such thing as street rules. Because in one sense, I can watch T.I. go on the podcast and admit to using his dead cousin to beat a gun case, which is essentially snitching, but that's okay. In another sense, we see 6ix9ine get vilified for snitching on people that already snitched on him, so he just kind of snitched back. In this case, we see Gunna, who absolutely should have never been charged with a crime in the RICO indictment. You just have an absolute thirsty state attorney trying to tie as many people into this as possible, got sloppy and had to give one of the sweetest plea agreements ever. The only thing they attempted to do was smear the man's name on the way out the door with some of those funny worded questions as he had to plead guilty in that Albert plea, which in the Albert plea, he's not necessarily admitting guilt. A lot of you people forget that. In the Albert plea deal, he's not admitting guilt. But they asked him a few oddly worded questions on the way out the door to hopefully smear his name. If y'all see what the DA was trying to do, I saw what the DA was trying to do. We can't get you because I never believed, if you read the indictment, like we had a whole video where we read the entire indictment. It was put together very sloppily. They had a guy in the indictment. There's a guy in this indictment, and I believe he's still locked up, who was just released from prison about 30 days before the RICO indictment dropped. And he was arrested on some of the same allegations that they included. He had already was arrested, and he already had served 6 years for the same allegations that they put in this RICO case. But as soon as he gets out, they pick him back up and say, we're locking you back up because you're part of this RICO allegation. His attorney is in court going ballistic, telling the judge he just got out for the same charges. If this ain't double jeopardy, I don't know what is. This is how sloppy the DA was in this case. Does it surprise me that they had a warrant that was not signed and that they went into Young Thug's house, seized a whole bunch of stuff, and now all of that stuff is getting thrown out as inadmissible? No, it does not surprise me, y'all. This is what state cases you generally are. The reason why a lot of people lose state cases is because they usually don't have the money to fight them. And the reason why the Atlanta DA and the judge wanted these anybody tied into this RICO allegation not out on bond is because they were just trying to get somebody to fold and crack. I don't believe anybody folded and cracked to the degree where they felt comfortable moving forward with a trial. Remember, if you've been following this case over the last couple weeks, it was the district attorney that asked the judge for another continuance, right? It was the DA that asked the judge for another continuance, saying, we're not ready for trial yet. We need to push this back. But the judge said, hold on. I've already granted y'all idiots no bond. We can't keep holding all these dudes on no bond while you keep pushing this back farther and farther, making these guys. He says, I'm either granting these guys bond one, or you're going to proceed with this trial. And when that pressure of trial proceeds to hit, right? Now the prosecutor's starting to panic. I believe the prosecution's starting to panic. They gave Gunna one of the best plea agreements I've ever seen. On the way out the door, he had to say yes or no to some questions, which I don't consider to be snitching. Here's the reason why him answering them questions, this is the reason why I don't consider that to be snitching. One, everybody in the RICO indictment is already locked up because the district attorney believes that YSL is a gang. They're locked up because they already have evidence that supports that they believe YSL is a gang. So, if you want me to just go ahead and admit, just so I can get out of jail today, that you were right, yes, YSL is a gang. Now, please let me go. Then I'm just gonna admit it. That'd be like a gang member in Cali who's a Crip. Got social media with all the gang attire and affiliations on it. And part of his plea bargain to walk free, he just has to say, are you a part of the Crip or Blood gang? Yeah, I'm a part of it, yeah. What did he do? I mean, as Renegade says, he admitted making it better evidence. First of all, Renegade, the DA don't have no good evidence. It's not snitching true to King. See, what's happening to, first of all, and this is where people are trying to change the definition of what snitching is. First of all, snitching in its original context was either speaking with the police, giving them statements, and giving them information that gets other people in trouble. Gunna didn't give them any information that they didn't already have or believe. Right? He didn't give, what new information did Gunna give them that they already didn't believe? If they didn't believe that YSL was a gang, then nobody would be locked up. It'd be different if Gunna was the only one locked up. And then in his plea bargain, he says, yes, YSL is a gang. And then once he says that, the marshals proceed to arrest everybody in YSL because they said he confirmed that y'all are a gang and now we're arresting y'all. That's not true. They already believed that YSL was a gang. Simply admitting it means nothing. What the district attorney, I believe, is doing is they're trying to tarnish the name of the people that they're going to have to let go, one. Two, and they want to find a way to wiggle out and give the media an excuse as to why they lost this case, because I believe Young Thug will be signing a similar plea deal. But Steez reacts. Who did he tell on? Look, I'm gonna read it right here. So here's his plea agreement. Then I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna bring you guys in here. Okay, so he says, when I came affiliated with YSL in 2016, I did not consider it a gang, more like a group of people from Metro Atlanta who had common interests and artistic aspirations. My focus of YSL was entertainment, rap artists who wrote and performed music that exaggerated and glorified urban life in the Black community. As a part of the plea deal, Gunna must follow probation rules alongside community service of 500 hours. While speaking to Complex, he said that he will use his experience to work for the welfare of his community and educate future generations about the negative impact of gangs and violence. Okay, so what is a plea deal? What's the meaning of his plea deal? All right, so according to supporters of the process, court proceedings can be finished faster if someone is convicted, right? Obviously, with this plea deal, he signed what is called an Alfred plea deal, right? Now, I was listening to another person online. He was saying it's commonly known that Alfred plea deals mean that you snitch. That's a lie. No, that's not what an Alfred plea deal is. Either an Alfred plea deal in some states or it's pleading no contest in other places. If you look at like the Miles Bridges case, Miles Bridges pled no contest, which means he's not pleading innocence or guilt. All right. He's just saying, yeah, I believe there was something went wrong, but I don't believe I committed an illegal crime to the level that you guys are trying to charge me. All right. And so when we look at his deal, he was arrested on the RICO charges, right? He was arrested back in May of 2022. He was arrested after Young Thug. He said they were accused of violating the RICO Act, participating in criminal street gang activity. Right now, and so we know about how the house was searched and things like that. So have all of that, but then things start to come out about this plea agreement. Obviously, you guys, I think everybody in the community has seen the video of Gunna in court. Look, y'all, how does that video even, when Gunna, see, the thing is, the DA is allowing so much to get out to the public. They're allowing the answers that he gave, to that question, to sign it for that plea agreement to go through, the district attorney made sure that video was leaked out to the public. They made sure the public heard that. The only thing they're trying to do is trying to tarnish his reputation because they know how gullible the hip hop, the rap community, the Black community is. They're going to accept anything as snitching, whether he actually snitched on somebody or not. I think they're playing on y'all weakness. I don't think what he did was snitching. I think Gunna did more of a finesse than anything. He did not. I don't believe that. And you cannot tell me, you guys cannot tell me that Gunna and Young Thug haven't been in communication on this to a certain extent. Because Gunna's attorney, I'm going to tell y'all what Gunna's attorney said. This is exactly what Gunna's attorney said. But see, because all the attorneys in this, so on Wednesday, Gunna's attorney, Stephen Sadow, said Gunna did not snitch to get out of a jail. He said nothing and is not cooperating. His plea statement in court cannot be used against any other defendant. Other legal professionals who spoke in Rolling Stones echoed this. So, everything that he said in court cannot be used against other defendants. Y'all keep saying, see, remember, the DA leaked this out because y'all don't know the law. Y'all think what he said can be used to keep Young Thug locked up and anyone else in this RICO Act locked up. That's not true. I'm going to repeat this again. Gunna did not snitch to get out of jail. He said nothing and is not cooperating. His plea statement in court, by law, cannot be used against any other defendant. And then look, faded opinion says, and you believe that? Yes, I do believe that. Because if this goes to trial, see, faded opinion. See, here's the thing. If this actually goes to trial, if the prosecutor says in open court, well, Gunna admitted that YSL was a gang when he signed this plea agreement. If the prosecutor opens his mouth and says that in open court in front of a jury, it will be an immediate mistrial and the judge will have to throw the case out immediately. I promise you. If the prosecutor says anything like that, they cannot use that in court. They cannot use it. They cannot use it in any case. If the defendants take this to trial, this cannot be used as evidence. So if it cannot be used as evidence, how did he snitch? Okay. Now we're going to go further. We're going to go further with this because his attorney said a little bit more. Right? His attorney additionally said it is not a co-conspirator statement. It's a statement against his own interest, only related to his case. This is what a Massachusetts-based attorney, Brad Bailey, has said. A Massachusetts-based attorney says his statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or a criminal enterprise. Lawyer Bruce Rivers, known for his Criminal Lawyer Reacts YouTube channel, notes that if the prosecution, and hold on, let me get this off the screen. Let me finish reading this for y'all. Okay, so here it is. So what I was let me pick up on. So it says Lawyer Bruce Rivers, known for his Criminal Lawyer Reacts YouTube channel, notes that if the prosecution tried to introduce Gunna's plea statement without his testimony, the decision would be a violation of the Crawford versus Washington, which regulates the use of out-of-court statements. All right, when you have a statement intended for interrogation by law enforcement, it's generally not admissible if the witness isn't there to testify. Essentially, with the state agreeing that they did not, okay, listen to this, y'all. It said, with the state agreeing that they did not intend to call Gunna to court, they are conceding that they won't introduce his plea statement as evidence. So, Gunna finessed the system. Gunna finessed a state's attorney, a district attorney that pushed a RICO Act too fast and didn't know what the hell she was doing. And if they really wanted to go after these dudes, they would have handed all their information over to the feds and let the feds handle it, because we know the feds will cross all their T's and dot all their I's, right? So again, Gunna, and I'm going to repeat this again, and I'm going to drop the link, he did not have a co-conspirator statement. He said that this is a statement against his own interest, only related to his case. That was confirmed by Bill Bailey, a Massachusetts-based attorney. And two attorneys again say his statement cannot. So if my attorney comes to me, and let me fix my camera. If my attorney comes to me and says, look, they want you to answer these questions just so you can sign this plea bargain. If you sign this plea bargain, you go home. And he's going to say, look, I know you're a rapper. I know you have a reputation. But by you answering these questions, I 1000% assure you that they cannot use these statements against anybody else in your case, right? They're just trying to get you to say this in the open court because there's a public out there that doesn't know the law, and they're going to muddy the waters to try to make it seem as if you snitched, when actually your statements cannot be used against anyone in this case. This is just pertaining to your case. See, all he did was finesse the system. Oh, I just got to answer this stupid question that can't be used against nobody else, and I can go? I'm out. Hey, y'all, see this? These are the types of things that happen when you pay millions of dollars for an attorney. See, when you pay millions of dollars for an attorney, So you get that elite representation, and they get shit done. See, but it's a lot of people in here that got caught up. Y'all money wasn't right, and y'all had to have that public pretender representing y'all. And that public pretender was only doing one thing. Remember, y'all, them public pretenders, the only thing them public pretenders do is they walk a plea bargain over to you, be like, the prosecutor gave me this. I don't know what it say, but you probably need to sign it. And y'all was dealing with them public pretenders. Y'all didn't have no $1 million representation. Uh-oh, we got somebody representing Gunna in the chat. He says, man, why y'all bloggers turn into lawyers overnight? I didn't snitch. Goofies. He says, I'm addressing all platforms personally. Hey, man. Hey, Gunna, man, if that's really you, salute to you. Like I said, Gunna, I salute what you did, man. If that's the real Gunna, shit. I know that everybody in the panel would have did the same goddamn thing. Especially if they knew that anything that they said to get that plea agreement signed would not affect anyone else in that case. Hey, man, it is what it is. I got no issue with it. This is the funniest thing about it to me. And I think this is why DJ Academics gets so much flack. Because DJ Academics has the reach, right? He has the access to get certain type of information to notice. But I think he's even pushing the snitch allegations too. And I'm like, what? I'm like, I know you got the reach. I said, and then Whack 100, a guy that's still behind Tekashi 6ix9ine, is running around said that he snitched. As I drop the link, I want y'all to tell me, if you believe that Gunna snitched, tell me who he told on and what arrest did he say? What arrest did it lead to? And who did he get convicted? That's all I want you to ask, because that's the only way you could be. That's the only way you can snitch. You generally, when you snitch, somebody gets arrested, somebody gets convicted based on your statement. And remember what this says here. It says that the prosecution had told all of the people involved in this case they did not intend to call Gunna into court. And if they didn't intend to call him into court, they can't introduce his statement. They never intended to use his statement as evidence. True to King, I'm reading it. Wait, how y'all gonna tell me this ain't true? Hold on, y'all. Y'all is crazy, man. And y'all. I'm just reading what an attorney says. This is posted by Rolling Stones. Let me put it on the screen. I'm gonna put this on the screen, y'all. I don't know why y'all act like I'm just making this stuff up. I'm not giving y'all information based on my opinion. I'm giving you based on case law and what attorneys are saying, y'all. I mean, look, y'all can't get mad at me because this is what he finessed. Look. It says right here, y'all. On Wednesday, Kitche's lawyer, Sadow, posted on Instagram, Gunna did not snitch to get out of jail. He said nothing and is not cooperating. His plea statement in court cannot be used against. So if he said something in court and it can't be used against anybody else, who did he snitch on? Somebody please tell me. Other legal professionals who spoke with Rolling Stones said the same thing. I'm defending the criminal. Okay, so now he's a criminal. Hold on. First of all, if we're going based on the law, he signed a Albert plea agreement, which means he didn't admit to guilt or innocence. So by law, I can't even call him a criminal because outside of this RICO case, he had no felony charges on his record. So I'm not prepared to call Gunna a criminal right now. John Wick says, Lamont, he snitched. He clearly cooperated. No, he did not snitch. Because, again, the elements to being a snitch is what? When you snitch, it has to actually result. You cannot just snitch on nothing, right? When you snitch on somebody, it has to lead to an arrest and conviction of somebody else. If I say, this is why none of you guys are running around saying that T.I. is a snitch. Because remember, I guess it's okay for him to snitch on a dead man because the dead man can't get arrested and get convicted. I guess that's okay. There's nobody's, and T.I. admitted this over a year ago, and he's walking around lottie, and his street credibility is all intact, even though he's had some mysterious federal gun cases dropped. He's all good. Look, Peanut, he said T.I. told, oh, no. First of all, I don't want to hear that T.I. told because y'all don't care. Y'all never cared. He did not. Yeah, if you're gonna say that he snitched, please tell me how what he said meets the elements of what a snitch is and does. Okay, T.I., true to king. He also said he just said that to sign the plea bargain. True to king. Listen to what he said. Everything that he admitted to, right? Because they asked him, are you willing to testify? He said yes. He said that. He said yes to that question, true to king, because he already knew that the prosecutors could not and did not intend to call him into court as a witness. It's right here. It says it right here. It says, prior to the plea agreement, the district attorney had already agreed that they did not intend to call Gunna in court, conceding that they won't introduce his plea statement as evidence. Before he even made this agreement, the prosecutor had already said no, because remember, everybody else is pushing to get this trial started immediately. So they have to now start turning in witness names, who they're going to call. They can't just call them randomly and nobody knows, true to king. They have to start, so with Young Thug right now, preparing for trial, the prosecution has to start turning in names. Who's going to be my witness here? And then all of this stuff has to get approved by the judge. They can't just call them up randomly one day without nobody knowing. So as these other people are preparing for trial, these trial notes and the witnesses are getting prepared, the prosecutors already said, we ain't calling Gunna as a witness. If they ain't calling him as a witness, means they can't use his statement that he said in open court. John Wick, when you sign a plea agreement, you have to answer yes to all of the questions that's part of the agreement. You have to just say yes. You can't go in the plea agreement and pick and choose what questions, because it's not an agreement then. Part of his agreement, he had to answer yes to those questions. He answers yes to those questions. He understands that his statements can't be used against anybody else. He's not snitching because he didn't tell on nobody, and nobody else is going to face any repercussions based on what he said. The only person that faces repercussions based on his words is him. And the repercussions happen to be good, which means he got out. I'm real curious to hear what Gunna has to say about this when he ultimately gets released, because I have a funny feeling Gunna is not going to have the same sentiments as you guys. See, a lot of people are running off everything that what Whack 100 is out there saying, because Whack 100 is one of those weird dudes, similar to some of these sports faces on YouTube, that run around acting like he knows anything and everything, and he has connects into any situation or any law office possible. And he says things without citing where he got the information from. Gunna says, I'm right here. All right, Gunna, man. I'm gonna drop the link for you, man. Like I said, I'm gonna drop the link for you. If that's the real Gunna, I'm gonna let you pull up. I highly doubt. Well, you can pull up and defend yourself, man. All right. I really hope that facts. Whack 100 don't know shit. Facts. He don't. Whack 100 just peddled. He says, I'm not defending criminals. First of all, True to King, I'm not defending no criminal. Young Thug ain't a criminal. he signed a plea agreement that said he wasn't a criminal. So how you gonna call him a criminal? I know it's fake. I know it's fake, Python Demon. Come on, man. It just baffles me, y'all, that we literally will call anything and everybody a snitch, even if it does not meet the criteria of being a snitch. John Wick says Whack 100 is a clown. He's also undercover agent. You look, I've always believed that about Whack 100. When I saw him doing that fake phone call, like a federal agent called him, asking him questions about his situation with mob ties, and Jay Prince Jr. and them, with that little fake phone call, where you look at the caller ID, the dude had the Federal Bureau of Investigation spelled wrong. He running around peddling that information. He had half y'all believing that was a real call. When really the only thing he was doing was he probably caught word that Jay Prince Jr. and those boys was really on his head. And the only way he could get them dudes to fall back is to fake like the feds was calling, asking about it like the feds was really watching. Yeah, we all know that's how the feds do not operate. Like, True to King. Me and you selling dope. The feds been watching both of us for the last 5 years. Me and you get into a disagreement. The feds ain't gonna call you. Hey, True to King, man, we've been watching y'all for 5 years, man. Are y'all good, man? Are you and Lamont good? We see y'all beefing over 2 keys. We see y'all beefing over 2 keys, but you good? I want to make sure nothing happened to you, True to King. What type of stupid shit is that? This is the type of shit that Whack 100 be trying to get people to believe. It's almost as if people believe anything this man say. That got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. Then he takes it straight to Clubhouse. Hey, y'all, look, man, the feds just called me, man. Look at this. I got it on caller ID. But these are the type of people on Clubhouse be eating everything he say up. Now, is there a level of truth to some of the things that he say? 100%. But when it comes to a lot of stuff, bro, if y'all don't know how to start seeing through the cap, man, it's ridiculous, man. That man be, oh, man, it'd be funny. And really, when you call him out on his BS, when you call him out on his BS, you know what Whack 100 do? Whack 100 got the Ticket TV strategy. If I can't beat him, I'm going to try to dig up if he got in trouble when he was 18, and we going to tell everybody he got in trouble. And then I'm going to flip it and then try to say the person snitched. He did the same thing with Charleston White. He does the same thing with everybody. Anytime he can't out-talk somebody or out-intellect them, he going to dig something up in the past that can't nobody else research and say, yeah, I found some information, man. He snitched. That's all he do. And if he can't find that, I got a sex tape on him, man. That's all he do. Come on, man. Yeah, and these are the people that's out there, and y'all believe in this, man. Gunna finessed the system, y'all. He finessed the system. Why? Because he knew going into that plea agreement, anything he said could not be used in court. It's a finesse. Link is in the chat, man. Let's get y'all in here. Top it up on this topic, man. You know. Look. I mean, I don't know if Whack 100 is some type of agent or informant. I don't know. I just know he just caps a lot. And he's made a ton of money because he's going to throw his money out there as it's supposed to, as if that gives him some level of credibility. He's going to say, yeah, I got all this money. I'm going to go home to this, that, I can get something done to you. This is all the things he's going to throw out there. A bunch of empty threats. You know where I'm from. You don't want to do this. Do you really want to do this? These are the types of things he say. He'll say I'm loud and proud on the internet. This is a guy that talks loud and proud. He obviously he knows the feds are watching him, because he says the feds were willing to pick up the phone and call him, ask him if him and Jay Prince was good. They didn't want to see nothing happen to him. That's crazy.
So
Herm.
Yo, what up?
Something going on with your audio, Herm. It sounds like
hold on, Lamar. So I swore you said
hold on, True. Let me help.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good now.
Okay, that's better now. It just sounded like using a vacuum. Everybody that come on today, please make sure you got background noise at a minimum. Let's keep the audio clean, right? Let's just try to keep the sound, everything the sound clean today, because some of y'all be coming on like Mingle Jester. It sounds like Mingle Jester might be, look, Mingle Jester, I might be snitching on you right now because it sounds like you in a trap house when you come on the panel.
That's crazy.
It sounds like you be trapping Mingle Jester.
That's crazy.
Hopefully I'm not snitching on you, Mingle Jester. But when you come on the panel, I be hearing different voices at the front door, right? I'm hearing TVs going. It sounds like a screen door. I don't know what you got going on over there, Mingle Jester.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
What up?
What's up, Lamont?
Hey, Lamont, I'm gonna kick this out, bro, and say,
go ahead.
guys really don't understand the law. That plea deal that he took out for plea deal, you basically taking the plea, you basically still maintaining your innocence, and you basically saying it's in your best interest to plead guilty, but you still maintaining your innocence. That's what the Apple plea deal is, and you guys got to understand. They just threw out most of the evidence that they really had on Young Thug to even get the indictment that they got on Young Thug in the first place when they charged him, when the state charged him. They threw out the audio, they threw out his phone, his text messages, and they threw out the search that they had when they found, because that's when they found everything, and they used his phone to get the indictments that the state used to get him in the first place. And then you guys got to understand, if they really had something, the feds would have been picked it up. This is just a state RICO. So at the worst, if Young Thug do get some time, he only gonna do about 5 years if he do. But
what?
Hold on, Anthony. Hold on. Let him finish, and we're gonna go to True next, and we got you next, Anthony.
Yeah, by understanding what I know now, if you throwing all the evidence, his phone records, all that stuff, how can you prove that Young Thug is the leader of YSL other than trying to get people to flip? But everything that they doing, like Lamont talked about, how they released another cat, but they brought him right back in. So that's double jeopardy right there. He gonna get released again. They gonna have to drop that because of the double jeopardy situation. So Young Thug automatically gonna get a mistrial. They gonna throw that shit out. He's gonna be home soon. The next couple of months, he'll be home soon. Why do you think Young Thug was in court smiling? Smiling, got a big ass smile on his face, because he know, end of the day, ain't shit that they can do to me. Because Gunna, that's my artist. I want him out. I want him out on the street. You don't think that they strategize? You don't think that their lawyers may communicate? Because their lawyers do got to somewhat communicate. So they pass the messages through their lawyers. So you don't think that Gunna knew, if I do this Alpha plea deal, that it's going to free up a lot of shit? Because I already know the only reason he did the plea deal was because they already knew they was going to throw out all the evidence that they used on Young Thug. They already knew that. So you guys got to use common sense and understand he did not snitch. After plea deal, you can't snitch. You just taking the plea deal in your best interest because you feel like that the shit is unfair in the first place, but you still maintaining your innocence. That's what the Alpha plea deal is.
All right, let me go to True. True, what you got on this?
My fault. Salute everybody. This is my perspective on the whole thing, right? Like I said, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not in no street activity whatsoever. Never been in no street activity whatsoever. But that video,
True, you are a law enforcement officer, True, right?
No, I'm in an Army National Guard. I'm in the Army National Guard. So I'm a law-abiding citizen. But that video, that was kind of like, well,
that was a good movie.
And like I said, but that being said, though, right? That's why I don't know. Lamont saw my video. That's why I said the streets are overrated, because then we have these type of conversations. Or did he snitch? Or he did snitch? People pick and choose on who told and what not told. This is why if y'all young people out there or whatever, leave the streets alone. But this is my whole thing of why I said, or the chat where you defend the criminal. If he was innocent, why are you taking a plea deal?
That's
I
all
don't
I
feel
was saying.
sorry.
Hold on, true. I'm gonna tell you that. I can answer that. I can tell you right now. Okay. The reason why he took the plea deal, one, is because they would set him free that day. That's one. And you don't have to sit in jail any longer. He can get back to making money. He can get, because when you're locked up, there's so many things you can that prohibit you from helping your case and other people's cases. So by him being locked up and not taking a plea, he would be locked up another 6 months until trial happened. And then the trial's probably going to take another 2 to 3 months. He's just in there wasting time. Or he can sign a plea where he's free. They only asking him to do some community service, which he's probably going to just knock that out real quick. And anything that he says just to get this plea signed, none of it can be used against any other defendant in this case. This was absolutely strategized by not just Gunna. This was strategized with Gunna and all the other defendants' attorneys. I promise you, this had to have been strategized, because how did it come out at the same time that he signs this plea and he happens to say these things? Like you said, he did say, when they were asking him the questions, they said, "Would you testify if we need you to testify?" He said yes. But how? But then right after that, they say, "Well, we are not going to call Gunna as a witness. Therefore, we cannot use his statement in court against any other defendant in this case." But see, they forgot to tell you that part of it. But the DA made sure that the part where he said, "I'm going to testify against everybody else," got leaked out. They just forgot to conveniently tell you, we ain't going to have him in court testifying. So that was the finesse to me. But Gunna knew that. Gunna's attorneys knew that. But the DA knew Gunna trying to explain that to common people would be extremely difficult, because the common people don't really understand the law like that. He finessed to get out. He going to get back to making music, making money, right? He going to have a ton of resources to continue to support Young Thug, which is, I know what he's going to be. That's what he's going to be doing. And I believe Gunna's going to be coming home next, because their case is falling apart because the state is sloppy. They got
right,
thirsty.
right. And I'm not even going to argue that in that sense of what we talk about the sloppiness of the prosecutors. But this is why I'm just confused. Me being a law-abiding citizen, inside out. There's people some of the entertainers and rappers have been in criminal, you know what I mean, been locked up and stuff, and been part of law, saying that he snitched. So that's me looking in. It's like, why are they doing this to Gunna? I mean, Gunna is not a 6ix9ine character, because when 6ix9ine, I mean, it was easy to jump on 6ix9ine because 6ix9ine was, he was antagonizing people. He think people that now call him the snitch was rocking with Gunna. So this is me as law-abiding citizen, is confusing me, because like they saying he told, and they've been involved in the courts and laws and stuff like that. That's where it gets tricky.
Well, who said that he told?
Boosie, Gilly. That's why you get them, but you get what I'm saying.
So the entertainers say that he told.
But I'm saying, but it was these specific guys I named are that people that have been locked up. They've been part of, you know what I mean? Been in the system.
I know, but the lawyers, multiple lawyers confirmed he didn't tell.
No, listen, because you get what I'm saying when I say there's a confusion. Right?
No, there's no confusion, because to meet the standards of telling on somebody, it has to result in somebody getting arrested, and then arrested at a minimum, and then convicted on that evidence next. So the thing is, if anything he said, tell me anything that he said in open court that led to anybody getting arrested.
And they saying Gunna dry snitch, man.
Okay, so Stay Silent Media, if he dry snitched, how is it dry snitching when nothing that he said can be used in any trial?
It can, Lamont.
It just hold on. Let me read it again. I'm gonna read it again. When you have a statement intended for interrogation by law enforcement, is generally not admissible if the witness isn't there to testify. The state has agreed that they do not intend to call Gunna to court to testify. That means they're conceding that they will not introduce his plea statement as evidence. And why do we know this? Because because the judge did not delay and push back the trial date. The prosecutor now has to start turning in the witness list of all the people that they're going to be using. And Gunna is not on that witness list, because they never intended to use anything that he said in open court against anyone else. So, how is it dry snitching? Stay Stylin' Media.
Bro, but if you know anything about making a statement, even though it cannot be used against them, it can be brought up in court to sway the jury.
Cannot be brought up in court.
Well, if you can't,
I just read it right here. You cannot bring up somebody's statement. Hold on. First of all, you can. It says right here, you cannot bring up somebody's statement, whether even if they make a statement to the police or if they make a statement in open court. It says you cannot bring up that statement if that person isn't there to testify on that statement. If they don't intend to call him, which they've already said they don't intend to call him as a witness, they cannot introduce his statement as evidence. That's a fact. It's right here. That's the law.
But here's the thing, though, Lamont. They did that video leak, though. So
they
when
did that video leak for you guys.
Right, but here's the thing.
If anything, we're going to muddy his name because y'all don't understand the law.
But Lamont, though, it's going to be a juror, and the jury saw that video like everybody else. So when it's come to trial,
hold on. True. If you got Farmer Nancy who stay in the boondocks and only listen to all country music on the jury, oh, she saw that video? She was on Clubhouse. Bro, stop it, man.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? You just first of all, that's a reach. We talking about first.
It's going to be all
this is a big
fans
case
on the jury.
First of all, it's a big case. This is a big case.
You saying a 60-year-old juror? It has been following the Gunna case and listen and think and agrees that he's a snitch.
Not following, but she at least gonna look into it if she called to be the
half the people that's gonna be on that jury. Which remember, it's on the attorneys because the attorneys get to from the DA to the prosecutor. They can vet the jurors and say, okay, I don't want this guy. Okay, I want him. So they so between the DA and the defendant's attorney, they can kind of hand select who they want in that jury pool.
But still, though, they leaked that video for a reason. Not
they
leaked
that
video
because they wanted to tarnish his image. They couldn't get him in court, so they tarnished his image because we know that because they know that the optics don't look good. They know it's going to be hard for him to explain what an Albert plea is, what he was doing, how they were all in, because he can't come out publicly and say, me, Gunna, and all the attorneys, we were in cahoots on this. He can't come out publicly and say that. And he really probably won't be able to say that until everybody is freed, right? Because he can't say anything that's going to get his, because remember, right now, he's still on probation. He cannot do anything to violate that probation or violate that plea agreement, or he's going to go back to jail. So he can't just come out and say these things publicly.
Man, it's crazy how we look at Frank Lucas, we look at Sammy the Bull snitching on John Gotti and all the real gangster legends, and we expect more from these rappers. Come on, dog.
That's facts. I'm gonna make a statement and I'm gonna just keep it brief for you guys because I know other guys want to talk. This is what people that's not in the streets, that's law-abiding citizens don't understand. According to the code of the streets, if you admit that you're gonna take the stand, you snitching. It's clear cut. There's no gray. It's black and white. Even if they don't use his statement in court, according to the streets, he snitched because he gave up a statement that can get other people locked up. And this is the thing about the whole case. He's not the only one snitching. Multiple people snitched. Gunna's just the most popular person that they saying snitched.
What did he say that could get other people locked up?
We all watched the same video. He admitted they need to be stopped. I can answer.
And that's cap. If that's the case, they would have been convicted young thug of other niggas.
They all locked up already.
They ain't got shit on.
I can.
Let me finish. It takes a law. First of all, it's a RICO.
Let me finish.
Let him finish, y'all.
This is what a lot of people don't understand. It's certain rules in the streets that you have to abide by. I'm not even looking at it from a standpoint of like the legal system. I'm looking at it from the streets. According to the streets, the man told. And I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know what happened to Anthony.
Somebody snitched on him, bro. Got him up.
Hold on, Anthony. Hit the link. Come on back in, Anthony. I think you kicked yourself.
I'm just saying that. And also, like I said, my point was like, listen, man, if you in this situation where RICO, listen, bro, I don't feel sorry for none of them dudes. Listen, we know what slime, the slime, all that we know what that really means in street terms and stuff like that. It's come on, man. This dude Gunner claimed he was a crippin' and all this stuff in videos and stuff like that. But now you in the court talking about you was willing to take a stand.
Hold on, but true, that makes no sense though, bro.
I'm just saying.
Whether you're innocent or guilty of these crimes, when you in court, you're gonna always claim your innocence so you can get the fuck out. Nobody who's a gang member goes into court standing on their gang member.
No, you don't. But you don't say nothing at
I'm
all either.
standing on it. Lock me up for as many years as you want. I don't care what y'all do.
Lock these dudes.
Even the most heinous gang members are gonna go in the court and say,
"Some of them do it like that." Some of them do it like that.
The only ones that do it like that are the ones that are caught dead to rights, and you can't wiggle out of nothing.
Yes. My whole thing, man, lock these dudes up, man. I don't feel so. Lock these dudes up, man.
All right, Charleston.
Lock these dudes up. Lock these criminals up, man.
Man, y'all don't understand how.
I can't call a criminal.
No such thing as gang culture. That gang culture bullshit, that shit ain't even flying no more.
Yeah,
Gunner's on video cripping. He's on video cripping. Throwing C's up. Listen, man.
It don't matter, bro. But what I'm saying is, okay, because I'm trying to get it. I don't even think gang people in the gang affiliated with gangs or gang culture.
Sound like Charleston White.
I don't know if people in gangs can tell me what the street code is with regards to snitching. Because if you ask, there's no consensus. Like we know that gangs have they law. That's all the same. Like if you that should all be the same. But if you ask them what snitching is, they all gonna give you a different definition of what it is.
I'm not any involvement with the police where you making statements and you putting other people involved in something that you got caught up in is snitching.
So the baby's a snitch because he.
You say is the baby? Explain to me the situation and I'll hold him accountable.
Hold on, there was a video of him in an interrogation room talking with the police about an incident, about a fight that happened. He was basically telling the police, I'll summarize it, that I only attacked them because they attacked me. To summarize it, that's snitching.
I mean, that's self-defense. That ain't snitching. That's self-defense, man.
No. That's cooperating.
No, I mean, look. Hold on. Look, this is
definitely that's snitching.
I'm just saying. See, I'm saying is
that's why
nobody was willing to apply. Yeah. It's just the street. If the street code was a consistent code, y'all would apply it to everybody in all these situations. But y'all don't.
I do. I hold people accountable.
Lock these dudes up. Listen. Lock these dudes up, man. Gunna needs to get locked up. Young Thug needs to get locked. Listen, man. Lil Duke, I just seen him get free. Lock his ass up too.
Man, I know, but we're trying to have a real conversation about this situation.
Them boys need to tuck their tail.
And Lamont,
we're gonna be honest. Them boys need to be safe and protect their family because the streets will hurt you over this type of stuff.
Man, they knew what they were doing.
He got kids. He got a mama. He got people he love and he care about. They all in danger. According to the streets, bro, they all in danger.
Okay.
No, I'm just being real. Like,
I don't believe that.
You don't believe they're in danger?
No. Man, I'm sick of this shit, man. Y'all always talk about what the streets,
bro.
Y'all always talk about what the streets.
I don't believe they are.
Y'all always talk about what the streets would do. It's niggas in every street corner, every hood now that deal with snitches that's in the hood. They ain't ran them out the hood yet.
Oh my God,
it's a lot of shit that y'all hear when certain cats get out and they informers. They still don't do shit to them in the hood.
I can't relate.
It ain't really no street code. Because the street code, I know real killers. I know a nigga that was a real killer. Talk about real killer was real in these streets. End up being an informant. End up working with the police. End up working with narcotics. All that. Doing all that. And he a snitch now, but he's a fucking killer.
Bobby,
he'll rip your fucking head off. But he's working for the police now.
Well,
so
that's
it ain't no such thing as
giving him the
code. Talk about street code. Man, the streets be fucking up the streets.
Yeah, I'm not saying be in the streets. If you're a law-abiding citizen, be a law-abiding citizen. I respect you more for your honesty. But I'm talking about people that's actually in the streets, bro.
There's no such thing as a law-abiding citizen.
It's moral.
Anybody that think that is loyalty, anybody that think that is loyalty to the streets.
Oh, y'all go one at a time. Just go one at a time, y'all. Please, just one at a time.
If anybody think there's any real loyalty in the streets, they already fucking themselves over.
And that's fact. That's fact.
But that's why I also don't feel sorry.
That's why there's no code. There's no code. Because you can't have this one single code but then violate every single other code there is that might exist in the street. But this code, this is that one code everybody has to stand so solid on, and then you only apply it as you see fit. If this person don't really fit what you feel is a snitch, you ain't gonna label them that. In this situation, because there's a misunderstanding of the law, or maybe a finesse that you don't see that they plan. Oh, well, they are snitching. I don't, until the only person that can confirm this is Young Thug or anybody associated with this case. If those guys get out and say, yes, we was getting jammed up and our attorneys had to get us out of a tough situation because of the things that he said, then there might be some credibility to it. We have yet to hear that. And the only thing that we saw since then is we saw Young Thug smiling in court bigger than we've ever seen after Gunna got out. In a suit and everything. So I don't know if he's going to have the same sentiment as some of you guys as far as Gunna snitching. He looked pretty happy to me. But
he in the middle of a court case, Lamar. He can't.
Who? What you mean he can't?
That's what I'm saying. He in the middle of a court case. Even people around associated with YSL, they can't make a statement and be like, "Oh,
I know." I said when this is all said and done, if they make a statement saying this, then I'll go with it. But I don't believe he will do that. I believe, like I said, I believe they were all in cahoots on this. They understood what Gunna had to do.
I firmly believe that as well. I believe that as well, homie. I believe that as well, homie. Because the way they move, bro, I believe that as well, bro. Like,
I genuinely believe.
But my thing is, why did if Gunna because they were saying Gunna had less charges out of everybody on the case, and my whole thing is like, okay, if that was the case, why are they targeting you? I mean, I don't know, man. I just looked at it like, because everybody in YSL, if I'm not mistaken, didn't get charged either, though. But still, I mean, it's just, I don't know. We'll find out, I mean, when more information comes out. Because this is definitely crazy.
Lil Slime Shorty, he made a good point. Lil Slime, they said he was a snitch because he admitted to YSL being a gang, but he's saying, why wouldn't he when the co-founder already admitted that it was a gang, you know what I'm saying, before he even said something?
He probably snitched too, bro. That's what I'm saying. Multiple people snitching. It's not just Gunna. Gunna just the person everybody talking about right now.
Man,
we don't know. YSL, that snitch.
Bro, ain't nobody telling right now, because believe me, if they did.
Oh, y'all don't understand the streets, bro.
Nah, it's about you don't understand the streets. Do you realize what happened the same day Gunna got released? Did you know the same day they threw out all that so-called evidence they used against Young Thug to indict him in the first place? So you got the next day, bro. The next fucking day. So you gotta look at it. If they really had something, if those snitches were really credible, they would have been fucked out. They ain't got shit. The DA fucked up this case. They did a lot of illegal shit to obtain the so-called evidence they had. It's gonna be a mistrial, and Young Thug gonna fuck around and get immunity.
No, hold on.
The state ain't gonna be able to touch.
It's only gonna be a mistrial if they actually go to trial and the prosecution tries to, like, let's say the prosecution
they gonna try to do some shit.
No. If they try to talk about inadmissible evidence, those are the things that can create a mistrial. I don't believe this case even goes to trial.
He's getting locked though. That's be like all
no, he's already locked.
But Lamont, you gotta look at it like this. You gotta look at it like this.
No, he's not, y'all.
The DA fucked up so bad though, to the point where they gonna still try something. They gonna feel like we gotta.
I want y'all to ask yourself this question: why is the DA continuously trying to get this jury trial pushed back further and further? They not ready for trial. They are not ready for trial, and especially now, half the evidence is getting thrown out. And the judge is saying, "I will not delay this any longer because I've already given you no bond on these guys. You said they were in danger." He says, "Well, it's not fair to continuously hold these guys, and they have a right to a fast and speedy trial." He says, "I'm going to go ahead and give them that. If y'all not ready for trial, that's y'all problem. The reason why they're not ready for trial is because these $1 million attorneys is slicing up all the evidence they got. This wasn't signed. This warrant wasn't right. This evidence is not admissible. They trying to finesse. You ain't going to finesse no $1 million attorneys. These dudes is about to out-litigate the shit out of them DAs. They not ready for it. That's all that's happening. They get beat by bigger money.
Then Lamont, Then a month, then people ain't using common sense. Gunna is Young Thug artist. Young Thug go get money off of Gunna. So why not have your best artists out there in the streets and you still making money while you sitting there?
And hold on, but here's the problem. If you watch, the DA was slick. They said if we gonna let him go, we gonna do our best to hinder his ability to make any money, which is what? Leak some stuff out that gives the implication that he might have snitched on everybody else, even though that's probably not the case. And that's what happened there. So they're going to try to impede it.
But really, that leak really put YSL on the global stage.
They was already on the global stage with the case.
But it just enhanced it, bro.
Nah, but y'all forgot. But y'all must forgot how big Gunna was. Gunna was on LeBron. Was on the show with LeBron.
Gunna was their biggest artist. He might have been bigger than Young Thug.
LeBron. LeBron loved Gunna. Man, Gunna go be okay.
He's not bigger than Young Thug.
Do y'all understand when people facing football
I ain't saying
numbers?
he bigger than Thug.
When a person is facing football numbers, they will lie and finesse their way out of situations. Gunna still got an image. Gunna still got a rap. Gunna not going to admit to snitching. Why would he admit to snitching? They see what happened in 6ix9ine.
Hey, who blocks? You block Swish, Lamont.
Oh shit, my bad.
You get what I'm saying? He got an image to uphold. People still look at him like he's some type of street dude.
My bad, Swish. I'm about to unblock you, Swish. I was
trying to.
I mean,
all respect to him as an entertainer. I think everybody can validate that he's an entertainer and he's not a street dude, bro. They accept him as an entertainer, bro.
Nah,
this dude soft as wet cotton, my boy.
But I'm gonna tell y'all though, those $1 million attorneys and the camp of Young Thug and Gunna, they was slick with it though. It was a plan, and it's gonna unhatch when Young Thug get out. Y'all go hear it all how it was a plan. Cause like end of the day, what evidence do the DA have now to prove that Young Thug is the leader of YSL?
So let me ask y'all a question.
I believe a lot of people gonna owe Gunna an apology.
No, let me ask y'all a question.
I just asked you a question. Can you answer that one though?
What evidence do the question? My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, I asked, what evidence do the state have to prove that Young Thug the leader of YSL? After they threw all the evidence out they had on him to prove that he was in the first place.
You believe that's the only evidence that they have in the case?
That was the stronger evidence. Yes.
They have more evidence.
They don't have shit because if they had
Anthony.
Believe me, I'm gonna tell you this: when the DA feel like they got you and they feel like they got a strong case, a trial gonna be a speed ass trial. They ain't gonna hold you all day. They gonna go ahead and give you your time. They gonna go ahead and make an example out of you.
That's not true, bro. I know most people in caught cases, bro. They will drag that out to see who else will flip.
Wow. No, they won't. If they really got you, they not dragging that shit out. They got you.
Yeah, shit costs money to drag out, my boy.
Bro, they will drag that case out.
Hold on, y'all. First of all, the DA don't get to choose if they drag a case out or not. They tried to drag it out longer. They tried to ask for a continuous on the trial, and the judge said, "No, I'm not going to delay the trial any longer than it already has been, because everybody has the right to something called a fast and speedy trial. The DA cannot continuously just keep you in jail just until they compile more and more evidence and think they can have a good case. You have the right to a fast and speedy trial, even more so in this case, because they're holding these guys in jail on no bond." So he says, "I'm already giving them no bond." He said, "I'm not about to keep giving you all these continuances and keeping them locked up. If your case is falling apart, that's on y'all." And their case is falling apart. They got warrants that weren't signed. They already trying to use evidence that's in it. They're getting thrown out by the minute. Their case is starting to fall apart. They're panicking right now. And their most recent panic move was trying to get the world to believe that Gunna was a snitch, because what they're trying to now imply, this is why Young Thug's sister said, y'all need to stop calling him a snitch. Because remember, they were running around saying that all these people were in danger. All these people were, and so they don't want people running around saying some of the things like, "Oh, Gunna in danger, his family in danger." Gunna, she basically saying Gunna is cool. Stop saying that bullshit. Hold on. His sister, Young Thug's sister, said that.
Hold up.
Now he did say that, bro.
But hold on, though. That is true. But wouldn't that be smart of her saying that if something do happen to Gunna?
That's what I'm saying.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to him.
I'm just saying. Listen. I'm not saying it will. I'm not. Listen, you could be right, but I'm saying like in the other side of where you could look at it. Listen, if he did give him information to help the prosecutors on this case. Wouldn't that make sense for her to say that so it won't go back to Thug?
I mean,
I'm
I don't
just
think
saying.
Okay, first of all, that makes no sense because
how it don't make sense.
Okay, this is why it don't make sense. First of all, why would they need to hurt Gunna when the prosecutor already said when they turned in their witness list, we aren't calling him as a witness and we're not using his statements that he made in court against you. Remember, they cannot use his statements in court against Thug if they aren't willing to call him as a witness in open court. They've already came out with their witness list and said, we don't intend to call him as a witness. So why is he a threat to anybody when they've already clearly stated he ain't coming in nobody's courtroom to testify against anybody?
According to the Alfred plea, if they need him to testify, they can still call him.
Okay,
in,
Anthony Carter. Anthony Carter. They already.
No, it's not.
Hold on, y'all. Anthony Carter, you are right there. But they now, because the judge did not give them a continuance, they were forced to turn in their witness list for trial. Remember, people were saying that they had over 600 witnesses that they were going to call. Before the trial, you have to turn these things in to the judge.
That's true.
And so they said, Gunna is not on the witness list. We're not calling him as a witness. So they cannot call him as a witness. He's not on the witness list. So even as much as they might want him, they not calling him. And there's a reason why they're not calling him. They're not calling. They're not. I think it would do more harm than good if you call him. That's the problem. So they're not calling Gunna as a witness. That's already been exposed.
Okay.
I agree with you, Mr. Lamont, that it's more plays behind the scene that was already corresponded between them two. You know what I'm saying? To take that, I believe he was told that allowed to do that. And like his sister implied, stop putting this shit out because it's hurting people. And y'all really don't know what y'all talking about.
No, I genuinely believe that his sister said that because if something was to happen to somebody on the case, they would put that on one of the guys that's already on trial.
Hold on, let me ask you this question. Out of the 600 witnesses that they have listed, some law enforcement, a lot of them not law enforcement, how many of them 600 people have gotten hurt?
Nobody.
Why do we expect to believe that a guy that's not on the witness list, who didn't affect anybody in this case, now why do we think he might be in danger? It makes no sense.
Do you know the streets don't play stuff?
And even in a high-profile case like this, it will be stupid to let any of the witnesses get hurt right now. Anyway,
Anthony, you keep talking about the streets. Then why they ain't killed Lucci in jail yet? Then
you heard?
So why do you realize
why Lucci ain't been killed yet? Then
they didn't already, bro. If you do your research on that situation, they already been on Lucci. They ain't actually killed him, no, but they done beat him a bunch of times, bro. Lucci been getting beat in jail for the last couple months, bro. Do a little research on that situation. Then you know what
Lucci in PC right now. Lucci trying to get out due to that. He trying to use that as a way to try to get out. But in the day, they ain't killed him. You keep talking about the streets.
Though. They trying to kill him.
Did it yet?
I mean, that would be.
He been gone for a couple years.
Hey, H-Town, that would be such an embarrassment for something. Let's say something did happen to Gunna. That'd be an embarrassment to the world and the black community. It's 6ix9ine running around this motherfucker.
Man.
That's true. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not saying something should or shouldn't happen to him. I'm just telling you how the streets go. You get put that.
But the streets ain't all the way solid, my boy.
I'm not saying they solid, bro.
Solid, my boy.
I'm not saying that they solid. I'm not even saying that none of this is okay. If you're not a criminal, don't be a criminal. If you're not in the streets, don't be in the streets. I respect the law. I respect the person that's not involved and don't try to get involved because it's not fit for them. But people that's involved and you get jammed up and you tell, a person will take your life for that. This is what I'm telling you.
That's bullshit. It's snitches that got trap houses, man.
I mean, we're not saying that's not true, but like we're not gonna act like people don't get hurt and harmed. Like it go both ways. It depends on. That's why I said earlier, people pick and choose on certain people. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Some people spoke on Gunna, but he ain't speaking on T.I.
Right, but like that's what I'm saying.
T.I. was a snitch.
Yeah. So I mean, my whole thing, I don't know. We'll find out. Like too. And I seen Sturdy made a comment said the feds will claim. But remember, this is a state case.
I mean, if the feds were gonna pick it up, the feds would have been picked it up.
Now, but the
Y'all know
feds
the
would have
feds
been
still can't pick the case up. Right?
they would have been picked it up. They had some. They ain't get
No,
really
they
got
wait.
nothing.
I mean, the Fed. Listen, the Fed's gonna make sure everything is 100% in their favor. So they keep not. Listen, we know that the law is keeping eyes on these guys. So you can't sit there and say there's not a chance. They
Feds
looking at
win
these.
99% of their cases.
The
Yeah, so they
feds
but
can
looking.
still pick the case up, bro. Is what I'm saying.
They ain't gonna pick it up because they already it's too. They ain't got shit.
No, because the state. But here's the thing, though. The state, state and federal. Listen, this is why I'm not saying them. The prosecutor don't know what they doing. The fed. Listen, the feds. This is what they gonna do. They gonna make sure they gonna double check, triple check. They gonna make sure all the evidence is good. They gonna look at the state mistakes. They gonna look at the state mistakes. Okay, boom, boom, boom. This is what they effed up at here.
Now, but true. This is what you not realizing now. Since they can't use none of this text messages, they can't use the audio, can't use none of that. What the feds gonna go off on?
They gonna keep listen. I'm not saying
No,
they're
I'm just
gonna
saying what they
go
gonna go
after.
off
I'm
on.
saying that their eyes will always be on them.
Yeah, but
that's what
I
I'm saying.
This is why I think the DA will be crazy to take this case to trial. First of all, they've had so much evidence that they've heavily relied on that's gotten thrown out. And so here's the problem. If they bring some of the law enforcement on the witness stand and law enforcement that was a part of the warrant that was unsigned, like what's gonna happen is Thug's attorneys is gonna pick on them like a motherfucker. Hold on. Y'all obtained this warrant illegally. Why didn't y'all get it signed by a judge? Was there a reason why you wanted to go in there without a warrant? Like they're gonna pick apart the credibility of a lot of the law enforcement that was involved, and they're gonna make the DA look like they idiots. That's what I'm saying. They need to stay right now. They need to stay away from the trial. Their best win right now would be to give Thug an Alfred Plea himself and let him go and just try to take the small victories that they have in this case, because their whole reputation is riding on this. They're going to look dumb if they go to trial. I don't believe they do that. I don't believe they allow this to go to trial.
I gotta have
I
some
think
business, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
the love between
All right,
Thug.
salute. Y'all hit that like button.
I think the love between Thug and Gunna so real, bro. The world don't see what's really going on, but watch how people's heads be fucked up, man. Watch how the world be fucked up, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know why academics and WAC 100 running around saying this stuff. I was like, we need to hear from the only person that can validate these snitch claims. That's Young Thug.
Now this is my thing too, though. I can, you know what? Now I can see it, right? I can see why those both guys. Wagon Hunter is a messy dude, so we understand why this is why him and DJ Academics got something in common. You know what it is?
They trolls?
No, not just that. Guess who they peoples are?
Oh.
6ix9ine. So you get what I'm saying? They get killed and brought up in their face all the time about the 6ix9ine, right? Why they talk to 6ix9ine? Why they affiliate with 6ix9ine? So they're now, you know what I mean? This their opportunity, you know what I mean, to throw dirt on Gunna's name.
I don't get what they doing. I don't get it.
That's how I look at it. Cause remember, like this is like every time people come back WAC 100, man, you hang out with a snitch, like you do business with 6ix9ine, and then same thing with academics. Even though academic, I mean, that's how I look at it. I don't know. I know Gunner and 6ix9ine. I mean, I don't know. It's just, we know this. It's an agenda. It is. You could say. I guess you could say it's an agenda. If it's true or not. If it's not true, because it's like, why are y'all doing this? Why y'all going? I mean, I don't know.
I'm with Lamont, man. I believe Thug. I believe Young Thug told Gunner to do that.
I don't know. I mean, we'll see, man. But whatever happens, man.
Bro, Gunna getting released is a victory. The only victory that the DA had up until this point was they was trying to convince the world that they had one of the most solid cases that anybody's ever seen, because none of these guys was getting bail. Now that Gunna got released on an Alfred plea and with almost no penalty attached, no probation time essentially attached. All he has to do is complete this little community service stuff, abide by the terms, and really all this stuff just completely goes away. And so you telling me, as serious as you guys told us that this case was, you let this man walk, and after you remember they claimed Gunna was one of the leaders.
Right.
Walking. They didn't say Gunna was just an affiliate. They said Gunna and Thug was the leaders. But you let this man walk with next to no penalty at all. That makes them look horrible. The only thing they can do is try to sully his name and try to get the culture, people in the culture, to think he's a snitch. That's the only thing they got.
He didn't walk away with nothing, Lamont.
Why you say that?
He got 5 years probation.
No, bro, he got that scarlet letter, bro. That's worse than the prison time.
Yeah.
He gotta go back out, try to maintain his relationships, maintain his career, being labeled a snitch. They put him out there for everybody to see. And you're gonna get I like to call them white supremacists. They gonna come up here and tell you that he ain't do nothing and da 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 da. If anybody told that man, this is my take on it. If Young Thug told that man to tell the truth, then that nigga would have pleaded guilty a long time ago. He just plead guilty and move on, bro.
I don't think Thug told him to tell the truth. I'm pretty sure it was addressed as into how to display this certain information for you to do this. But like Lamar said, it was really a win, and I don't think they dumb, bro. They not that dumb, bro. I believe Young Thug gave that word, bro.
Them niggas stupid as hell, man.
He ain't give no word, man. That dude, look, man, when you get caught up like that, and you find out who really about that life, bro, and who ain't, you got to remember Gunna plays a part. He's a entertainer. That nigga is an actor.
The bees, we from the South, bro. You know how it go. They really got us. You know they go get us. If they really had something on Thug, they would have got him by now. The state ain't got shit on that nigga. That's why I know Thug.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
What they got?
They do. They got Gunna in open court saying that this nigga run a criminal enterprise.
Yeah, but Bees, I think you missed it. I think you missed it earlier when I read right here. That did happen. Gunna did say that. Here's the problem. Because the judge didn't grant the DA a continuous.
They can't use it in court.
Hold on all the jury trials, the prosecutor was forced to turn in a witness list, and because they don't want to put Gunna on their witness list, they don't want to call him in the open court. They said because if you don't, the only way you can use somebody's statement in court is if you actually put them on your witness list. You can call them to stand because they don't want to call him to the stand for whatever reason. They can't use his testimony in open court. So everything that he basically said. It's just a statement to get him out of jail because they don't intend to use anything again in court.
You missing my point. They gave him a scarlet letter, bro.
Well, the public, yeah.
That's a far worse crime.
Hey, but Bees, there's
one person that can clean it up. If Young Thug is able to get out or maybe get a very light prison sentence, Young Thug is the one that's going to be able. Y'all think Young Thug is not going to have anything to say about this once he's able to talk about this? The first thing he's going to do when he's able to open his mouth, he's going to confirm if Gunna is a snitch and made the problems worse, or if Gunna's solid and they was all in cahoots on this and they just needed him to get out so he can get back to making money for YSL. He's the only one that can confirm it. Other than this, and then the only two people, the attorneys, any attorney who's looked at this have confirmed that he did not snitch. Because nothing that he said can be used against any other defendant. It's only been the public. Because the public are the ones gullible enough to believe.
It's a RICO case, right?
Now, state RICO, though. It's state RICO.
But it's still a RICO case, right?
Yeah, but state RICO not as bad.
You have to establish that it's an enterprise, right?
And guess what, Bees?
I'm saying you have to establish that it is an enterprise. It is a business. That is corrupt, right?
Yeah, but they can't use that evidence.
Not
They
a
can't.
business,
Yeah,
but an
That
organization or
evidence that
whatever.
can't be used in court.
yeah. BBs. The very
Y'all
next
talking
day.
about something different than what I'm talking
No,
about.
no. But the very next day, B's, all the evidence that they had on Thugger, they had to throw it out.
No,
Fact.
I got that, bro. What I'm saying is it still don't, for me, it don't remove that scarlet letter on Gunna, bro.
I think you gonna be all right, B's, because look at this generation.
I don't.
Look at this
Okay, so
generation.
Bees,
Look at
are you
this
saying
generation.
that if Thug is either sentenced or released over the next 3 months and he gets out and says, nah, Gunna didn't snitch, this was something that was planned, you don't think that removes the scarlet letter?
No.
What?
No.
What?
No. I saw with my own eyes this nigga get up in court.
He finessed them.
You call it what you want to call it. I call it snitching. You call it whatever the fuck y'all want to call it. And this just shows you why we fucked up as a community. We can see some shit and we can't even call it out for what it is.
But that could have been a chess move. What Lamont saying, that could have been
Oh
a
my
chess
God,
move.
that nigga, y'all can use this chess move.
Hold on, y'all.
We the dumbest motherfuckers ever known to make.
But Bees, the DA has been playing dirty with these guys all the way up until this point. The DA has, I'm saying, they've been trying, Young Thug and everybody, for the most part, everybody, it seems like Young Thug and Gunna especially have been trying to play this the right way. They've been trying to play this fair all the way up into this point. But as soon the case started falling apart, as soon as Thug's attorney found that warrant didn't have a signature, the DA started panicking. They asked for the trial to get pushed back. They offered Gunna. Hold on. They offered Gunna.
You're giving me toppings on top of the ice cream. I don't care about all that.
I know, but that's what but by them releasing that video to you, they knew people like you wouldn't care about all that. They knew that you would just go with what was said and just assume it was a snitching, even though it didn't result into anybody getting locked up or getting sentenced.
No, bro.
It was a finesse. Just like when T.I. said he told on a dead cousin. It didn't hurt nobody.
No, so I don't know none of them niggas. Wouldn't even associate with them. Matter of fact, hey, you said that the prosecutor been playing dirty. That's what you just said, right? Right, Lamont?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to pull up some black man's cases where these white motherfuckers hate play dirty. That's what they do, bro.
I know, but here's the thing. Gunna and Thug have $1 million attorneys that can fight back.
Okay.
See, the problem with most people is they walk in with a public defender that they can't punch back.
Look, man, I done seen OJ get off, bro. Does that
he
stop
had $1 million attorneys.
Hold on, bro. My question to you is that he got off of a murder case. Did he?
He got off because he had $1 million attorneys, not because of anything else.
Get off? Yes or no?
Why did he beat him? Everybody knows he had Johnny Cochran, the best attorney in the world.
Herm or something.
He didn't have no public defender.
My question: Did O.J. Simpson get off?
Yes, because of Johnny Cochran.
No, did he get off?
Yes, because of Johnny Cochran.
Oh, okay. Did that scarlet letter follow him?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm
saying. You know why? You know why?
Bro,
because there was no co-defendant who can also come out and clear his name. Unfortunately for
he beat the K. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
This is not the same scenario, brother.
It is,
far
bro.
different. Hold on. Let me read you. First of
he
all,
legit beat the case.
Hold on, True. Hold on. I got to tell you this. First of all, there's co-defendants in this case who can corroborate things. First of all, OJ was the only defendant in this case. He didn't have no co-defendants. He didn't have they didn't say he was operating in cahoots with a driver or 5 other people, like in that Vegas thing where all of his co-defendants told on him to get lighter sentences. He was by himself. So in this case, there are no co-defendants. It's not the same situation.
Moving the damn goalpost.
No, I'm not. You're trying to bring up a scenario that's not even comparable.
I'm telling you that the scarlet letter.
What scarlet letter? They didn't say OJ was a snitch.
They don't put you up in front of them people for nothing.
You have to do that when you sign a plea agreement.
Look. They got that shit on MSNBC. They got that on all the super liberal outlets. They pumping that shit, bro.
Okay, so Bees. The one thing is, everybody's acting as if the things that Gunna said are gonna ultimately hurt Young Thug in his case. if Thug gets released or gets sentenced and says, Gunna did not tell on me, we worked in cahoots to get him released so we can get back to making money, how does that not remove the scarlet letter?
Because my eyes, what I saw on that tape, can't nobody tell me what I saw.
See, that's what I'm saying. This is what I told y'all. This is why the prosecutor took the only small victory that they can get by pushing this video, because they know y'all would believe it's, as opposed to putting context to it, y'all would just run with any narrative, which is the most confusive narrative in our community is what is a snitch, because nobody really knows what it is.
First of all, I ain't got no problem with him snitching. He is snitched though.
But he didn't snitch.
He out for, bro. He took an Alfred plea. What that mean?
Alfred plea is not snitching.
No, what does an Alfred plea mean?
Alfred means you plead no contest. That's what it means.
It means I'm going to plead, I'm guilty, but I'm not going to say it in court. That's what it means.
That's not what it means. That's not true.
You better go do your research.
All right, hold on. We'll pull it up. That's not, bro, we just, before you got here, we just went over what an Alfred plea was.
It's essentially you pleading guilty without saying it.
That's
Can I
not
read
true.
the definition? Can I read the definition right now?
Yes.
A guilty plea in which a defendant maintains their innocence but admits that the prosecution evidence will likely result in a guilty verdict if brought to trial.
Thank you. He did. You sign an Alfred plea.
Bro, stop that bullshit.
Hold on, Bees. You sign an Alfred plea to protect yourself. You don't sign an Alfred plea to convict other people. Him signing an Alfred plea does not hurt anyone else or affects anyone else's case, primarily because anything that he said or admitted to in his Alfred plea cannot be used in anyone else's case. So the thing is, again, he was able to finesse his Alfred plea deal so he could get out. Nothing that he said is going to affect anybody else's case. How is that snitching?
Read the definition of my.
Okay, hold on. I want to ask y'all this question before y'all unmute y'all mics. I want you to answer this question. When he answered yes to those questions in his Alfred plea deal, what out of his testimony in open court? What of his testimony is going to be used in any other defendant's case to ensure that these other people are convicted? What is going to be used to convict anybody else? I'm going to let you answer that first, True.
You said, how can it be used?
No, I didn't say how it can be used. I asked you, True. I said, he obviously, because we just read what two attorneys said. They explained what Gunna did. They explained it. I just read it. I read two attorneys said that he didn't snitch. Two attorneys explained what he did and how what he did does not affect anybody else. So I'm asking you, to snitch, you can't just snitch on nobody. When you snitch, it's usually with the intent to get someone arrested or get another person convicted. So out of the things that he said in his Alfred plea deal, who is going to get the negative repercussions? Like when Snick 6ix9ine told, it got the rest of that particular gang locked up, and those guys felt the repercussions. Who's going to feel the repercussions of what Gunna did?
Everybody on that case. I read the definition.
But True. We saw 6ix9ine sit in open court and testify against other co-defendants, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did prosecutors they just said that Gunna is not going to be called as a witness in any of these cases? So, and therefore his testimony for his Alfred plea deal will not be used against anyone else. It was only just for him. So hold on, Beast. Hold on, True. Who his testimony is Alfred plea deal, who is it impacting negatively to where their case is going to be hard for them to beat, or is going to get some new person locked up?
I'm gonna tell you, hold up, because here's the thing: they may not can use it in the sense of use it. They cannot use it.
They cannot use it.
They can't say hold up. They can say hold up. They can say while they can hold up. They can say while still a game. They can say while still a game in court. That's they can't. Hold on. Lamont.
True. You're 100% right. Let me say this. See, they don't have to use his testimony, Lamont. They're not going to use his testimony. They're going to use his conviction as evidence of a criminal.
They can't.
Yes, they can.
They cannot use it. No, they can't.
No,
it's not a conviction.
He's
it's
got
an
a
Alfred
conviction,
plea.
which means
it's not
he
a
pled
conviction.
guilty. Which means
it's not a conviction,
bro. That means what are you talking about? Miles Bridges just took a out for plea.
No, he didn't. He took a no contest, and that's a different state. What we're talking about, first of all, that was
All
something
right,
in
bro.
a different
I'll
state.
holler at you, man. You ain't
Hold on. I'm just saying, don't lie, Bees. Don't lie because you want to be right.
Bro. He read the definition. Read the definition again, True.
That shit crazy.
Hold on.
Like,
no, hold on. We're gonna read what two attorneys said.
Oh my god, dog. That's BS, bro. Now you want to BS. You want to BS.
Hold on. I know y'all want to be right. I know y'all want to be a part of this black culture that says everybody's a snitch, even though they just finessed. I know y'all really want to do that. I know that's y'all angle. I know. Look, I know. Because again, this is what I told y'all to start. I said that the DA was going to play on the stupidity of black people. The stupidity of black people, like Bees, who made that retarded statement saying that what? Oh, he snitched with no context to it. This is what they did. They're going to play on the stupidity, the naivety, the fact that we not used to seeing people get out or use strategic means to beat their cases or to finesse DAs. They understood that our community is so stupid, we won't understand the play. And they plan on that right now because you guys are walking right in here. Oh, we heard him say this. First of all, everything that he said in that courtroom, nothing that he said in that courtroom can be used against anybody. This has already been confirmed. How many times do I have to read this? Nothing that he said in the courtroom can be used against anybody. This has already been confirmed by two attorneys, actually more attorneys than that. Rolling Stones actually confirmed this with 16 different attorneys. So if we know that the things he said, just like T.I. said that, oh, I told on a dead person to beat my gun case because I knew that nobody would get locked up. Why is it not okay for Gunna to sign a plea bargain that ain't gonna affect nobody else's case and it's just gonna get him out of jail so he can get back to making money? Who did he tell on? Young Thug's sister is even saying that he didn't snitch, and she's closer to the case than anybody else. But again, this is why the DA has a victory. The victory for the DA basically is if we let you go, you're going to have a stain on your reputation that's probably going to cost you money. We're not going to let you walk out these doors without any penalty. That's all they did. In our community, we're the ones that's going to fall for the okie doke. They understand that we don't know what an Alfred plea deal is. We don't know a lot about this stuff. He tried to say an Alfred plea deal is similar to Miles Bridges pleading no contest. Come on, not true. We just got to be smarter, y'all. We just got to be smarter. I mean, I got it right here. I got it right here. Here, I'm going to read it one more time for you guys. Here, I'm going to read it one more time. Let me pull it up. This is why I say we got to do research, y'all. Okay. We're going to read it one more time. This is from an attorney. Gunna did not present a co-conspirator statement. Remember, they were co-defendants. He says Gunna presented a statement against his own interests only related to his case. See, we got RYMTV says Gunna is a snitch. Again, thanks for working with the district attorney and doing what they wanted to do. All you doing is working with the district attorney when you say that. You are helping the DA succeed in what they were trying to do, even though he didn't tell on anybody. I'm reading to you what the attorney said. A Massachusetts-based attorney, Brad Bailey, he states that Gunna's statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. A Massachusetts-based attorney says that Gunna's statement cannot be used. Remember, Bees was saying that, oh, his statement can be used to prove the criminal enterprise. I'm reading directly from an attorney right here that says his statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. Furthermore, another attorney by the name of Bruce Rivers notes that if the prosecution tried to introduce Gunna's plea statement without testimony, the decision would be a violation of Crawford versus Washington, which regulates the use of out-of-court statements. When you have a statement intended for interrogation by law enforcement, it's generally not admissible if the witness isn't there to testify. The only other circumstance where they could use Gunna's statement against Young Thug is if Gunna is dead. And so you guys are running around saying that Gunna is in danger and jeopardy or whatnot, and they gonna kill him. First of all, it would hurt Young Thug if something happened to Gunna, because then they would be able to use his statements without him being present in court, which we all know that was never their intent, to hurt the man. So it says, when you have a statement intended for interrogation by law enforcement, it's generally not admissible if the witness isn't there to testify. Essentially, the state has already agreed that they do not intend to call Gunna to court. They're conceding that they won't introduce his plea statement as evidence. Oh, so we just gonna act like that. He just happened to sign this deal. He just happened to sign this deal right after they say they won't use anything. They won't list him as a witness or use anything that he says in court. But they did succeed. They released that snippet where he had to admit to these things to get to sign his Alfred plea. And the general consensus amongst the people is that he's a snitch. Hold on, let me drop the link again. This was a strategy. We got Big Sneed reports and entertainment. All right, he's not a snitch. Thank you, AB the Hero. This is why, this is why the black community they start to act retarded sometimes, because we run with narratives without doing no research, just pure retardation. Like what B said, I saw the video. I saw what he said. That's not what snitching is. That was a finesse. He finessed the shit out of the system, right? Because he understood that they not calling me as a witness. They can't call me as a witness. And if they don't call me as a witness, they can't use nothing I say against anybody else. I'm finessing to get out. Oh, but he can't even finesse to get out. He can't even finesse to get out. He just has to sit in jail, do as much time, which none of y'all putting money on his books. None of y'all paying his bills. Ain't none of y'all doing nothing to support the man while he's locked up. He's just supposed to sit in jail as long as possible just so y'all don't say he's a snitch. That's crazy. Hold on. We got Big Snee. He says, as rapper Gunna leaves jail, Young Thug remains behind bars facing up to 20 years. That's the latest. First of all, look. He's facing up to Gunna was facing that as well. They had a very weak case against Gunna, and now the case against Young Thug has gotten much weaker. Why? Because half the evidence got thrown the fuck out because the search warrant wasn't even signed. They tried to use a search warrant from 2016 that wasn't even signed to enter a house. Really, the only thing they actually had was an arrest warrant, but they used the old search warrant to go search the house, collect a whole bunch of stuff, evidence that they was using against him. He admitted to the crimes. He cooperated. Admitting to the crimes is not cooperating. One, he admitted to sign any plea deal. You have to admit to something. Renegade. That's all. So you basically saying, by saying that, Renegade, are you saying, Renegade, that anybody that signed a plea agreement basically told? Because in every plea agreement that ever existed in the world, you have to admit to guilt. So, Renegade, if you're willing to tell me that everybody, every black person, every community that signed a plea agreement is a snitch, then I'll accept that. Because that's essentially what plea deals are. You have to admit to guilt. Bro, but Jacoby, I said from the beginning, because I said from the beginning, this is a state case. I said the way that they're putting this stuff out, the way that they're all in front of cameras, trying to parade these two around as if they did something big, the way this lady keeps getting in front of cameras saying, I'm going to get more rappers. I said, oh, she's just out here chasing clout. I don't think she didn't care if it was things was done by the book. She just out here trying to get as much clout as possible, and she was hoping that she could use media pressure to win these cases and not law. The unfortunate reality was she thought she could go toe-to-toe with $1 million attorneys, and she's losing now. Thank you, T Streets. If his statement hasn't landed anyone in jail, you can't label him. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is exactly what all the attorneys are saying. It's not only that his statements haven't landed anybody in jail, his statements can't land anybody in jail. They've already come out and said they will not call him as a witness in any case. And his statements will be inadmissible. You cannot use statements he made in open court in anyone's case unless you're willing to call him as a witness. This is why we call 6ix9ine a snitch. Because not only did 6ix9ine make statements, not only did he make statements in open court in his trial, but he also testified against people. So the only way they were able to use 6ix9ine's actual statements is because he went and testified against the people that he was speaking on. Thank you. He basically just told on himself. He told that, and that's all a plea bargain is. A plea bargain is just you admitting to some form of a guilt for yourself. It doesn't affect anybody else, especially in this case. Python Demon says, nobody's saying he actually snitched, but regardless if you're in the streets, first of all, that's not true. In the streets, snitching is considered, the things that you say have to lead to somebody getting arrested or convicted. It's not snitching if that don't happen. You can't snitch. Generally, when somebody snitches, there's a purpose. They're trying to get somebody else locked up while in turn they get a lighter sentence. He's not getting anybody locked up. First of all, they already have everybody locked up. And what he said cannot affect anyone else's case because they're not using it. Look, Bees and True were just wanting to sound right. Bees and True came in here wanting to try to sound right without doing they just came in here blanket, having done no research on this whatsoever. I said coming into this, I didn't immediately do a video on it when it first dropped because I wanted to research it. I wanted to see what his plea bargain was. I need to see what other attorneys are saying about it. I need to see what the community is saying about it. And then I need to look at what the DA is doing. So when you look at the DA took a major L because they claimed that Gunna was a co-conspirator and the leader of one of the leaders for the YSL gang. Yet they had to let him go on a plea agreement that essentially was no punishment at all. So the DA took a major L. The only small victory that the DA got was that they were able to smear his reputation by releasing a video where you could hear him admitting to things in open court. See, the DA was slick because the DA didn't tell anybody that they had already came out and said they will not call him as a witness in any case and that the things that he said in open court cannot be used against anybody listed on this RICO case. The finesse. So they knew they could finesse the culture. So when you're talking about people like Whack 100, DJ Academics, Boosie, and all these people who swear up and down that they know the law, like True was saying, oh, these guys don't know the law. No, those guys don't know the law. The reason why I know they don't know the law is because every time those guys get in trouble, they don't represent themselves. They go hire the same attorneys that Young Thug and Gunna hired. And those guys do the work. They just out here pushing narratives. Come on, y'all gotta stop, man. All I'm saying is y'all gotta start doing y'all research purposes only, man. We ready to smear Gunna. First of all, according to the streets, like everybody keeps saying, according to the streets, according to the streets, according to the streets, this, that, and other. Okay, well, according to the streets, wouldn't Gunna be considered a civilian? Gunna was never really in the street life. Gunna wasn't never toting guns in his videos. Gunna wasn't never purporting to people that he was selling keys. So, according to the streets, wasn't Gunna just a civilian? According to the streets, isn't it okay for civilians to tell? So, what street link, what street code are we actually going by? Or was Charleston White actually right? It was Charleston White right? That our community is so retarded that we willing to put the snitch label on 12-year-olds. Money Mark Official says you are who you affiliate yourself with, according to the streets. That's not true. That's not true at all. Because if you've been to any hood, you know the people that's really in it and the people that's just not in it. We got Jajoro says he's a snitch and not a snitch at the same time, in detail. So in detail, he's not a snitch, but in the street public, he is. It's a catch-22. No, but Jajoro, that's what I said. Well, again, the DA wasn't going to let him walk away clean. They said, if we let you walk away, we're gonna confuse the masses and get them to believe that you're a snitch. That way you're going to struggle to bring in, and he's not going to struggle to bring in income because the majority of people listening to his music are white, and white people honestly don't care. This is why 6ix9ine is still getting 500,000 show over in Russia and Dubai, because they don't care. And the only thing he did was he walked away from a situation where he got a whole bunch of black people locked up, and he's going to make money over in Russia and Dubai right now. He's fine. He don't care. But you know what? To you guys, you know, for the Treyway members that's locked up, I mean, I hope you guys are putting money on their books, holding them guys down, because just like old boy said, man, we stand solid, we stand strong. Them guys stood solid, man. They in the Fed joint right now, eating oodles and noodles. They stood strong. 6ix9ine walked free, living the best life over in Dubai. I hope y'all putting money on these guys' books. Hope y'all supporting those guys as they do their years. You know, I think he might come home around 2030, man. I hope you support those guys when they get released. James Bell said he presented himself as a gang member. I don't recall Gunna ever presenting himself as a gang member. Gunna's music generally, you know, and I haven't listened to all his music, but for the most part, Gunna's music was party music, club bangers. It wasn't street songs talking about how much keys he sold and bodies and all this stuff. He did not present himself as a gangbanger, James Bell. Money Mark Official, I don't understand this, but he says the enemy is not sparing the basketball player because they don't know the difference if y'all on the same porch. That's not what I'm saying, y'all. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we know the real street guys from the basketball players. I don't care if a basketball player gets people catch strays all the time. So basically, what you're saying is, so are you saying that the 4-year-old girl in the house that gets drove by, when she catches the stray bullet, it's cool. It's cool that she catches a stray bullet because she is who she affiliates herself with, right? Her dad was gang banging, so the little 4-year-old girl who catches a stray in the house because of the drive-by, she was affiliated. She was with it. She knew she was getting into, right? Sean Brewer says, Gunna, a Crip from the 60s. Mike, you just chat now. Come on, Sean Brewer, stop it. You said he's a you trying to say he's a Crip from the 60s. So all of a sudden, so Sean Brewer. This is what's even funnier. So Sean Brewer, if you said Gunna was a Crip from the 60s, and you know that before he even was locked up, if you knew he was a Crip from the 60s, and this was all public information, then what's wrong with him admitting that in open court? Sean Brewer, please tell me. If this was information that was already public knowledge, then how is he a snitch for admitting that he was a gang member in open court? Please tell me, Sean Brewer. So how is he snitching? Who did he snitch on? Okay, so hold on. Money Mark Official says that's a child, bro. I'm talking about, hold on. Kids are in gangs. It's 13, 14, it's 12-year-olds that shoot people. What you mean? He said, I'm talking about grown people who know better. Hold on, what? It don't. What I'm saying is, you are not who you affiliate yourself with. Sometimes, if you grow up in the hood, you just in the hood. You have nothing else to affiliate yourself with, but the people around you. Don't mean you running around gang banging just like everybody else. It says he been a rat. He told on his cousin, so now he told on somebody else. All right, but y'all wasn't. Let's say he did tell on his cousin or whatever. I don't know where these stories are coming from, because the funny thing is, Young Thug's sister said he didn't snitch. All the attorneys who read the plea agreement said he didn't snitch. The prosecutor's office said they don't plan to call him as a witness, and they don't plan to use anything he said in open court against any of the other defendants. But he's a snitch because y'all just say so. But y'all don't have any evidence or information to back your statement, including this bullshit street code that can't nobody give me a clear-cut definition on. I'm still waiting on somebody to give me a definition on what this snitching street code definition is. I want y'all somebody. I'm still waiting on somebody to give me that definition. Ain't nobody gave me the definition of this shit. We've heard Bees and True give some weak or bogus definition of it. Right? That's coming from True the King, who's the law enforcement officer, who said he wants everybody locked up because he just thinks they all criminals. And it's coming from Bees, who's been out of touch with the streets probably for the last 40 years. He don't know what the hell's going on. What up, Sneak?
What up, bro? Hey, man. What's happening? Hey, I'm gonna say it like this, man. Appreciate you for letting me on. You can hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you.
Nah, me, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm just keeping it real with you, man. I'm tired of all this stuff that's going down, with the streets and the stuff that's been shown on TVs, bro. It's killing our culture. So I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. Some people may not like what I'm gonna say, but it's just me, bro. This how I feel. What if he did snitch? What's wrong with snitching? So you want this man to sit up here, oh man, I'm gonna hold it down, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna sit up here and hold it down for my niggas. Like, what is your niggas doing for you, bro? Like, that's the weakest thing I ever heard a nigga say, bro. Don't snitch. So you gonna sit behind bars for years just not to say nothing. What's that's proven to a nigga? You ain't what you gotta prove to a dude. Like, come on, that I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand a game, bro. Like, what's the purpose of getting in the game? You want to show another hard leg, you hard. Like, I'm saying, like, what's wrong with that? If he did snitch, just saying that, if he did snitch, what's wrong with that? That man, hey, he want his freedom. Hell, you see 6ix9ine told, hey, you want your freedom back, let it out. But see, these the same people walking around here telling their kids, hey, don't snitch, don't snitch.
No, and you know what? I understand that, Big Snake. My whole point is this. Look, I think everybody in here would agree that prosecutors and district attorneys play dirty, especially in these cases. And they'll use inadmissible evidence.
Facts.
Or they will go out of their way to get convictions. And we see it happen all the time with the people that don't have the money to get $1 million attorneys. They get railroaded all the time because they don't have the money to take it to trial. If they go to trial, they're going to get slammed. Or they're going to get football numbers. So they have to sign plea bargains just to skate away, probably with a little 8 to 10 years sentence. Otherwise, they're going to get baked with 50, 60 years if they go to trial. So what I'm saying is now that Gunna and Thug, these DAs then got in bed with some $1 million attorneys who know how to finesse just as crazy as they do, right? We heard Young Thug's attorney say, we heard him say in open court. He says, I'm not about to help them litigate their own case. He says, they can't ask me to help them litigate. He says, I'm about to out-litigate these dudes. He said it in the attorney when he was getting all that evidence thrown out. They are experiencing the finesse. They're getting finesse. Gunna finessed them. They had to let them walk. Thug is soon to finesse them as all this evidence is thrown out. And now we can't even finesse the DA back when they've been finessing us all these years just to get us locked up. And now we just want to start applying these street terms to people that just hit them back with the same finesse. Everything that Gunna did ain't going to lead to nobody getting locked up or getting no time. All they did was finesse the shit out of them fools. That's it. Hold on. Let me get to SML's City Mark.
It's money. Man. Yeah, it's Money Mark. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, Money Mark. Oh, what's good, man?
What's good, bro? I'm not really coming up here to argue or nothing like that or nothing. I'm just really trying to kind of paint the picture for people who act like they don't know what's going on or act like they don't know what they see. Did y'all see the video of when he was answering them questions from the lady and whatnot?
Yeah, I saw the video.
So isn't he admitting and telling the truth and pretty much letting it be known that everything that she was saying was clear and correct? And isn't Young Thug's whole case based on YSL not being a gang or not being classified as a gang and whatnot? So when you got somebody that answers those questions and says, makes a statement that says YSL as a gang has to be destroyed or has to be taken down, and I was in the car with Young Thug, there was drugs in the car, but they wasn't my drugs. Isn't he insinuating that if those isn't his drugs, that they're obviously the other person's in the car's drugs? When he says yes, that YSL needs to be taken down as a gang, isn't he clarifying and saying that YSL is a gang?
Okay. Now Mark.
Thug's whole case is predicated on not being a gang. Then aren't those statements making it clear?
Mark, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Now, let's just go with what you said. Let's say that everything that you said is 100% accurate. These statements that he made, we're going to go with the narrative. Now, how does the DA take those statements and use them against Young Thug and the rest of YSL to get convictions? Please explain to me how they use that to convict everybody else.
Because they're already painting the pit. Because he's put the facts out there that YSL is a gang from his knowledge. The other 2 or 3 people that's already said the same thing have put the information out there that YSL is a gang.
No, but we know
now they're gonna paint the picture.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I think you missed my question. So we know that they're alleging these things already. Obviously, when you make allegations, the prosecutor also has to present evidence. If the things that Gunna said need to be presented as evidence against Thug and other members of YSL, how does the prosecution use Gunna's statement in open court against the other defendants in this case?
Well, does he necessarily have to even do that now? Because since it's on the internet and since the jurors have access to the internet, they can see the same thing that everybody else has seen. So does the prosecution even have to go to those lengths to do that when the information is already out there for the whole world to see and acknowledge on their own?
Okay. But then you would have to convince to me that if Sally Miller a 64-year-old white lady, maybe do you truly believe she's on the internet searching Gunna and some of the things that
That's
we're
why you put
actually
a
looking at?
I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
maybe not. I mean, these are celebrities. These are
Mark,
celebrities, whether they're in
hold on, Mark,
part of her community or not.
And Mark, it's also on Young Thug's attorneys to vet jurors, get the jurors out that he thinks will be biased, and bring the ones in that he's gonna look at this impartially. And
Yeah,
when
but you can't look nobody in the face and
hold
tell
on, what
if
I'm
they gonna
saying,
be
hold on,
biased
what
or
I'm
not,
saying
man.
is this. First of all, when you're sitting on that juror pool, and when you're sitting on that juror pool, if you make that jury in this case, you're not going to hinge you labeling Young Thug guilty or innocent based on something you saw on the internet. You're probably going to sit down and listen to the days and days of evidence that both sides present, and more than likely, as we can see, why is the DA avoiding trial? Why do they keep pushing for more continuances? Why are they not ready? They say they got 600 witnesses. Why they ain't ready to go?
Well, can't they still call Gunna and the rest of these dudes up for questioning if they really wanted to?
because the judge is not allowing any more continuances, they have to turn in their witness list for trial because they now have to start. They're in pre-trial mode. So when you turn in, you can't just call a random person up on a random day. You have to let both sides know who you plan on calling before the trial even starts, and they've turned that list in already. In Young Thug's case and most of the other defendants, you know who's not on the witness list in all of the cases?
Gunna is not in the witness list.
Yes, it's public information.
I haven't seen that.
Hold on, it's not only public information. The prosecutors already came out and publicly stated. The prosecutors came out and said, "This is what they said." They says the state does not intend to call Gunna, which they actually said his real name, which is Sergio Kitchens, to court. And they says, we will not introduce his plea statement as evidence. So if they don't plan to call him in the court to testify against anybody, if they don't plan to use his plea statement as evidence, then how does what he said to get released, how does it hurt anybody else?
I see what you're saying. You're using technicalities, and I mean that these are a lot of assumptions. We got to make assumptions that these people don't go on the internet and look up this information, and we got to also and what about the other 2 or 3 people that said the same thing as Gunna? Are they on that witness list? They're not on that witness list neither.
Yeah,
the
but
co-founder, and what's his name?
Hold on.
Slime Life Shorty and Lil Duke and these niggas, they not on the witness list.
Those 2 people could very well be on the witness list. We're talking about Gunna right now.
Okay.
One thing we know about Gunna is if the DA wanted to use anything that he said in his. Hold on 1 second, Sneak.
I'm just saying I'm gonna catch up, bro. Me and my wife finna go somewhere.
Okay, salute, Sneak. No, what I'm saying is, if they wanted to use anything that he said in his plea statement, if they wanted to use it against him, the only way they can use his plea statement against anyone else is if they're willing to call him in the court. They said he's not going to be on anybody's witness list, and they're not using his statement as evidence. How can it negatively impact anybody else?
Okay, so
go, hold on. Let me let Bees answer that because all the attorneys. I just read to you what 2 attorneys said. The attorney said it ain't snitching.
Yeah, they don't got to use it. They don't have to use what he says as evidence, bro. What I was trying to explain to you earlier, whether it's an Alfred plea, it's considered a guilty plea. They have on record a guilty plea now saying that organization is bad.
How do they use that in court?
Easy. You don't. What do you mean how? It can be entered in as evidence. Nobody's got to come in and testify. Lamont, yes, it can. It is legal record now. You don't have to have someone cross-examine it. It is considered a fact.
Bees.
No,
this
stop,
is why. Bees. No, Bees. This is legal. Hold on, Bees. They can't even use in most criminal cases. They can't even use your prior convictions in a jury case. In a criminal case, Bees, you could be on in a trial for murder. You could have 10 other murders on your jacket, and they cannot use those past murders against you. So you saying they can use they can't use the conviction of somebody else or you in a case. They cannot. No, they cannot. No, they cannot.
Look,
The
question here is prejudice. And so you better do your research and you better go look.
I already did.
It's up to a judge. The chief complaint is a RICO that they were a criminal organization. And all I'm saying to you is they now have a public record. They have a fact that plea.
Now, how do you use it as evidence in another case?
Will you let me finish, bro?
You cannot.
Will you let me finish, bro?
Evidence. You can't walk up and be like,
"All right, bro. All right, you got it."
I know, because what you're saying makes no sense, Bees. You cannot just you cannot look, y'all. You can, as a prosecutor, you can't just write on a piece of paper, we have another guilty plea in this case. This makes our case stronger. You cannot, that's not evidence, because what's going to happen is you're going to have to introduce who got convicted, what are the circumstances why they convicted, what did they say, and if you don't have that person there to testify to that, you cannot use it. They cannot just walk up to the jury, y'all, hey, y'all, we got 4 other convictions in this case. That's why you need to convict him. You cannot do that, y'all.
They can use that to try to convince these people.
No,
though, man.
You cannot say that in
part of their argument.
No, you cannot do that. You cannot. First of all, you know what's going to happen.
Why can't they use that as part of their argument?
First of all, bro, you cannot do that in open court. You cannot use the convictions of other people to give your. You cannot walk up to the jury and say, we got 4 other guilty pleas in this case. That's why he's
if they're
guilty.
Witnesses to the case.
If they're witnesses, first of all, they're not witnesses to the case if they're not on the witness list.
But we don't know that. You already said
Gunna is not on the witness list.
Gunna's not. Gunna's not on the witness list.
Well, that's who we're talking about.
Okay, but then you just brought up the other people. So
if the other people are on the witness list, then they would be the ones who are labeled snitches, because they are the ones willing to sit. They're the ones that the DA is going to call as witnesses against Thug if it goes to trial.
But if they said the same things for their pleas as the same thing as Gunna, then how are
if they said the same things?
Not just because Gunna didn't go to the stand.
First of all, if they said the same things, the only way it would be admissible in court is if they were also willing to say it in open court.
So you pretty much saying that the only way that Gunna can be labeled as snitches is if he goes and testifies.
No, what I'm saying is a snitch, you can only be labeled a snitch is if the things you say get someone arrested or convicted. I want you to tell me how what Gunna said is going to get anyone arrested or convicted.
Well, a snitch is an informant is any informant for the police at all.
An informant is only valuable. The informants are only valuable to the police if you're actually helping them get people arrested and convicted. What detective or what prosecutor has snitches that can't get people arrested or convicted? Then what's the purpose of having one if you're not doing your job?
Man, there's plenty of informants out there that's never gotten arrested.
Not the informant themselves. No, I'm saying what is an informant's job? The informant's job is to help the cops do what?
To get an arrest. The informant's job is to go and get an arrest. But if they give information to the case, then they just as valuable as the person getting the arrest.
But that information is only valuable if it leads to the arrest or conviction. It's not good information if it's not doing that. You're not. So first of all, are you saying that, especially if you're, let's say I was a paid informant, right? Let's just say I was a paid informant, and I come to you and you're the detective, and I said, hey, Bill over there was smoking a cigarette on the street corner. You're going to look at me and be like, why the hell are you telling me that? That's not going to help lead to no conviction or arrest. I need information that's going to help lead to the arrest and conviction of these people. So you have to give them stuff. And then as a snitch, you also have to be willing to go into open court on the stand and testify to these things.
No, you're right.
That's not happening in this case.
You right about that. I guess I see what you're doing here though. I see exactly what you're doing here, but we can't sit up here and act like what Gunna said isn't detrimental to the overall tactic that Young Thug's team is using into the overall scope of all of this. Like
it's not being used.
In the streets, that man is still gonna be looked at like, bro, you sat up there and told them people you sat up there and you was involved with the gang when you was benefiting from being involved with the gang. And then as soon as it was time for you to be able to leave and get up out that jam, you took the opportunity to get up out that jam by telling those folks what they wanted to hear. So you can't say that man is not a so-called snitch or a rat or whatever.
So SML. So let me ask you this question. So basically, a day before he signed the plea bargain, the prosecutors say we don't intend to use Gunna or anybody that's in this case. They said we don't intend to use him as a witness, nor do we intend to introduce anything that he says as witness testimony.
But what then he proceeds helps him get out of a situation too.
Okay,
that's
first of all,
when you can be involved with a criminal enterprise,
who did he get locked up?
Organization, and you tell.
Can you tell me? Okay, so
get yourself
hold on.
That's
so
also
generally,
snitching as well.
Hold on. Generally, when you snitch, there's somebody that you told on. Who is sitting in jail because
to get yourself out of trouble though? The overall reason why
you're sitting in jail
is to get yourself out of trouble.
Who's sitting in jail because of what he said?
Well, them niggas is still in jail because of what I mean.
Okay, who's gonna get convicted because of what he said?
Man, listen, man. If we going by technicalities,
that's not a technicality.
If we going by it's really because you being technical at this point. You're being technical by saying technically Gunna's not a snitch because technically Gunna's not going on the stand and saying anything against Young Thug, and technically they're not using his words against Young Thug in court. So technically, Gunna's not a snitch, even though what Gunna said helped him get out of the situation that he was in when they were all in this shit together. They were all in the situation together.
So Gunna had a lose-lose situation. So you saying Gunna couldn't even say anything to help himself get out of jail, even if it didn't impact anybody else?
Overall, at the end of the day, it is impacting everybody else because it's giving the DA the information that they want. Whether they can use it in court or not, the DA is getting the information that they want. Whether they can use it against Thug or not, they're getting the information that they want.
But hold on, is the information going to lead to the arrest or conviction of anybody?
Possibly, because after Gunna did it, 2 or 3 other people went and followed his lead and did the same exact thing. And those people may possibly be on the witness list. And those people may possibly have to testify against Thug.
But that would mean those people are the ones that are snitching. Because Gunna signed this, because you saying, so I'm almost positive. Again, people act like Gunna did not sit down for hours with his attorney and discuss these things. Because Gunna knew the implications of answering those questions. So Gunna basically said, if I answer these questions, the streets are going to believe that I'm a snitch. But attorney was like, well, not necessarily, because you're not going to get called as a witness, nor will anything you say here affect anyone else.
Well,
Gunna's basically saying to himself, well, if anything that I say, all I got to do is answer yes to some questions that won't affect nobody in any way legally whatsoever, and I can go home and start making money for YSL again. That's snitching now?
Yes, bro. Because you gave.
This is why people say this. This is why people say black culture and the black street code is one of the most dumbest things that we've heard. These are when you are fighting against logic. People fight against this simple basic logic so hard just to say this. And this is why people walk around and say we are some of the dumbest humans on the planet Earth.
No. You're not going to do that because
I'm telling you why.
But I'm asking. All right, but let me ask you this though.
It's stupid.
But let me ask you this though. So these niggas are supposed to be allowed to go and run the streets. They're allowed to go throw up the same gang signs. They're allowed to go do the same drugs. They're allowed to go be sitting in the same room having the same conversations about drug dealing, murders, this, that, and the third. They're allowed to go and involve themselves with all of these things. Hold on. Let me finish.
SML, that evidence got thrown out.
Hold on. Let me finish though.
He didn't do that. That's not true.
Hold on. Let me finish. Obviously, he did, or he wouldn't be part of this case. Obviously,
that evidence
he did,
got thrown
or he
out.
wouldn't be a part of this case.
Oh, hold on. That didn't happen. That evidence got thrown out. That's not admissible in court. So, according to the law, that never happened.
What evidence got thrown out?
The phone calls, the phone records, the drugs that they found in the house.
2015.
That was a warrant. This stems back all the way to 2016.
But that's one portion of it.
Bro. Go do your research.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Go do your research. That was a warrant from 2016.
I'm not even talking about Gunna at this point.
They were using that same dried up warrant to collect evidence over the last 5 years.
You brought up the black community though. I'm not talking about Gunna at this point. I'm talking about
Gunna either.
as a whole. So anybody is supposed to be allowed to go run with the gang, sell drugs with the gang.
He didn't sell drugs
with the gang, throw up the gang signs.
He didn't know about
murder.
He didn't do any of that.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
You're lying.
So they're supposed to be allowed. So anybody is supposed to be allowed to go with the gang and do all the activities of the gang. And then when the gang gets in trouble, you're supposed to be allowed to save yourself and not sit there and take the consequences as the gang because you get the opportunity to save yourself.
Hold on, Mark. So you're just mad.
I'm not mad, but no, I'm not mad. We're not gonna paint that narrative. I'm not mad about anything. I don't give a fuck about these niggas.
Hold on, Mark.
I don't give a fuck about.
Hold on, Mark. So you're saying he's not supposed to fight the case at all. He's just supposed to take whatever sentence the prosecution brings to him, and just because if he fights it to any degree, or if he tries to use any technicalities to beat his case, then that's all considered snitching.
You giving up information to save yourself, and you're
what
giving
information did he give up that's going to affect anybody else?
You're giving them information that they want.
Okay, how does that information get anyone else convicted or arrested?
You're giving them information that they want.
How does that information get anyone else convicted or arrested?
YSL not being a gang, and you sat up there and told them.
Okay, let me ask you this.
That YSL is a gang.
Mark, let me ask you this question. Mark, if I rob a bank, right, and part of my plea agreement, I have to admit that I robbed a bank. If when they ask me in that plea agreement, do you agree that you robbed the bank? And I say, yes, I did rob the bank. That's equivalent to snitching on yourself. Am I snitching out?
Are you with a group of people when you robbed this bank? Because it wasn't just that simple. When they went and asked Gunna these questions,
let's do
they
this.
Asking about the
hold on, let me give you this scenario then.
Asking about Gunna.
So let me. Okay, hold on.
Realize is that they're not just asking about Gunna. They're asking about the whole gang.
Bro, but
they're asking about everybody.
What you're missing again is again. We have to read it to you again. I'm going to read it one more time here. It says.
I'm not missing anything.
No, hold on. Let me read. Let me read something to you.
The way that you want
let me read something to you.
You're not looking at this the way that.
Hold on. I don't want to look at it from any retarded street perspective, because it sounds like most of the black people diving in on this topic are looking at it from a street perspective instead of a logical perspective, which is the retarded. The retarded perspective is to look at it from the street perspective.
So you telling black people to go and be involved?
No, what I'm telling you is this. I'm talking about
with anything that you want to be involved.
Come on, Mark. Hold on. Let me get to this. I heard what you're saying. I'm just going to read to you.
But then when the chips fall,
hold on, Mark. First of all,
for whatever reason you don't want me to.
Hold on, Mark. Come on, man. Hold on. He used the technicality to get out of his case. I don't care. Look, this is what he did. It says, his statement, Sergio Kitchen's statement, cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. Sergio Kitchen's statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or a criminal enterprise. Furthermore, Since the district attorney does not intend to call him as a witness in any of the cases, the plea statement that he made cannot be used as evidence in anyone's case. He just used a technicality to win his own case, and it will not impact or affect anyone else. This is the same reason why y'all are cool with T.I. telling on a dead person, because it's not going to impact anybody. This is cool. This is why y'all cool with the baby sitting in an interrogation room explaining to the cops why he beat somebody up and how it wasn't his fault, it was theirs. Y'all pick and choose who y'all want to play these games with, and most of you guys are running around saying he's a snitch because DJ Academics told you or because Whack 100 told you. Y'all not using any logical reason of your own whatsoever, because if you were using any logical reasoning of your own whatsoever, you would see he's just playing the same games that the DA plays. He finessed them like they've been finessing us. And his finesse is not going to cause anyone else to get locked up or in trouble. He says, nah, you're cool with these niggas, clearly. Tell it. No, I'm not. He didn't tell on nobody. I never said I'm cool with telling. I'm cool with him finessing. He finessed the shit out of him. As soon as he realized they couldn't call him as a witness or use anything he said in open court against anyone else, oh yeah, let me sign this. You can't use this shit against nobody, y'all stupid. He finessed them. He says, Lamont thinking like a regular dude. First of all, street dudes don't think. If street dudes actually started thinking, they probably could have pulled off a finesse like this, just like Gunna did. See, if Gunna wasn't thinking, he would have considered this fake street code and not said nothing, not got a plea bargain, and would have got railroaded in a trial that's already been muddied in the media. See, this is why Young Thug and them are fighting to get all this evidence thrown out. Young Thug and them are fighting to get this evidence thrown out so they don't have enough of a case to even take this to trial. See, because what's going to happen is they take it to trial. The only thing the prosecutor's going to do is they're going to muddy the waters. They've already, what has the media put out about Young Thug and Gunna? The media put out about Young Thug and Gunna is that they were leaders of a gang. When we all know, especially with Gunna, he was not no leader of no gang. And then you guys are, first of all, and then you already have the prosecutors. Remember, the prosecutors wouldn't give these dudes bond. Why? Hold on. Why did the judge not give these dudes bond? See, the judge did not give these dudes bond because the prosecutor was saying, well, we got all these people who signed proffer agreements. They didn't want to tell no names. And they said, these dudes is receiving death threats. But don't nobody know who they is. They just got these imaginary people. Remember, they've already labeled Young Thug and Gunna as two of the most dangerous people in the city of Atlanta. We got all these people signing proffers. They getting death threats. You can't let them out on bond. They too dangerous. So now the prosecutors pulled off the first finesse by lying, acting like you got 500 people ready to testify, but they all scared for this. Okay. See, now the truth is starting to come out. See, this is why Young Thug's sister said, why is y'all calling Gunna a snitch? He did not snitch. One. And they don't want the prosecutors running around acting as if young Gunna's life is in jeopardy because he potentially told. See, they wouldn't have gave Gunna that type of plea deal. They wouldn't have made public what he said in open court if the prosecutors really believed that all these people with proffer agreements was really in danger because Young Thug is this terrorist running around the city. This is how you know they got caught up and they was lying, because they put Gunna out there supposedly for the wolves, and they knew that the world would start labeling him a snitch. Yet they didn't want to give up anybody else's names in the beginning because they swore up and down all these people was. He says, you naive. No, I'm not naive. I am your God. I'm just not stupid. First of all, the street code is one of, especially within black culture, is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Because you have in one capacity, you have somebody like Whack 100 running around talking about, oh, civilians can't tell. Then in another capacity, Whack 100 will run around and call Charleston White a snitch for being a 12-year-old that got in trouble and his mom told him to tell. So then you have DJ Academics who says he doesn't want to dive into the messiness of the street culture, one, but then he dives into the messiness of the street culture, now making multiple videos alluding to the fact that he snitched, even though nothing that the man said can be used to get anyone else in trouble. Gunna just told them what they wanted to hear. His agreement only helped him. It did not hurt anybody else. He says, y'all have to stop saying nigga this and nigga that, or y'all gotta, what? What are you talking about? He says, if you save yourself and not affect anyone else, I don't care. Well, that's exactly what he did, Eastside. And with the reach of his attorneys, you cannot tell me that Young Thug was not aware of this. He says, we just have to wait and see who's directly impacted by it. Well, Eastside, we already know no one will be impacted by it because the prosecutor, they released who their witnesses will be, and they cannot use anything that Gunna said in open court if they're not willing to call him as a witness in open court. The prosecutor already stated Gunna is not going to be a witness in any of the cases. He says, what y'all gonna say if Thug get out? They both snitching? Well, Thug's gonna get out because, so remember, Thug was the primary target of this. Right? He was the primary target of this. The DA made it clear she was going after rappers. She made it clear that she was going after rappers because she's going for the clout. She's pushing for some political or federal position. She will not be in Atlanta for long. She's just using the people of the city of Atlanta to just push a narrative. And she doesn't really care. Remember, how do we know she doesn't care about right or wrong? Right? There was a guy in this case that nobody cared about. I was the only one to do a video about this. He had just got out of jail. He was locked up for 6 years over robbery allegations in this very same RICO case. He did his time for that crime. He admitted to that crime. He did his time and he didn't cooperate. He did all 6 years, got out early because he got his college degree. He gets out and in less than 30 days, he's picked up on this RICO case on the same charges. The DA didn't even do enough due diligence to know, damn, we already locked him up on these same charges. He just got out doing 6 years. The man's attorney was in court in tears because the man had got out. The man was no longer affiliated with YSL. He had a job. He got his college degree when he was locked up. He was doing the right thing. And as soon as he gets out, he gets locked right back up because your stupid, sloppy DA don't know what the hell she doing. She just pushing for names. She just pushing for clout. She just locking anybody up, whether innocent or guilt. And this is why Gunna was also locked up. Remember, they had Gunna tied into this RICO case over a traffic violation. It's like when a judge tells the jury to strike that from the record. Legally, it's not allowed, but we know the impact of whatever said is to the jury. Yes, that is true, J. Mar. But here's the problem. The things that's happening with Gunna right now can't even be mentioned in court. It's not even about it getting strike from the record. The prosecutor can't accidentally start talking about Gunna. I promise you, if any of these cases go to a trial, and if any prosecutor mentions Gunna, anything that Gunna said in open court, I promise you it will be an immediate mistrial, and that person will be released that same day. I promise you. far different circumstances. Are there incidents where people misquote the law or say things wrong in court and you have to strike certain things? Yes. This ain't one of them, Jamar. I promise you this ain't one of them. He says most likely they have other snitches that smoke out. First of all, Easy 06. All of these snitches that they have, one, are looking at what's going on. A lot of these snitches are looking, saying, first of all, I don't believe Young Thug's case or anybody's case is going to go to trial. Nobody's case is going to go to trial because the prosecutor's case is falling apart right before our eyes because they were operating on a 2016 warrant that was never signed. Do you guys understand that all of the evidence that they were able to collect with this old unsigned warrant, as the judge just said the other day, it's not just about taking one thing out of the evidence. He says everything has to go. Hold on, Jamar says that's my point. You don't think whoever is gonna be on that jury won't know what he said? It's social media ears. Look, first of all, I don't know. I can't see Jamar. I don't know. First of all, I don't believe everybody who's gonna be on that jury even knows who Gunna is. And it's on the defense to make sure jurors that get selected are not biased. And then again, a lot of the statements that, even the statements that he made, those statements don't hold any weight if they don't have the evidence that's gotten thrown out to support it. Their case is getting weaker and weaker by the day. He says, I could tell a few of y'all only been in traffic court by yourself. Facts. This is much deeper than that. First of all, look, King Von beat his murder cases on technicalities. Dirk has beaten multiple cases on technicalities, right? But all of a sudden, when it comes to Gunna, he can't use a technicality that don't affect nobody else to beat his case. It says people hold people accountable for snitching, but not taking care of kids or getting a job or helping the elderly. He says can't get mad at doing wrong and somebody tell on you. It comes with the territory. Well, first, I mean, you know what? I understand that point, but again, I think what Gunna did, he did not tell on anybody because nothing that Gunna said in open court is going to be used in against any other defendants. It cannot be used. We got Pender 23. He says the police was supposed to give Thug his phone back in 2016. They didn't. This shit ain't gonna stand up because the police doing wrong. First of all, I told y'all this before I even got details. When I found out this was a state RICO case, I said, nah, they in over their head. I said, they in over their head. I said, state prosecutors, remember, I need y'all to know, state prosecutors are essentially public defenders that are just on the other side. They are not very good at their jobs. See, state prosecutors have the reason why state prosecutors have such a high conviction rate, the advantage that they have on their side is that most of the defendants are locked up, desperately trying to get out. The longer they keep them locked up, the easier it is for them to get people to sign plea bargains. How many times have we seen some of these cases somehow go back to court and people who signed plea bargains found not guilty? Prosecutors have an advantage when it comes to getting convictions. It's not because they're right all the time. They have a high conviction rate because they have, first of all, when they lock people up, right? Especially for you can get locked up for 30 days and lose everything. Y'all do know that, right? If you get locked up for 30 days, you could lose your house, your car, relationships, money. You can lose all of that in 30 days. Now imagine being locked up 60, 90, 120 for up to a year. Imagine what you lost now with very limited contact with the outside world. You're going to be desperately trying to get out to save what you can, even if it means signing a plea agreement to things that you didn't do. We got Hyphonics Jr. He says, so he just joined. So is he a snitch, bro? Do I believe? Well, no, I don't believe he snitched. Because as we just saw, as two attorneys have confirmed, nothing that he said in open court is going to negatively impact anybody else in this case. Everything that he said in open court cannot be used to convict anyone else. It says if you gave information to police regarding someone else's case, you're a snitch. Well, he didn't give information to the police. And again, you can say whatever you want to the police. You can say whatever you want. Look. Check it out like this. I am your God. Put it like this. Let's say me and you were friends, right? Or let's say me and you took place in a crime. You hop in a car. Let's say I get jammed up, but you was able to hop in the car and you start driving all the way west. But when the police get me and interrogate me, I said, I am your guy, hopped in the car, man. He driving all the way down to Florida, man. He driving all, and you send the police on a crazy duck hunt down somewhere in Florida while you headed to Oregon or Alaska somewhere so you can get your affairs in order and get away. That's called me finessing. I'm finessing. That's not me snitching. I gave them information. I'm finessing because I know the information I give is not going to directly lead to your arrest or your conviction. It's called finessing. It's ways you can finesse. What Gunna did was he finessed the system. He knew the prosecutors are not calling him as a witness in any of the cases, and he knew that anything that he says in open court in his case can only be used as if they call him as a witness in these cases. Oh, the finesse then, huh? Oh, so I can just say anything I want right now because this shit ain't gonna matter. Young Thug and these other dudes got high-powered attorneys. I ain't gonna be able to use this on it. Y'all ain't gonna be able to pull the okie doke. Oh, let me go ahead and get up out of here. He pulled the finesse so much so that Young Thug's sister is even saying, no, he did not snitch. And she's more closely connected to the situation than any of us. We got, he said, nah, he snitched. He openly said, yes, he did. That's part of the finesse, That's part of the finesse. Do you think if he would have said, no, YSL is not a gang? So let me ask y'all this. So if he says in open court, YSL is not a gang, are they going to release Young Thug and everybody? Are they going to be like, hey, y'all, Gunna just said YSL is not a gang, so we're going to go ahead and release you guys, all right? He said you're not a gang, so we believe that. They already believe that YSL is a gang. Him confirming it don't change nothing. He can deny it or confirm it. Him denying it is not going to help anybody get out. Him confirming it is not going to keep anybody locked up. It don't impact nobody. Jamar says, I just pray our people get to a point where joining the gang isn't the way to get credibility. Gunna clearly ain't built like that, but he felt the need to have that backing. He's accountable too. He is accountable. I'm not saying he's not accountable, Jamar. And Jamar, it's not like he's not getting a punishment. Like when we look at his plea deal, he took accountability. He did take accountability. He said, yeah, I was in a gang. He took accountability for himself. And the plea bargain is his punishment. And the great thing about his plea bargain is that anything that he said, it's not going to hurt anybody else. He's accepting his punishment. He just got a good plea deal. I'm going to tell you exactly what his punishment is. Okay, so it says, according to the case resolution, as a part of his plea deal, he was given a 5-year sentence. So, Jamar, he got a 5-year sentence. He got penitent. It's not like he walked away sky-free. All right, says, before those years suspended, 1 year in prison. He got time served, right? And it says right here, hold on. My screen keeps moving. It says, essentially, they counted 7 months that he already spent in jail and waived arrest. It says the plea agreement also requires him to perform 500 hours of community service, a substantial portion of which he will be required to speak to young men and women about the hazards and immorality of gangs and gang violence. Well, check this out, Jamar. He's now responsible for talking to the youth about not joining gangs, what you just said. It's now his responsibility to spend 500 hours talking to the youth about the hazards and immorality of joining gangs and the decay that it causes to the community. As you said, Jamar, that's what it causes. He is also generally not allowed to possess guns or commit any criminal acts. So he can't get in any trouble. Right? So here's Gunna's statement. Gunna said in his statement, in his agreement, Gunna said in his statement, the meaningful operation with the case to give testimony in trial, and that he had absolutely no intention of being involved in the trial process. The reason why he was able to say he had no intention of being involved in the trial process is because the prosecutor's office said they actually could not call him as a witness in anybody's case. Therefore, his plea statement cannot be used in anybody's case. Right? It says, though a copy of the agreement does not appear to indicate, the copy does not appear to indicate that if called to testify in trial by any party in the case, he will testify truthfully, but can reserve his right to assert the Fifth Amendment privilege. So, is this live, Citizen Lou? What do you mean, is this live? Yes, it's live. We are live, Citizen Lou. Why would we not be live? You see does it say premiere anywhere? Does it say premiere? Yes, we live, Citizen Lou. Here, I'll drop the link, Citizen Lou, because I want to hear your take on this as well. Let me get the link in here. True, you can come back, man. I don't know why you ran off. True, just do your research on it, True. I mean, Bees is right about a lot of stuff basketball related. He's wrong on this. It's okay. Link is out there. What up, Citizen Lou, man?
Hey, what up, man? Nah, you know how you be doing. You'll have a live that you'll throw in that stream from like 2 weeks ago in there and be throwing me off. I'll be like, is this live? Because I was watching earlier and everybody was on the panel, and then I'm looking now and nobody on the panel. So I'm like, what's going on? I was confused.
Hey, Citizen Lou, I ran him up off here, man, with the facts.
Nah, you kicked me off the stream. You kicked me off the stream.
I don't lie, He gonna lie. All right.
Like I left though, but listen. The point is, listen, taking like you said, the technicalities of okay, they can't use in the court. We understand that, but he confirmed to the world that it is a gang, and the point of them is trying to prove that it is a gang. You get what I'm saying? Is that
okay, let me ask Citizen Lou. Citizen Lou, check this out.
What's up?
All right, let me ask you this question. All right. So let's say you're a detective, all right? Let's say I'm your confidential paid informant, right? And we investigating True the King. He the biggest dope dealer in the city. Right? Allegedly. Mm-hmm. And let's say as your informant, I come to you. And I said, I got some information for you, Citizen Lou. True right around the corner, smoking a cigarette. What you gonna sell me? If you don't get your dumb ass away from me and give me some information that can lead to an arrest and a conviction, go do your goddamn job, right?
Okay.
Right. So what I'm saying is, to be an
smoking
informant.
a cigarette is not.
And I know, but what I'm saying is,
right?
but what I'm saying is, if you're a detective or a law enforcement officer, the goal of a snitch is to get information that you can actually use in a court of law to get an arrest and ultimately a conviction. Any other information, if it doesn't lead to that, it's not you not even a good snitch. You're not even a true snitch. That ain't
okay.
That ain't,
so you saying Gunna not a snitch?
What I'm saying is Gunna's not a snitch because he knew that anything he said in his case could not be used against anyone else. So whether he admits in open court that he was a part of this YSL thing or not, it doesn't matter because the prosecutors came out and said his statement cannot be used in anyone else's case, nor do we plan to call him as a witness in any other case. So if it don't hurt nobody, what's wrong with him saying it just to get out of jail?
I guess because it's like I guess how people looking at it, they like, well, you did say it is a criminal organization, so it's like, well, I know you didn't help. You didn't help the situation, right?
And you're right, but Citizen Lou, my thing is this: if he would have answered that, if they would have said, "Is YSL a criminal organization?" If he would have said no, what they have said would have walked to Young Thug's cell and been like, "Well, damn, we got to let you go because Gunna said this is not a criminal organization." So, goddamn, we thought we had you.
Now they still got all these other.
But what I'm saying is, regardless of what he said, it wasn't going to affect. It's not going to affect him to the negative, but it was not going to help him to the positive. It's just not. Gunna's just going to have to fight. Yeah, what up,
Lamont? So I done been to the prison trial, everything. I went through all this from the streets. I'm from the streets, so I'm going to tell you right now that if you're being asked questions in court in regards to a case where you involve with other people, you got co-defendants, and you talk to them and you give them information, you have a right to remain silent through that whole process. You don't got to tell them nothing. But the fact that you spoke, you don't got to tell them nothing, homie. You ain't got to say they can't force you to talk where they're gonna put you up to electronics.
No, but I
JJ,
it's part of the plea. It's part of the plea agreement that
he said there's a snitch. It's a tell. Yeah, you admit.
JJ, so you think JJ is he a snitch in your eyes?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. I see what you're saying, Lamont. Lamont, I see what you're saying, Lamont. I see what you're saying, Lamont. But he's in there. If he's a part of that organization, you're supposed to ride with that. You're supposed to have your lawyers in there. If you get a deal, you get a deal. You know what I'm saying? You take an Alfred plea, all that. But he walked away. Nobody else did. Is that well? Then he didn't have to answer that question because what an Alfred plea does, an Alfred plea allows you to say, "I'm not guilty."
Question, and then your plea agreement is going to get rejected.
But you can negotiate. But you can negotiate what type of questions they ask you to.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You can negotiate.
But why does he need to negotiate that when none of it matters anyway? They could have asked him if they could have asked him, "Are you a Satanist?" He would have had to say, "Yeah," just to get out of jail.
But here's the thing, though.
That's what snitching is, homie.
But if you negotiate, hold on. If you negotiate any type of plea, you can negotiate what you want to. Listen. Regardless, if they can use that in court or not, that's public information now that he said that. So if it's his trial and it's public, that's public information. The people on the jury is going to have that in a it is what it is. This is a big case.
Bro, true. You are acting. Most of these jurors even care about Gunna. If I'm not about attorney and there's an 88-year-old man on the juror, he's going to be one of my jurors because he don't look at no internet.
Right, but at the same time, though,
going off the premise that all these people care about this and follow it.
This is a high profile. Lamont, this is a high profile case. Lamont, this was on
it's
CNN.
Not high profile.
Yes, it is.
Everybody.
He's supposed to shut up.
This is
now? I guess it is kind of high profile.
It's trending and everything. Come on, it's trending online. Come on,
it is high profile. Why you say it's not high profile, Lamont?
Well, okay, Donald Trump is about to get criminal charges. That's high profile.
There's different levels. Don't get it twisted, but it's still a high profile case.
This shit ain't high profile to everybody.
Lamont, you're doing a video on it right now. This is Sports Channel. This is high pro. Let's not try to
This
it's
is
trending.
Really only relevant to the black community.
Man,
Okay,
this was on NBC.
Okay.
This was on
mean,
NBC.
That's not high profile.
What are you trying to say?
What?
Black people shit ain't, you said black people shit ain't high profile about? You say our shit,
Not
our
this
shit low
shit.
level.
We're the biggest consumer. We're the biggest
this low
consumers.
level.
We the biggest consumers. So
Our
how it
shit-
ain't hard profile?
Our shit low profile.
That's fucked up.
Hey, Lamar, you a motherfucker.
Yeah, it had
That
you
shit-
talking about it. You talking about it, and you a
we all
basketball man.
Yeah, we all talking about it.
I mean, listen, this was on
But
what?
you know what? I will
CMTV?
say this though. It
The
is a
NBC
state.
channel.
It is a state RICO, like Eastside said in the chat. I was gonna say that in a minute. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like total federal, right? It's not. It ain't
Yeah,
broke outside
it could
of
get
Georgia.
it could get picked up. It could.
But
get
you're
picked
right though.
up.
But for us, this is fucking huge.
Bro,
I
you
mean,
really think the feds are gonna pick up a case where they have to throw out
Why
over
not?
half their evidence because they was using the 2016 warrant without a signature?
But to be fair though, right, when it comes to these people we're talking about, like hip hop is rappers are like the forefront of music now. White people, let's not act like there's white people listening to these guys. Like it ain't like, you know what I mean? I understand if it was back in the day, whatever case may be, you'd be absolutely right. But like this is a high profile case. Like I mean, I just went to the Christmas party. There's white people talking about, man, you heard a white dude in my unit, the white dude in my unit talking about, man, Young Thug and them, man. Like, come on, like dude like 40, man.
Yeah, Thug is a big deal.
Like this
Okay,
is
so
people talking
okay,
about
so
it,
true.
bro.
So just like you're basically saying because this case is high profile, the jury's not even going to take into consideration all the evidence this getting thrown out.
I mean, they're gonna take everything. That's my point. No.
Hold on.
Everything.
Let me take you to a case just with this current judge who's handling this case. Do y'all know about 10 years ago, he was trying a case where you had a crazy white dude who was caught on a Bank of America camera stabbing a 74-year-old woman over 100 times, stabbed her to death. Right? Caught him on video, dead to rights. The judge accidentally granted a mistrial and they had to let the man go free. So if there's technicalities there and the jury couldn't even keep that man locked up and he was caught dead to right, this is Judge Glanville. Go look it up. He accidentally set a murderer free because he accidentally granted a mistrial and he did it in a way where they couldn't try him again. How do you accidentally do that? I don't know. But he's the one judge in history that did that shit. So, man, if they can let a murderer go off technicalities, this ain't shit right here. This ain't nothing right here. The man, Gunna and them found a technicality, and they are executing it perfectly. I promise you this was strategic, and this was something that they were all aware of. And it's technical because Gunna knows all of that stuff that he's saying in court can't be used.
Was there aware of the video with the video being videoed and taped and now it's being public information now? Yeah. They ain't no plea to me. That's one sided. It ain't no plea to me.
What you mean?
That video got leaked. Him saying that it was a criminal organization, a gang.
Yeah, but true. I told you how that got leaked. I promise you that got leaked from
that's
the
not no plea to
side.
That ain't no plea to me.
Prosecutors leaked that because they said if we're gonna let you go free, we're gonna tarnish your reputation within your own community.
So he agrees.
They're not gonna believe you not a snitch. They gonna believe anything we put out there. If they got him on tape saying that, they just believe we gonna run with the fact that you a snitch and
they're gonna agree to that.
Agree to what? The video getting released?
Okay.
He didn't have no control over that.
I'm just saying. Let's do this. So if would he have said that if he knew that video would have been released? Yes or no?
If he didn't do that,
you don't know what a plea. You don't know what a plea is. I know that he told saying that was a criminal organization, and that was basically the whole thing of proving it wasn't a criminal organization. That's what I do know.
Yeah. Well.
That's what I
know for certain is that this case is falling into the garbage can, and these sorry state prosecutors, like I said in the beginning, don't know what the hell they doing.
So you think he's gonna get off? Is that what you're saying?
Oh
yeah,
you think
he'll get off Lamont.
Oh yeah,
that nigga Lamont getting paid by YSL, man. This shit crazy. Man.
No, I'm not.
YSL debates.
But look, I said this before any evidence got thrown out. I said state prosecutors are just public defenders on the other side. They are trash at their job. They only win cases because they have because the people that they're going up against are locked up in jail and are trying to get out by all means, so they can throw a shitty plea bargain in front of them and say, take these 15 years of probation, hope that they mess up again, they get the conviction. I mean, prosecutors
You
are
right, Lamont.
idiots. Prosecutors
You right,
are
Lamont.
idiots. And what happens is when you put a high-powered attorney in front of them that know how to finesse just as hard as them, they start pissing their pants, which is what this Atlanta DA is doing. They don't. You should have seen them in court. You should have seen them in court the other day when Young Thug attorney was up there slicing and dicing that unsigned warrant up, and they was trying to finesse. They couldn't wiggle out no more.
My whole thing is this though: how is the finesse when when a video you saying that YSL is a criminal organization, a gang? That ain't no finesse.
Okay, but the thing is,
that ain't no.
Hold on. But true. He just said, yeah, we are a gang. Now let me go free. How are they going to use that to convict anybody else?
That's public information now. So
how is the prosecutor going to use that to convict anybody else?
Here's the thing. It's not about listen. They've been looking at YSL for a long time. So now let's say they do get off, right? Because like you said, they're not prosecutors or trash, not doing their job. This feds can possibly pick this case up.
You want to watch TV? You can.
No, thank you.
Like they're like even the Fed, like they're going to continue to, even if they do go off, they continue will be watching them. So if they mess up and do anything, that video will hurt them in the long run.
What are you
they
talking
can get rid. They're him saying that the YSL is a criminal gang organization.
And what does that mean?
This is what it is. Hey, listen, they may get up now.
True. I think you're forgetting this one thing right here. Let me read it. According to attorney Brad Bailey, who's also been a prosecutor, he says Sergio Kitchen's Gunna statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. Even though Gunna admitted that he was a part of some gang or enterprise, his statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. Furthermore, his plea statement cannot be used as evidence unless the DA is willing to call Gunna as a witness. They've already agreed that he will not be called as a witness in any case. We notice because the judge said, I'm not giving you a continuous on a jury trial. They have the right to a fast and speedy jury trial, and Gunna is not listed as a witness on any of the cases. See, they're applying pressure to the DA because all of them are saying, we want a fast and speedy jury trial. Get to getting these jury trials going. And they can't do that many jury trials at the same time. So now they're about to start doling out plea agreements just so they can get some small victories.
So, Alfred, a definition of an Alfred plea agreement. This is an Alfred plea. A guilty plea in which a defendant maintains their innocence but admits that the prosecution's evidence will likely result in a guilty verdict if brought to trial.
Okay, what does that?
That's an Alfred plea. That's an Alfred plea. That's what he signed. Alfred plea. So
he signed an Alfred plea to protect himself.
That's what it was. So what I just read is, so you trying to tell me what I just read?
The Alfred plea does not affect anyone else.
It affects the case, though. It still can affect the case.
It affects
his
case.
All right, man.
Okay.
All right. Listen, that's what an
case
Alfred
is
plea.
affected?
That's an Alfred. Listen. So you trying to tell me what I read is not true? That's an Alfred plea, bro.
Okay.
That is a definition of an Alfred plea.
I understand that's the definition of an Alfred plea. Alfred. But again, an Alfred plea only impacts Gunna. It doesn't impact anyone else because nothing in that Alfred plea can be used in anyone else's case.
We'll see. All right.
What you mean? It's not we'll see. It's the law.
All right. I mean, it's not just him involved, but here's the thing: he's not the only one involved with it. That's the point. It would be different if he's the only one involved.
They didn't try them all in one big bundle. They're all being tried
He's
separately.
part of one case. He's part of one case.
It's not one case. It's separate cases.
If you under the RICO, there's multiple people on. Like, what are you talking about?
True. Unfortunately, it's not. Again, you've been getting a lot of misinformation.
That's not misinformation. So
Yes, it is.
the definition of Alfred plea is not misinformation. That's a definition of what he signed.
Okay, true. I want you. This is how an attorney explains this. It says, Gunna. He said it's not a co-conspirator statement. Remember, they don't, because, and why is it not a co-conspirator statement? Well, let the attorney explain. He says it's a statement against his own interest, only related to his case. His statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal activity or criminal enterprise, which is the RICO. His statement can only be used in his Alfred plea against him. It can't be used in any other context. And the only way his plea statement with those questions at the end, the only way that can be used against anyone else is if they list him as a witness in one of the other trials. And they have already said he's not going to be a witness in any other trial.
But Lamont, the other dude, it was some other dude, he got commutation. He got his sentence reduced for saying the same thing. Some dude, I don't know, he said the same thing. YSL was a criminal organization. He got commutation. He said he only got to serve 9 months.
By him saying YSL is a criminal organization, did that dude in his deal agree? Is he listed as a witness and that's going to be used against Gunna? I mean, Young Thug or some of these other people?
Well, wouldn't it be used because they're saying Young Thug is the kingpin, right?
Well, they said Gunna was the kingpin too.
But if I'm just saying though, if they saying that it's a criminal organization and Young Thug is the kingpin, I don't see how this helps.
I know, but they were saying Gunna was one of the kingpins too.
Right, but this is how they're going to use it. This is how they're going to use it. They're not going to necessarily use exactly what he said, but they can just say, "Hey, listen, these guys took a plea."
They cannot say that in open court. True.
It's a fact.
True.
Use it in court.
I promise
they took a plea.
A prosecutor cannot walk up to the jury and just say, "Hey, jury, some random guys have already taken plea agreements and they're guilty." And that should tell you that since those guys are guilty and have admitted guilt to a certain degree, then Young Thug is guilty. If you say that in open court, the judge is going to say, mistrial, get your stupid ass out of here, prosecutor. God damn, you fucked this whole case up.
Maybe
isn't that public information that they took a plea to?
You cannot do that, bro. Come on, stop
Listen to me. Okay, you would think this, but the opening and closing statements of prosecutors have a lot of leeway to infer a whole bunch of stuff without saying what they want to say.
They cannot talk about
when they do the opening. They can't talk about it directly, but they can infer. They've done a lot of inferring, and even if you object, doesn't necessarily mean that the judge will call for a mistrial.
Hey, I am your guy.
It depends on what district you're in and the relationship between the judge and the courts.
I am your guy.
They want to battle with that?
I am your guy. They can't even use your own criminal history in a jury trial.
No, but they can infer.
No, they cannot infer your own criminal history.
Yeah, they can. I've been through trial. They did it to me.
Bro,
what are you talking about?
The only way they can use your criminal history against you is how?
No, they didn't try to use my criminal history. They tried to use testimony. They tried to use testimony from another individual's case that had nothing to do with mine. And then when I tried to get him to testify in my trial to the same things he testified in another case, they wouldn't allow it. That's how I won my appeal. That's how I won my appeal.
They cannot use the testimony from another case unless that person that they're speaking of is there to testify in person. It says it right here. They said the only rare circumstance where they can use testimony from a person that can't be present is if that person is dead. Gunna's alive and well. They've already said Gunna's not going to be testifying.
You talk about Gunna. So you talking about an instance of Gunna himself. I was just talking about in general. But with Gunna, so they're not going to let Gunna testify. So Gunna's, there's no testimony. You don't have to testify at all.
Yeah, Gunna's he's not testifying. So everything he said in that Alfred plea statement cannot be used in no other case. And if they even if they start to tread on that and talk about, if they even mention the name Gunna in his plea deal, that is grounds for a mistrial immediately. I promise you, the prosecutors they've already bungled a whole bunch already. They are not going to be stupid enough to do that and completely throw another case, especially Young Thugs, in the garbage can.
Right. If it's not already in the garbage can.
Man, a lot
If it's not
already
already, and it's headed toward the garbage can right now because half the
That's
evidence is
what I
getting
was
thrown
wondering.
out.
What was their if they thought Gunna really was a kingpin, why did they give him a deal? What was
But
his
listen,
trial? Did
listen
they
to me.
already mess this up too much?
Check
Or?
this out. I'm your guy. If they thought he was a kingpin, he got the sweetest kingpin deal I've ever seen without really
Right.
having to do anything because he only got 5 years, 4 suspended, 1 year prison time, which they gave him time served. He only served 7 months. They waived the last 3 months just so he could walk free today. They knew when you get deals like this, just like the attorney
They
said,
messed
the
up.
Bruce said, he says when you see deals like this, it's because they know they probably did not have a very strong case.
Right. Or they messed up somewhere and they know it's gonna get thrown
He
out.
got
And
meal.
he says the likelihood that he ratted to get out is extremely low when you look at the plea deal because he says even snitches don't get deals this lenient.
Come on, Lamar. Come on, bro.
I'm just telling you what
Come on,
I'm just telling you what an
now,
attorney said.
You
I'm
just
just telling you what an
you just said people that snitch don't get deals. Like, come on now. Like, that's not like.
Yeah,
Come
okay,
on,
how many years
bro.
did Alpo do?
Sammy the
How many
Bull
years
was
did
killing folks.
Hold on.
He was on the streets.
True. How many years did Alpo do?
Come on, bro. How many years he do? I forgot exactly how many years he did.
He was in jail a long time with even after ratting.
That nigga killed don't he kill like 20 people? Come on, bro. He killed like 20 people, bro.
Got out.
Come on,
he
bro.
had to do time.
Listen, man. That man. Listen, man. What meal did he get to? What meal did he get? When you got Italian beef and Pepsi, did he get to eat at McDonald's? Like, what else was part of that plea deal, man? Because listen, man.
Bro, the prosecutors had to give out that plea deal to save face. Right now, they're just trying to get as many convictions any way they can get. Because this DA is going to walk away and say, well, I got X amount of convictions out of the Young Thug RICO case. But they're not going to tell how they got those convictions. They're not going to say that a lot of these guys didn't get prison time. They had to give out a ton of Alfred deals. They're just going to walk away saying, oh, well, we got X amount of convictions out of this case, and this is how I'm going to push my political career with it.
Now 6ix9ine, we all know 6ix9ine is a professional tattletale snitch, right? He is an expert at that. He even said gun is told.
Yeah, but what does 6ix9ine do different? What does 6ix9ine do different from Gunna?
I'm just saying
6ix9ine not only gave testimony in his case, 6ix9ine also sat on the stand against all of the other people that he told on. That's what and he was one of the primary reasons why the other people got all these years.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Free Nelly Matrix. Free Nelly Matrix.
Yeah, what's up, Flight? Hold on, we got Flight in here, and then we got Joe Bond. Flight, Sports TV, man, what's good?
Yeah. Listen, man, I've been all
you hear me,
over
Lamar?
this story myself.
Yeah, I hear you, Joe Bond.
You know, I can't really touch on it so much on our platform, but this thing is crazy. This is cold-blooded, man, and it's finest, man. You see it red-handed. I don't know how you were gonna spice this up. But it's just hopefully this is a testament to the youth, man. Don't do crimes because when the shit hit the fan, everybody gonna tell on each other, and then shit like this gonna happen. So it's best to stay the hell out of trouble, and keep a straight path out here because it's not what it's all set up to be. The streets is a myth.
So you believe he snitched? So you believe he snitched?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why do you believe he snitched?
Well, he went on the stand. Number one, they acknowledged that there's a gang. So you got. How about this? You will have the only way something like this will happen, like if they all collaborated and said, "Listen, we all gonna do this, this, and that." Right now, we don't know for sure if that was what was said, but a lot of rappers are backing off against him. You don't think Thug is able to communicate with artists, and who the hell is posting a "Welcome Home" Gunna? Who did that? They was doing it by mistake in the beginning, and then
Young Thug did that.
Who Young Thug? Who said "Welcome Home" Gunna?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to double check that for sure. I'm not.
And the only reason he deleted is because he wasn't supposed to be operating on social media.
Right. Well, I don't know about that, FYF. But I mean, I don't like this right here because it's tough, man. This is messed up. He told, man. It is what it is. Unfortunately.
Okay. Now, Flight. Also, okay. He did tell.
Yeah. It's no little.
What co-defendant? What co-defendant is going to be facing serious repercussions because he told? Who's going to get arrested or who's going to be facing charges? I mean, who's going to get convicted?
When they call his ass to the stand, and like I said, when they call his ass, right now they acknowledge that as a gang, right? So to be honest with you, everybody might as well just take plea deals and just
no,
say,
but Flight. They said they can't call him as a witness. They said he can't be a witness in anybody's trial, and nothing that he said in it. And they also said nothing that he said in his plea statement can be used in anybody else's case.
Well, I disagree with that because I heard you got these lawyer YouTubers. I forgot his name.
No, this is not a YouTuber. This is not a YouTuber.
Attorney. No, he's not a YouTuber either. He's an attorney that puts out content on these kind of stories. You know, and he stated that that's not true. Whoever the lawyer posted that shit that he didn't do this, he didn't do that. He nothing that he said will be used. Listen, that's what lawyers get paid to do. You know, if somebody, let me tell you something right now. If you commit a crime and you did it, you know, and you talking to your lawyer, the lawyer gonna take the fucking stand for you and go to bat for you, even though he know damn well you did what you did.
But Flight, this is not. This is a This is a Massachusetts-based attorney who used to work out in Atlanta. He said Gunna's statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise. He further said that the prosecutors have already agreed that they don't intend to call Gunna to court as a witness, nor do they plan to introduce his plea statement as evidence. So basically, everything he said was just so he can get up out of that jam. It ain't gonna hurt nobody else. Who did he tell?
How about this? I'll be real with you. I think he just ended his career. You know, I know you're gonna have the children, you know, to rock with him possibly, you know, but I'm telling you, people are about to back off from this dude. So you can say whatever you want to slice it up. Go ahead.
Right.
6ix9ine is out of business.
No. Tekashi 6ix9ine just made $1.5 million across 3 shows in Russia and Dubai last week.
Did he say that?
Last week.
Who said that? Did he do that? Because he you know how he do. He like you know how New Yorkers do. Come on,
his manager on Clubhouse said it. His manager Whack 100 said it.
Hey man, listen, bro. As a community, we just need to ignore this nigga Whack 100, please.
Hey, he hit it on the money on this one. We're Gunna.
Man, I don't. What he called him? Did he call him a snitch?
Listen,
don't he support a snitch?
Yeah, he managing a snitch over it.
Yeah, he managing a snitch. So it's like I don't. What credibility does Whack have in this? What's his name? Flight. What credibility does Whack have in this?
Well, I'm not here to vouch for Whack's credibility.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So I'm just saying that he says some decent points, you know, with the Gunna situation. Like he was one of the first people who came out when I think Swiss Beats. A couple of people did welcome him home. You know, but it is what it is, you know. But he was one of the first people who jumped out and said, "Whoa, wait a minute, this is what really happened." And then, like I said, you got other people saying that's not true. You know,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
If he's asked to go to court, he gonna have to take the stand, and he gonna have to keep it 100. Otherwise, they're gonna hit you for all the fucking time that they just suspended.
He cannot take the stand, though, Flight. They've already turned in their witness list for trial. He's not a witness.
Okay, well, he probably struck a massive deal. You know, they said this was like a historic deal. So, I mean, FY, you might be right. You know, on that. I heard that that's not true. So I'm hearing 2 conflicting reports. So we're gonna have to figure this out.
And here's my thing, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to rehash this later. I'm gonna do some research right now. Actually, go ahead, keep talking.
No, here's my thing, deal though.
I heard this was a historic outfit plea that they were trying to say. It's like a never heard of deal that was struck.
It makes sense that you would give this guy a light penalty when you only had him tied to the RICO case over traffic tickets.
But see, this the thing. This what I'm thinking. This what I'm cooking all of my. I see your point because it's like if Gunna didn't say yes, Thug put that hit out on that dude, or yes, Thug gave him the keys to that Nissan where they killed that dude at, and yes, if he didn't say those things, I kind of see what you're saying that he's not technically a snitch. But my point is though, I don't see how this helps Young Thug at all. You see what I'm saying? I think that's what people are really harping on.
Throw him under the bus. They said
right. Him saying that it is a criminal. Yes, him saying it is a criminal organization.
Yes,
that doesn't help Young Thug at all. If anything, it hurts. I think so. That's why I think a lot of people are saying he snitched. But I see what you're saying, but I don't think that
No.
everybody else pretty much saying by him
The
acknowledging
optics for the public, it hurts. But if you're talking about in a trial, in a case where you're trying to get somebody convicted, this is not something that they can even broach. They can't use anything that he said in court. They can't use his plea deal. They can't discuss him at all. And this is because I want to ask you guys this question. They felt so convicted on that they had Young Thug in their pocket. Why are they so scared? Why are they so scared to put him on the stand and say what he needs to say? Because the thing is, they said he can also get on the stand and just plead the fifth. That's one thing he can do, which he's not going to do. They are scared to even put this man on the stand. And why is the prosecutor? Why are they scared to put him on the stand?
He gonna plead the fifth if he take the stand.
They were proud to put 6ix9ine on the stand when it was time for him to rat on everybody. Why are they so scared to put Gunna on the stand?
Well, the thing was, though,
already
that
he's
6ix9ine, he was actually doing shit. 6ix9ine was a part of it. 6ix9ine was actively
willing. He was more willing to tell. After, this guy was upset that it was recorded. He didn't think it was being recorded. See, I don't know if y'all seen his sister put out something and said that he was upset that he was surprised that they recorded it in the courtroom. Not, like I'm saying, I guess it was not that many people supposed to be in there, but somehow it got on the internet like immediately.
They would have got the court transcripts anyway. It would have got out.
So yeah, you know what, Lamont? It got out before that statement, though.
You know what, Lamont? If Young Thug ain't saying he a snitch, and YSL ain't putting it out there that he a snitch, then if it was just something that was recorded at his plea deal, it don't, and it wasn't supposed to be recorded, then I don't see how that. I don't see how that hurts. It's still, you still told on yourself though, but I mean that's your plea deal. That's your plea deal. I was under the impression that one thing I was under the impression, I must have been getting some misinformation, was that he was going to be testifying. And
no, he's not. No, he just got out. By him, he just got a plea deal. He just got.
He's not testifying. He is not. He's not. His attorney confirmed he's not cooperating. He's not testifying. He's not going to get called to testify. Nothing that he said in this plea statement.
What did he say to the police? What did he say to the police? Did he say anything to the police?
No.
Check what's in the plea deal.
I got the whole plea deal.
So if he didn't say nothing to the police when he got arrested, he ain't said nothing to the prosecutor since. He ain't gave up no information. Then if he just took his plea deal and they told him that he had to say he was in YSL, but why? That's just weird to me. That's weird. There's a consequence for that.
No,
there's a consequence for that.
And here's this is what I believe, and that could be very wrong as well. But I believe the prosecutors, and I said this in the beginning, I believe that they knew they were going to be taking a massive L. The only small victory they could get out of this is they have to let Gunna walk free, is that he was going to walk out of that jail with a stained reputation. And the only way you stain his reputation is by giving the implication that he told on everybody. That's the only thing our community cares about. That's the only thing that anybody really cared about in this whole case, as far as our community goes. Who's telling, who's not telling? Are they going to stay solid? Who's not going to stay solid? That's all we cared about. And when he left that courtroom, the first thing that started to get spoken upon was, did he snitch? And then mysteriously, this clip gets leaked out. I would assume by the prosecutor's side, and it happens just to record those specific questions, him answering them questions, but no other context to it. They don't tell us that the prosecutor's not going to call him as a witness. They're not going to tell you that he refused to cooperate with the police. They're not going to tell you none of that. They're just going to play those answers to the plea bargain and just give the impression to the world that he told on his partners. Even though I suspect that when Young Thug gets out, he's going to confirm that Gunna didn't tell on nobody.
Right. I mean, he can confirm that now. He ain't got to wait till then.
No, Gunna, he can't. Remember, he can't talk about it. Remember, they took away his access to phones and everything.
Nah, but his people can. His people can talk about it.
Oh, his sister already confirmed. His sister came out and said Gunna did not snitch.
Now, was it his sister or Young Thug?
Young Thug's sister came out and said he did not snitch.
Well, then, you know what, Lamont? I came on the panel. I was going to say he was a snitch, Lamont. But now that if all the things you're saying is true, if all the things you're saying is true, then he ain't a snitch. No, it's cool.
Yeah, he didn't snitch then, if that's the case.
Can I say something? If Young Thug, they do have a point. If Young Thug has to come out to verify, because like I said, for all you know, they all coerced together and said, "This is what we're gonna do. We all gonna take plea deals. This is how we're gonna do it."
That's exactly what I thought.
If Thug take a plea deal too and he get out too, I mean, goddamn, this seemed like it was a work. Like
yeah, that's what it seemed like. It seemed like Young Thug told him, it was like, yeah,
but you don't know that for sure yet. We don't know that for sure yet.
No,
yeah, but Flight, the timing of all this is very eerily weird because they give Gunna this really good plea bargain as soon as it comes out that all the evidence is about to get thrown in the garbage can because they was operating on a warrant that wasn't even signed by a judge. So they already taken a massive error. So they tried to finesse the judge and say, yeah, we just gonna throw the weed out. When the judge was like, hell no. All this shit gotta go, you stupid motherfuckers. Y'all was operating on a fake warrant the whole time. And so now they're getting their whole case thrown in the garbage can. Now this mysteriously, they've been taking L's for like the last 2 weeks. The only W that they have is potentially Gunna walking out in the community saying he's a snitch. That's the only win that they can get out of it.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right about that.
This had to be collaborated on. Hey, there's no way this wasn't collaborated on with Gunna and Young Thug. No way.
Right. Yeah, I see what you said, Lamar. You convinced me, Lamar.
Young Thug gonna come out and be the hottest artist in the game. He's gonna take the whole shit over. This shit go the way it's going.
And if this is why I'm not so quick to call him a snitch, because again, the only person that has the credibility to confirm that can't speak on the case publicly.
Right. Right.
But Young Thug's sister, she said, Gunna is not a snitch. Please, she said, can y'all please stop saying that he ratted? She released a video on IG saying this. And she's closer to the situation than all of us.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to what I said. People do this. Everybody collaborates and said, this is how we're going to do it, but we don't know for sure if that's all how it went. But you do see other people taking deals. So we don't know, but you see, I don't know. And then I heard that Thug had scored a victory in the trial, but I didn't verify all of this. I ain't go too crazy.
Well, he scored a victory in the pre-trial because right now they in the phase where, because remember the prosecutor was panicking. They asked the judge if he could push the trial date back a few months. And the judge was like, hold on, you already asked me to hold these dudes on no bond. Right? Now you asking me to keep them in jail longer while you get your shit in order. And he was like, I can't keep doing that. He said they have a right to a fast and speedy trial. Get this shit on the road. You got a strong case. You've been claiming you had a strong case. You've been in the media. Remember, she was in the media at the beginning of this saying she wasn't giving out no plea bargains. That's what she said. Now all of a sudden she backtracking, handing out some of the greatest plea bargains I've ever seen. Come on, man.
Well, good money, good lawyers. We got AB too. What's good, AB?
She's just a public defender on the other side. She's another trash attorney. That's all she is.
Yo, Lamar, are you hear me?
Yeah, what up, Joe Bond?
What's good, man? Let me say my piece.
Yeah, what's up?
So I agree with a couple of the guys. It's tough to not say that he's not snitching, and a couple of the other guys are snitching as well. So they're admitting that to the criminal enterprise, and Young Thug is the head of that criminal enterprise. So the lower guys that maybe they didn't commit any crimes, but they're part of it, them admitting that there's a criminal enterprise and he's the head of it, is gonna end up that RICO is gonna end up sticking. So Young Thug will take a bigger hit.
What they do to the head? You know what they do to the head?
No, but hold on, but Joe Biden, let's not forget at the beginning of this, they said Young Thug and Gunna were both the heads of the enterprise. They were both giving out orders. They put them both as the head, not just Young Thug.
I understand that, but by Gunna talking and giving his testimony of even that event that they were both pulled over with the drugs and the gun, saying those are not mine. Because once you get pulled over in the same car, you're already that's already conspiracy. You're already committing a crime. So unless you say, yo, this is all his, or the person that's in the car says these are all mine, you're already getting charged with conspiracy because you both are in the car.
Now,
so you're already conspiring.
Now, here's the tricky thing about court cases. Okay, let's say they have that information from Gunna's plea statement. How did they use that information in court to convict Young Thug?
Well, you in the audio that you heard, they said, all right, so you was in this car with Young
No. We know what the audio is. I'm saying now. No, I'm saying now, how do they take this information in a jury trial? How do they present this information to a jury and use it against Young Thug?
Well, they're building up. They're using all types of pieces. They're saying this incident. They're saying these members all admitted to the criminal enterprise.
No. Hold on, Joe Bond. First of all, Joe Bond, that's not how court works. You cannot just say these members and give a blanket statement. You have to put names in there. And if you cannot bring up names and start quoting people or using their testimony, if you're not willing to call them as a witness, they've already said they are not calling Gunna as a witness in this case. How are they going to use his statement in his own case against Young Thug if they're not willing to call him as a witness in this case?
Well, like guys already been saying, he on his plea deal, it says that he could come in and give a testimony if
his plea deal, yes. On his plea deal, it says yes, he could be called as a witness. The unfortunate reality for the prosecutors is that when it was time to turn in their list of witnesses for who they're going to call as a witness in trial, Gunna wasn't on it, and they confirmed and said, we're not calling him as a witness, and we're not using his testimony.
No, I heard that. I heard you say that a couple of times. But what Young Thug's lawyer said, because of all these plea deals that have been coming down, they're saying that it's making it harder for the defense to be able to help or to defend Young Thug in this RICO case, when all these guys are admitting to racketeering and admitting to the criminal enterprise.
I don't
see. I heard this. I heard that clip, and what he said was, and I feel like this is why I think it's all strategic. What he said is that, of course, you have all of these people coming out giving statements because they taking plea deals. They all been held without bond for over a year now, and now all of a sudden, all I got to do is say I was in the car, but it's not mine, and I can go home. Of course. So he's saying that they're putting people in really hard situations, but then giving them an easy out, and they taking it. I think that he's setting up an opportunity to say, yes, you got all of these plea deals, but what do they mean? You got a bunch of criminals who said that they was in the criminal organization, and then you let them all go. You don't have anybody committing to an actual crime. You don't have Gunna on saying, yeah, me and Thug was out here, we shot somebody. When 6ix9ine went down, he was saying, I called Kuda B and I told him to go shoot at Chief Keef, and he did it. Me, Shotty, and such pulled up on whoever, and we beat him up. Me, XYZ, such and such. You don't have that with none of these cases. And to me, that's what makes this not snitching. It's just acknowledging the truth. Most court cases today are ending in plea deals. When Miles Bridges just took a plea deal saying that he beat up his wife. You know what I mean? So that's, you have to do that. If it go to case and they put a bunch of language in it to make it seem worse than it is, you could, a lot of these guys, I was reading somewhere where the guy got a 10-year sentence where he's in the criminal justice system for the next 10 years, and he can't have no criminal involvement, no police involvement, or then he might have to go back to jail. You know what I mean? They put a lot of that wording in there, but I don't know. So that's what it is. I heard Gunner's, I heard Thug's attorney speak on what you were just talking about, but I feel like he worded it a bit different.
And also, AB, this is where it goes to the credibility of the district attorney, because at the beginning of all this, she was making it sound like these guys were the most dangerous guys in the state of Georgia. This is how she was wording it. And she also says she's not giving out plea deals. She's losing credibility. The more she gives out plea deals and the more she allows these guys that she originally claimed to be the most dangerous people in the state of Georgia, when you're giving out these sweet deals and they can walk out, it starts to look like you're just headhunting for one person for the clout. And it's just not a good look for her. And this is what, like what AB said, this is what his attorney is starting to call out. You're just giving these guys an easy out after keeping them locked up for a long time, and they have absolutely no way. They couldn't even bond out. Most people are given the ability to bond out, even for murder. These guys have been held with no bond all this time, probably losing money, losing jobs, losing family, losing relationships, and you don't expect them to jump on an easy opportunity to leave jail, especially when nothing that they say in their case is going to affect anybody else? Because if all these other guys before Gunna said it was a criminal enterprise, you would think it would lend more credibility to the DA not giving out any more plea bargains, saying we have enough people who've already said this is a criminal enterprise. We're going to proceed in trial. We're going to slam bam all of y'all. Because usually it's the first to tell gets the best deal. Right? They've said they already said before anybody got a plea deal that they had 300 witnesses, multiple proffers, and all this stuff. So why now is your case breaking and you giving out these such sweet plea deals and letting people go over nothing? Come on, man.
And they said the guy who is the co-founder of YSL took a plea deal first, basically saying that YSL was a gang, him and Thug created it, and then broke all of that down. So all of these other guys are just corroborating what he said. But I remember a couple months ago, man, you was on my channel, Lamont, and we talked about this. What happens if you get pulled over? It was me, you, and Flight, and you something in the car, and who claims it? and I'm saying it's not mine. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand what folks expect Gunna to say if they say you and him was in the car, it was a bunch of drugs and whatever in there. Is he supposed to say, yeah, it's mine? And then Thug's supposed to say, no, it's mine. And they supposed to fight over who take the charge? Or both of them say, no, it's not ours. And then they got to figure out who put it in the rental car or who, you know what I mean? To me, that's what I feel like they doing. That's how you're supposed to do it.
It makes it harder for them to do their job.
Yeah,
it makes it hard because if he's saying it's not his, he's saying it's not his, right? And it's going to be extremely hard for the prosecutor to determine constructive possession, who have true possession over this, fingerprints. Now they got to spend money to do additional investigation here, there. They might not have fingerprints, and it's going to muddy the waters. It's going to muddy the waters.
They just charge both of you guys. If nobody claims it, they charge both of you guys.
Well, that's what they
got
tried
to prove it. Yeah,
they got to prove it then too. That's the problem.
You could charge the last 6 people who was in the vehicle, but they still got to prove that it's somebody's. They can't say the one gun is owned by all 6 of y'all. That don't even to a jury. That don't make sense.
But that's what they hit with conspiracy. That's why conspiracy comes in.
There's no such thing as gun possession conspiracy, bro.
No, the drugs. I'm not talking about the gun.
Bro, they threw the drugs out already.
You're talking about the weed. You're talking about the weed.
No, they threw the weed out. They threw the pills out.
No, you're talking about that was a raid that happened at the house. You're talking 2 different instances.
No,
you're conflating the 2.
Okay, so they were using an unsigned 2016 warrant, correct?
Yeah, but that's at the raid at the house, not in the car.
That raid at the house was one of the last raids that they conducted using that bogus warrant.
I'm not saying they weren't, but you're conflating the drugs and the guns in the car with the drugs at the house. And those guns at the house as well.
That car incident was petty because Gunna, when that incident was all said and done, Gunna walked away from that incident with what? Only a traffic ticket. So now they're trying to go back and tie him to that when originally there was nothing that tied him to that gun. He only got a traffic ticket, and they were using that traffic ticket violation to connect him to this whole RICO case, which is why people were laughing at the fact that they even had Gunna tied into this whole mess.
And I got another question for you, Lamont. If guys think that because the evidence is going to get thrown out and the prosecution doesn't have a case, why are guys signing plea deals then?
Well, people sign plea deals for that very reason that we just spoke on.
But it doesn't make sense if it's a weak case.
Okay, but Joe Bond, it does make sense because he's been locked up for 7 months.
I don't
the
care.
The trial was probably not going to start for another 3 months.
It's a weak deal.
Hold on 1
second. You're not going to sign with a racketeering
Joe
case.
Bond, hold on 1 second. Joe Bond, you've been locked up for 7 months.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a lot of information that suggests your innocence. But if he waits through the process of an entire trial, he's talking about sitting in jail for another 7 months.
Okay.
Right? On top of the fact that, or you can go sign an Albert plea deal, which remember, an Albert plea deal means that what? The Albert plea deal means that you are still purporting your innocence, but you just think it's in your best interest to go ahead and sign this deal to avoid trial. And on top of the fact, if you know that you can sign this deal, no one else gets in trouble, and you can go home that same day, do you sign the deal, take the BS community service, go home, get back to living life and making money, or do you sit in jail another 7 months because you want to hold on to your pride and dignity and fight a case that you're probably going to win anyway, but you're just going to have to sit in jail for another 7 months doing absolutely nothing?
Well, ask Thug when he come home.
I don't know, man.
Remember,
That's tough.
I told you that.
That's tough, man. You gotta sit another 7 months and not have that charge if you just wait,
bro. If I can take an Alfred plea deal and get out, which all he has to do is complete probation successfully, and it all gets wiped from his record anyway.
Can I say?
Hell no. That's a felony. He ain't gonna get no fucking wiped off. That's just
it's part of his Alfred plea deal. All he has to do is clear probation without getting in trouble, and it's taken off his record.
You read that?
Yes, bro. You got to go look up the deal.
I didn't see that in the plea.
If Thug come home, and his, like you just said, they both, if he could sign that plea, come home today, but Thug gonna end up winning the case anyway in 7 to 8 months, or maybe even a year. Gunna just came home now. I guarantee you, his career is about to take a nice slow traction. I guarantee you, if it goes the way you're planning it, Young Thug gonna come home to everything. So I mean, I'd rather take the everything, because I'd rather sit another 7 months than tell and then come home to nothing. Your whole career is over. You're a rapper.
We know you're not sitting another 7 months. You got kids at home.
That's not. No, I'm not doing crimes.
You're gonna be on that Alfred plea deal fast.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna be doing crimes. Like I told you, you don't do crimes. You understand? If you were involved in that shit, this will come with it.
I know, but Flight, it takes us back to the same analogy that I gave you. It takes us back to the same analogy that I gave you. If me and you both in the car, right? I'm driving my car, and I got guns under the passenger seat that you sitting in, and I don't tell you, and we get pulled over, and the cop pull you out and be like, "Hey, Flight, you got two pistols under your seat, my guy. That's constructive possession. That's yours. You just gonna hold that?"
Your boy's supposed to be honorable and be like,
no, hold on. But what if I'm not honorable? What if I'm not honorable? Which we know the streets ain't honorable.
How about
I understand.
Yeah, but if you in that,
so Joe Biden. So if I'm not honorable, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna eat that?
I'm gonna have to take. I'm gonna have to fight the case.
Take that. You gotta fight take it. Listen,
and you laugh, Lamont. You laugh, but that's the truth, bro. That's
Joe Biden. Y'all telling on me like y'all gonna be like, that's his shit. This is his car.
Nah, bro. Hell no.
You can't do that.
Hell no. Yo, you say that because you live in the suburbs.
But Joe Biden, you tell Joe Biden.
These dudes, multi-millionaires.
That's why you talk the way you speak.
But these dudes, multi-millionaires, live in mansions and all that stuff, and they just spent the 7 months in jail.
These are real life situations that guys go through in the hood all the time.
Bro. Yeah, what do you mean? Hood niggas are the biggest snitches. What are you talking about?
But that's what I'm saying. These dudes here don't even live in the hood.
But they preach the hood though.
They're like, if I know what really happened, I'm telling the truth.
Hey, Joe Biden.
Come on, this guy's a suburban.
Hey, Joe Biden, check this out, Joe Biden.
Don't talk it if you ain't about
it. I'm riding in the car with you, and your guns is under my car seat. We get pulled over, and the cops ask me who guns they is.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
we gonna bail out.
No, we not bailing out of shit.
No, go ahead, Lamont.
We bailing out, homie. You bailing out. We gonna get lawyers.
No, go ahead, Lamont.
We get a lawyer. We both gonna get out of there.
No, I am the guy. I'm gonna be like, if you got the nerve to put me in a car and not inform me that there's guns under my seat,
that's true too.
Oh,
that's true.
I'm letting the cop. This motherfucker got guns under my seat. The cop. I'm telling the cop, this is his car. Fingerprint them bitches. Do whatever you got to do. That shit ain't mine. That's his shit. I'm telling you, and that's not no goddamn snitching. Because the thing is, we both have to be actively participating in the crime for me to be snitching. If I'm not a willfully participant in the shit, then I'm not snitching. Because I didn't willingly participate in sticking no guns under my car.
You shouldn't have gotten in the car with that dude for one.
No, y'all just not being real with it. Y'all just
not being real. Why
being real?
You're not being real. Just be like,
I'm trying to be telling you real life situations that.
Why the nigga with the gun can't just be
like, real life situations?
Why would he do that? Wait, y'all keep saying
we telling you some real shit that we done been through, dog.
Why the nigga with the gun can't just say, "Hey man, it's my gun, bro"?
That's what's supposed to happen.
Scared.
because he ain't trying to go to jail.
That is what's supposed to happen, Luke.
Joe Biden, let me ask you a question. Why do real niggas run from the cops all the time? Because they ain't trying to go to jail.
Because they can't afford a lawyer.
No, of course.
Even if you can.
Only
so even in that situation,
run from the police.
In that situation that
but
y'all
to let your
talked
boy
about,
go
you
down
already
for
got
your
a
shit,
post
Lamar, that's something else, bro.
Hold on, let AB cook. Let AB cook.
I'm saying in that situation that y'all talking about, my man said we gonna post bail together. That's money. Now I gotta go get a lawyer to fight it just to say for a case that ain't even mine. I know for a fact I didn't do it. Nah, man, I'd rather just go ahead and let them know. Hey, it's Lamont.
Don't get in the car. Don't get in the car with somebody
else.
that you think you're gonna have to go through that situation is a lesson
stop
of the
it,
day.
bro. Stop it.
Don't
man.
get in the car.
Half the time you don't even know, man, bro.
You don't even know.
No,
It could be
I don't get in cars with people I don't know.
You don't know.
That right there. When somebody talking about being from the hood. If you from the hood, you done rode in the car with some shady characters at some point.
I
I
went to prison behind that. That's why I don't do it no more.
And I remember once I came home from college, dude asked me for a ride. I didn't realize he was having me transport him to a coke deal. He in the front seat breaking up coke rocks and he trying to break it down. I'm like, bro, I don't need to know nothing about what you got going. Let's do this. And so it happened.
From the hood
So
experience.
we
You
talk
could be
about
working at a certain job and be around.
This like Gunna.
Hold on, y'all. Let me let Dave go. Go ahead, Dave.
No. We talk about this like Gunna didn't know nothing. The whole street understand in Atlanta what YSL is. So for him to get up there and lie and say, I thought it was just a record label, like everybody right now doing, letting him get off. It ain't got nothing to do with the gun and dope that they found that day. YSL is indicted on a state RICO. The whole thing is indicted. So
he just supposed to cop to it?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. What he's not supposed to do is get up there and say YSL is a gang.
Why?
Right.
So he signed the YSL. So let me say this to you, Lamont. So during his rap career, he can benefit off of the toughness of YSL. He can benefit off the street cred of YSL. He can. Have you not heard his songs? Take It to Trial. I Bet Not Tell. You know, all of these things that Gunna benefited from. You think he didn't know Young Slime life? Come on, y'all. What are we talking about? He knew.
Okay. Dave, here's my main question to you. Let's say you're right. We'll just go with the premise that you're right, Dave.
He knew.
Now, no, Dave. I'm saying that you're right. Now, my next question is, based on the information that we know, that's factual. By him admitting that in open court, who is he gonna get convicted?
Everybody, bro. Listen, they're on
not true, Dave.
Listen, they're on a state RICO, so they only have one option.
Bro, Dave, they just said even the prosecutor said they can't use what he said to
That's
convict
cap.
anybody.
That's cap because the paperwork says if we call Sergio Kitchens, bro, I've been looking at this 100 times. If we call Sergio Kitchens, he has to come and testify truthfully.
Dave,
read the paper.
Dave. Now it does say that. Now, what did the prosecutors release the next day after that? They released their witness list and said, we are not calling Gunna to testify and we're not using his plea statement in any of these cases.
So you think Gunna didn't snitch, bro? Is that what
hold on, bro. You just said if he gets called to testify, you said he could, but what the prosecutor just said, we can't use it. We're not calling him. He's not a witness.
Right.
He's not cooperating. He's not testifying.
So listen,
we're not using his statement.
His plea deal already buried Young Thug. It already buried him.
How did they use it to convict him?
Facts.
Can I tell you how? I'm about to tell you. You
They
ready?
already admitted to racketeering.
So listen. He said the lady said Sergio Kitchens is YSL a gang. Yes. Do you have knowledge of any gang activity?
Yes, we know what he said, bro.
Yes.
We know what he said.
Yes, that's telling. You're not supposed to say nothing. I don't know nothing about no felonies.
Bro.
I don't know nothing about no gang.
Bro, here's what the prosecutor said.
Telling.
Prosecutor says his statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise, which is the RICO.
So look, this what y'all do. y'all say, and I get it because people civilians. Y'all say
who got locked up?
They can't use it in court. So it ain't snitching. My man.
I've been like that.
The world heard what he said. Mr. Kitchens, is YSL a gang? Yes.
Bro.
Do you have knowledge of crime?
Can I ask you a question,
yes.
Dave? Did you already know that YSL was a gang before he got locked up?
Absolutely.
So who cares if he tells the world?
Bro.
Here go the question.
Everybody knew what was going on with YSL.
So who cares if he tells the world if y'all already knew?
He wasn't supposed to tell the court. Unless Gunna said something about them bodies and the murders and all that shit, I don't really see how he could be considered snitching.
Bro, you said you already knew. Bro, if you already knew and he tells the world, but they can't do nothing with it to convict nobody, then who he hurting? You said you already knew anyway. You didn't get no new information today. What? I didn't know YSL was a gang.
That's what I'm gonna tell you. I'll break it down. I'll break it down.
Bring it down.
So Young Thug's case was, we are not a gang. We are an organization. We pay our taxes. We're a record label, right? And that's his only play card. That was all Young Thug had. We are not a gang. We are a corporation. That is, bro. They are on they're on a RICO, bro. Do you know what
I have the whole indictment right here. That's not
right.
True.
They're on that. That's what they're on. So when Sergio Kitchens gets up there, Mr. Kitchens, do you have knowledge of crimes being committed? Yes, ma'am. Like, get the fuck.
But who's gonna get in trouble off that?
All of them motherfuckers.
How? You also had to think if they call him to the stand, and testify,
they all got indicted.
He gotta.
What do you mean how?
If he gets called to the stand, they gotta ask him questions and he gotta answer them. And so they may know for a fact that he's not a good witness for this case.
Yeah, who is that talking? So look, that's a good point, bro. Y'all really think the state of Georgia, right, in Fulton County just let Gunna go on a plea deal and he ain't gotta do nothing or give up no knowledge? The nigga did 7 months in a day and 4 years suspended, and here you go, Mr. Kitchens.
The case fell apart, my guy.
They do that all of the time.
The case fell apart. The case fell apart when they had to throw all that, when they had to throw so much evidence out. When it started to become public that Gunna was only tied to the RICO because of a traffic violation, a misdemeanor at that. When this stuff, when it gets leaked out that one of the guys in this RICO allegation just had got out of prison for the same crimes in the RICO allegation, and he did his 6 years. He didn't tell when the public and everybody starts to see that this was a sloppily put together case by prosecutors who are just pretend public defenders on the other side, and they start to get exposed now more so that they were operating on a warrant that wasn't even signed. They start to look stupid, and so the only way they can get any victories is to get plea agreements, which on paper it says there's a guilty plea. But we know in reality, these guys got taps on the wrist because the prosecutors fucked up half the cases.
So look at this.
That's what's happening.
I'm reading this right here. The judge said, Mr. Kitchens, do you agree that YSL as a gang must...
Bro, you repeating the same questions that we've already heard 1,000 times.
Okay, so how's that?
We know why he said yes to that. Because it was part of the Alfred plea agreement, but he said yes to questions that won't affect nobody but his own case.
Those weren't questions, bro. That was his statement. She was reading back his statement.
It's called a plea statement. A plea statement. It says right here that Gunner's plea statement cannot be used as evidence in any other cases. That's 100% fact. Because the prosecutor has already said they will not use him as a witness in any of the cases.
A blind man could tell that man just ratted, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
How you gonna say that? Hey, his sister said he didn't rat. So
why did Young Thug's sister say he didn't rat?
Bro, Thug about to take a plea, bro. They gotta say that.
Oh my God! Stop.
Oh my God!
They better not be tampering with the witness.
Right? They can't tamper with the witness. They can't say nothing bad about him.
They better not.
What do you mean? They could have not said nothing. What are you talking about? They can't say
nothing bad about him.
They didn't have to say anything. They didn't have to say anything.
She's not the one saying anything. It's y'all saying he's a snitch.
Yeah, she said he didn't rat. Y'all.
She came to his defense and said he did not rat. Why y'all worried?
We ain't saying that he snitched. Gunna went up on the stage and snitched himself, nigga.
Who did he tell him?
How did he snitch himself? What do you? Oh my.
They said, yes, ma'am. They said, Gunna, did you make money to enhance the furtherance of the enterprise?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, bro. What are you
that
talking
nigga's a
about?
rat.
You guys should be lawyers.
Hold on.
Y'all guys are delusional.
No.
Joe Bond. So he told on himself, Joe
Law
Bond?
and order shit. You niggas acting like
he told on himself and the gang. Yes.
You niggas ain't even.
Oh my
God.
God.
None of you niggas had a RICO. Ain't none of you niggas ever had a RICO. You niggas acting like y'all some fucking law experts. Ain't none of you niggas been in no fucking RICO.
You and Lamont sound dumber than we do, though.
Hold on.
You gotta read the details.
How do we sound dumb when you
niggas
just talking?
So, bro, listen. If you and all your friends get locked up the same day, and 7 months later, only one of your homeboys go loose, and he commit, and he come in the courtroom and say, "Yeah, they a gang." Jeffrey Williams is supposed to be the head of this gang. Who do you think finna fall on the sword?
Dave, here's your problem with that.
Where's the kitty?
You already told me that you knew they was a gang before they even went into anybody's courtroom.
Yeah, so Lamont, he get to go in there and just say it openly, huh? Yeah, we a gang.
Oh yeah, that's what you have to do to get a plea agreement. You have to just admit to everything. That's not. Hold on. So that means, Dave, that means anybody that's ever taken a plea agreement and had co-defendants is a snitch.
No, that's not true because they don't make you always do that when you take a plea agreement.
Yes, they do, bro. You have to admit
they don't.
Guilt. Yes, you
when
do,
I took my plea agreement, I did not make guilt. I took it out for plea. Hold on, let's listen. In the state of Washington,
you had co-defendants?
In the state of Washington, I had co-defendants. In the state of Washington,
Okay. I thought it was
when you take an Alfred plea in the state of Washington, you do not admit any guilt at all. You say that you maintain your guilt and maintain your innocence, and there ain't no statement. I ain't never seen a person with an Alfred plea have to take a statement. Usually, when you do that,
it's probably
type of
different.
Statement,
it's probably different in different
it might be a
states.
different
You in
state.
Washington,
I'm in Washington
he in Georgia.
State. He in Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm in a liberal. I'm more liberal state, so I don't know.
Just like in Indiana, to get a plea grill, you got to give a cleanup statement.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you how he messed up though. That day he got out and he had his lawyers post that little fake statement. I have not made any statement. I have not did any interviews. And then that video dropped that night. We had his ass then. He said himself, I did not make no statements. I did not agree to testify, and I did not cooperate. Did he not say that? And then that night, some little newscaster was recording the video. You could see him crouched down in the courtroom recording it, and boom, the whole world knew.
Okay. Now, what are we going to do with that information?
All I'm saying, bro, is it's selective politicking. That's what I'm saying. If you like it...
Hold on. But Dave, I want to see you have the same energy for T.I., who admitted that he used his dead cousin. I want you to have that same energy for the baby who was in them interrogation rooms talking to the police, trying to talk his way out of a situation. All these people that have been in these situations that have finessed to get themselves out of trouble. I know that's what I'm saying.
So call it what it is, right? So to be honest with you, 6ix9ine did more time in jail than Gunna. Now, and we demolished 6ix9ine, but 6ix9ine did more time in jail than Gunna.
Bro, y'all don't demolish 6ix9ine. He's still a millionaire.
6ix9ine committed a lot of crimes as well, and he admitted to them.
Man, bro, you think Gunna was just a saint? Okay.
But he didn't admit to any crimes.
He didn't admit to anything.
Hold on. Yeah. What crimes did Gunna commit? I want you to tell me, since you know.
No. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm that deep in it because I don't know. But if y'all sit here and think that man was on YSL and throwing up the slime and all of that, and he didn't do nothing, y'all are very.
But that's the point, though.
Bro, he was only tied to the RICO case off of a traffic ticket. He don't even have a criminal record.
Why y'all can't process that?
They didn't tie him to this RICO case because murders and phone calls. He was added to the RICO allegation over traffic tickets. People were laughing at how sloppy this was put together, man.
Bro, the nigga 6ix9ine sent out a hit on somebody to get killed
on camera.
It's two totally different scenarios. You can't compare the two.
True keeps saying I'm deflecting. True, how am I deflecting, man?
Because you naming people that nobody's going to defend. Like, come on, we know that. Like, see deflection. See, this is what we doing. see deflection.
I need people to know who you are.
Listen, man. We all know the definition of an Alfred plea, man. You keep avoiding that, Lamont, like that. That's not like, I don't know why you keep avoiding the definition of a Alfred plea. And
I didn't have to. I read the definition.
Listen, man. Finesse equals he told. It is what it is. I don't feel sorry for him. He should have been in that situation to begin with.
King, one question. Did Grant Williams' boyfriend snitch when he accidentally outed him?
I don't know what you even talking about. That's all alleged stuff.
What?
That's all alleged stuff.
Yeah, Grant Williams' boyfriend accidentally outed him on.
I don't even know what he. I don't even know what that is. He brought that up. I don't even know that even true or not.
The video is out. True. Did he snitch?
I don't even know if it's true or not. You know, people do those.
It is now. True.
Listen. That's a.
He said he had a TikTok up said my boyfriend's. He says when your boyfriend is getting blown out or something, and then he did another TikTok said, I can't stand when I'm sitting next to my boyfriend's baby.
You outing somebody, snitching. Let's go hand in hand. Outing somebody and telling somebody to go hand in hand. So What you saying?
No, but why you deflecting?
You outing somebody and telling on somebody, outing somebody and telling somebody goes hand in hand. So what you saying?
Okay.
So what do you? So I mean, listen. I don't listen. Gunna needs to be locked up right now. And the day he was YSL. He admitted that he was part of a criminal organization. I don't feel sorry for him. It is what it is. He told to get out of jail. What the song was? Pusha T song.
From your experience being in law enforcement, True.
I'm not in law enforcement. I'm not in law enforcement.
Oh.
I'm not in law enforcement.
All right, man.
I'm in the National Guard, man. I'm in the military. It's two different things, man.
So it's not your job to enforce the laws of the land?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. But I do know this though. If you call me, I should
Military
be
operate under a
experienced.
different jurisdiction.
I know.
I mean, and that being said, listen, man, me being a law-abiding citizen, and that, I know a snitch when I see one, though. I know that, though. I mean,
how?
Hey, listen.
Do you have experience in that?
Listen. Here's the thing too about Gunna. Here's the thing too about Gunna too, right? He was on Crime Stoppers.
Who?
He was on Crime Stoppers, and now that came out. That. So, I mean, you got to put two to two. Listen, it's a pattern. It's a pattern now. Because if Gunna, before this situation happened, before he got locked up, and if you would have asked Gunna this question, would you have done that? Would he have said yes?
What are you talking about?
If Gunna, before Gunna got locked up, and you would have asked Gunna a question, hey, would you sit there and do that? He probably would have said no.
Well, he didn't have any motivation to do so because he wasn't facing 20 years, and he didn't have in this case, he needed a sweet plea deal to get off some bogus charges. That's what he needed.
That's telling, bro. If you doing that's telling, bro.
But who did he tell?
Telling, bro. That's telling, bro. I mean, that's telling. Cause here's the thing: if Young Thug Sip comes out and said everything's all good, all right,
yeah, but Young Thug's sister came out and said,
I don't care.
I
don't care what she says. Young Thug got something and say something.
But he can't say nothing. No, he in jail.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
They took away his phone privileges. He can't even make calls.
I mean, listen. When all this stuff is over with, we're going to find out. You get what I'm saying?
From a point in time, he will talk.
Look at FBI sports debate.
I'm just saying, man. Shout out to the innocent families out there in Atlanta that had to go through all this, man. This is.
I don't think Gunna was a part of any of that shit.
That man's a Crip. That man's a Crip. Citizen Lou. That man got videos him Shady Park Crippin', blue bandanas and all that. You know what I mean? Did you hear his lyrics? I mean, shoot, I couldn't tell, man. Listen, man, you're the part of that slime life.
They might as well just play this live stream in court, huh? We done gave about 30 statements on Gunna. He gave his whole jacket right now.
This public information.
First y'all said it was a Shady Park Crip. I didn't know that.
That's public information.
Not only did you and Dave and some of the other guys, y'all name specific songs that I didn't even see the DA mention.
I'm a law-abiding
allude to him being a Crip.
I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't play the two games. I don't really care. So I'm on my Charleston White. So I mean, it is what it is. Like, hey, man, you was cripping. Yeah, you can't do the crime. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Look at this. So y'all basically saying, because the prosecutor says, right, prosecutors initially alleged that Gunna was involved in 2 murders with the street gang Shady Park Crips. They thought this man was connected to murders. And y'all telling me that all he had to do was say that YSL was a street gang and he could get off of 2 murders that they thought he was a part of and go home?
Hey, man, I don't know, man. We'll see, man.
It says right here, doesn't look like the
prosecutors people go home with more for less.
It doesn't look like prosecutors overseeing Gunna's RICO case are letting up on him. It says they denied him bond multiple times as part of the RICO Act, being a part of the street gang. And the report states he will remain in prison until his trial in 2023, and prosecutors are determined not to offer any plea agreements. See, this was back in 2022.
Now this is my thing, right?
According to reports, prosecutors are now alleging that Gunna, Sergio Kitchens, was a part of 2 homicides committed by the Shady Park Crips. The 29-year-old rapper, who is Young Thug's artist, is reportedly under investigation for these murders. So wow. So it says in the court, the district attorney's office argued that Gunna was somehow involved, and they were deliberately vague. So hold on. When they initially brought this up, it says they were deliberately vague to protect the witnesses. It says involved in 2 murders related to Crips gang in South Fulton called the Shady Park Crips. So they said this man was involved in 2 murders. Yet all he had to say was, yes, YSL is a criminal street gang, and he gets to go walk free, 7 months time served. 500 hours.
I mean, listen. That man sit there and said he was facing 5 years. He got 4 suspended, and he got time served.
That's called 1 year, bro. That's called
bro.
1
He
year.
He did 7 months. He did 7 months, bro.
Oh, 7 months for 2 murders.
But listen. He must have been. Listen, he admitted that YSL. Listen, man.
It's true. When you let somebody go who's been accused of 2 murders and a part of a RICO case, when you let them go 7 months time served, that is 100% telling me they absolutely had 0 case. I promise you.
That could be true.
There's no amount of snitching he could have done. If he actually did it, and they actually had a strong case, they might have gave him a lighter sentence, maybe 10 years, but no way you go home in 7 months on 2 murders and a RICO allegation. No way.
So he can he say anything? Can he talk? Can he not necessarily about the case, but can he defend himself right now if he wanted to?
It just wouldn't be in the best interest for him to start
talking.
Why
not? Why not? If it's dirt on his name,
it wouldn't be in his best interest, because now the things that he says publicly, these statements can be used against Gunna if he accidentally misquotes something or says something
now
wrong.
We do affect now. So now when you do
listen
say
to what I'm
saying,
but true. Things that he says publicly, yes, that can be used. But anything that he says in a court of a law or to police, it cannot be used in anyone else's case unless they're willing to call him as a witness.
So you're trying to tell me he can't even?
That's the law.
So hold on.
We're gonna have to verify that.
Hold on. So you
it was already verified by a Massachusetts attorney who was been following the case, and it was verified by. It was actually verified by 2 attorneys. The Rolling Stones actually got this verified by multiple attorneys.
So you trying to tell me that he got all this dirt on his name, be called a rat and snitch, and he's out now and he can't defend himself because of it?
No, bro, it's not in his. It's first of all, he can go talk all he wants, but it wouldn't be in his best.
No, but true, he did
because
he did defend himself. But he did defend himself. He said right here, he said, "While I have agreed to always be truthful, I want to make perfectly clear that I have not made any statements, have not been interviewed, have not cooperated, have not agreed to testify or be a witness for or against any party in the case, and have absolutely no intention of being involved in the trial process in any way." So that's his statement. So if y'all want to take the statement, I mean, that's just up to y'all. He said he's not involved in the process.
He said Gunna wasn't the biggest fish. Bro, they said he was one of the kingpins of the enterprise. How much of a bigger fish can you be?
But I'm saying he did, but you can't say he can't defend. He came out with a statement and said, "I'm not."
I didn't know he came out with a statement. That's why I was trying. I didn't know he came out with a statement.
Yeah, he didn't get on social media or anything, but that's the
no,
whole
bro.
thing.
They want him to get on people panels and go back and forth about that shit.
Get on Whack 100 Clubhouse.
They want him to go on Clubhouse. They want him to go on Clubhouse and argue with Whack about this stuff. Man.
Yeah, that's what it all is. And if he ain't doing that, he hiding.
Well, I mean, any rappers isn't going here and defend him yet? Anybody, his friends in his industry?
And so this is what the judge said. Look, this is what the judge said prior to the plea bargain being offered. This happened a week before that because they were trying to tie him into some of these murders. The judge says, I cannot figure out which murders you guys are talking about or how Sergio Kitchens might be involved. He says, I can't find the agency that's investigating. That's because it's not the South Fulton Police. He says they have categorically denied knowing anything about a connection between Sergio Kitchens and their neighborhood Crip crew. Even the judge had to come to the realization that the prosecutors just starting to sound like they finessing a whole bunch of this shit on the fly. He said that a week before they offered the plea bargain when they tried to pin the murders on them.
And all you just fucking law experts out there, just show us the affidavit. Just show me the affidavit where he swore and said that them niggas are fucked up and they did what they did, and then y'all are right. He snitched. We ain't really got to argue. We ain't got to argue about it no more. Just show the affidavit. Oh, there isn't one?
So here, this is what he also said. He said, and because we don't have discovery, because as we start to go into trial, they have to start turning over the information. You cannot hide your evidence. He says, because we don't have discovery, he says, neither does Sergio Kitchens' legal team. He says, I look at this like I'm wondering what's the point? What is the point the prosecution is just trying to make? He says, are you guys just trying to make an argument? He says, I don't know what it is. He says, I've asked and you guys have not explained this to me because so they were like in the beginning of this case, the prosecutors were coming out saying a ton of stuff, making a ton of allegations. And one of the reasons why Young Thug's attorneys were getting so mad, they kept saying all this stuff, but they weren't producing any evidence or people whatsoever to support these claims. And the judge was saying no bond because of all these blanket statements. The judge is having this no more. It's trial time now.
Where did he say that statement at? Where did he say that statement at?
I'm reading it right here.
Said pushing please. Nigga stupid.
Where did Gunna say that statement? I'm talking about what Gunna said that he didn't.
It's easy to find. Just talk.
I got it. It was on. I got it right here. I'll put in the back chat. I'll put the back chat for you. It was on the New York Post that reported it. That was his statement to the public. This was 2 days ago. 3 days ago.
They said he was on Crime Stoppers. I don't know what that means, Cam.
No, but they broke it down. The Crime Stoppers thing was like, you know how like on First 48 when they asked like what happened, they asked the people in the city like what happened. He was talking about what happened, and like he was saying that somebody he knew got hit with a charge that they weren't supposed to get hit with. Like it wasn't like he wasn't on Crime Stoppers snitching. He was just on the show.
That's how people just run with narratives without doing research. Cam the Hooper, man, y'all got to get your research in order.
Yeah, he wasn't on there like telling on niggas. He was just on there being interviewed about.
I didn't say he was telling him. I'm just saying he was on Crime Stoppers.
Yeah, but you did insinuate like he was snitching.
No, I'm saying it's a.
Because you said this ain't the first time. Because you said this ain't the first time, and you said Crime Stopper. But that's what I'm just. We can't just be trying to like put this dude out like he just some like you know what I'm saying. Everybody trying to like make this nigga like he the bad guy. This nigga ain't do shit. He just a fucking nigga just around them niggas.
Man, so he knew about criminal. He knew he was getting.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. I'm sure
so he ain't know better. Joey,
that's
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I'm sure he knew. I definitely sure he knew that niggas was probably getting knocked off or whatever. But
hold on. We got Wilt to go deal with it, and we got the locker room.
Ralph, why you steal my photo, Ralph?
That's nasty word.
You had that photo? I didn't even know, bro.
No, you good. I had that for a minute, but yeah, you fuck.
Salute everybody. How y'all brothers doing, man?
Yeah, man. Salute, Ralph. And we got the locker room pulled up. Hey, the locker room, man. What you got on this this Gunna situation, man? Everybody out here saying this man snitched on the whole organization, and people about to go down for years, man. I don't know where they getting this information from.
Yeah, I would have to agree, man. I mean, 100%. This is snitching, without a doubt, in my mind. And my thing is, right, the craziest thing about this to me really ain't even the fact that he's snitching, because I already assumed, like, I had private conversations with my homies about this. Like, we already knew, like, when he got locked up, he was gonna snitch. Like, he wasn't built for this or this type of RICO situation in my mind. That's how I seen it. But the crazy thing about this, Lamont, is that so Lucci, who was beefing with Young Thug. So this all ties to a murder from, I believe, 2015 from a guy named Nut, right? Now, if y'all remember, Nut was YFN, and he was also, I believe, Rich Homie Quan's manager, if I'm not mistaken, right? So when he gets killed, that's when you see the fallout between Thug and Quan. Because remember, they was like going hard. They had their little shit going, Rich Gang. They was putting out hits. Then they just kind of broke up. Everybody was like, why? This is why. Same thing with Lucci. That's why Lucci, I believe, he put out a mixtape. He always shouting out Nut, long live Nut, whatever. So I was wondering this whole time, like I said, I'm from Atlanta. So I'm wondering this whole time, why is Lucci and Thug beefing? And this is why, is because of the murder. Now, the crazy thing is, right, is that I heard that he got killed, Nut, because they said he snitched.
You said who got killed?
Nut. That's where this whole situation is stemming from, in my opinion. It's from that murder.
From what I'm saying, though, like from my understanding, when you snitch on somebody, you create a situation for somebody to either get arrested or get convicted. And the prosecutors have already said his statement only affects him. We don't plan to call him to testify, nor will we use his plea statement against anyone else. So if he just said these things just to go home, and it's not going to impact anyone else, I could go ahead and put that link in there, or you can play it, Citizen Lou. But if his statement is not going to impact anybody else, and it only allows him to go home after sitting in jail on a RICO case where he was only attached to it because of a traffic violation, then what's the problem?
I've heard more than that, though. I've heard, like I said, because Gunna, he's from a clique, they say, called the Shady Park Crips.
Yeah.
They said they got
Crips.
Is Crips or clique?
Crips.
Nah, Gunna is a 60. Gunna is a member of the Rolling 60s, right? I done seen him on podcasts. Exactly. I done seen him on podcasts with Big U. So the crazy thing about this, like I said, to me, is that there's videos, Lamont, on YouTube of these niggas in the hood saying, y'all know what the fuck going on.
No, but locker room. I don't deny that he was. So the thing is, I'm not one going out here to act like he was all innocent. But when it comes to innocence or guilt in a court of law, you can finesse your way out of trouble. You can finesse your way with good attorneys, with money, with plea deals. If your attorneys is good enough to break the case down, get certain evidence thrown out. I mean, it changes the like. This is not like if somebody making $20,000 a year gets tied into a RICO case, he has a public defender and he just has to accept whatever comes his way. We're talking about people with massive resources that can investigate everything to a T and break these cases down to a science. And that's what's happening in this case. And I think he's just using his riches and his celebrity to bring in a powerhouse legal team that can be like, okay, y'all might have some idea of what we was really doing, but y'all don't have y'all T's crossed and y'all I's dotted. Y'all done left off signatures on warrants, X, Y, and Z. Y'all tried to connect me to 2 murders, yet there's not one police investigation investigating me for anything, even though they've told the judge he's been investigated for 2 murders.
But Lamont, if he said it in the courtroom, he said that he is a part of this gang, right? The gang itself is being investigated for murders. He could confirm that it's a gang. That is snitching.
No, what I'm saying is, by him saying that, okay, yes, he told on himself to a certain degree, but how does that impact others? Because to snitch, unless you're saying that he self-snitched, to snitch, it has to impact a
you gotta point to a crime. You gotta say that, I was there when he threw that body in the river. Or,
what crime is he accusing? What did he say that's going to cause Thug to get sentenced?
Because like you said, everybody knew there was a gang.
But it's being because they're trying to establish that it's a gang. What he's saying is they're trying to establish that it's a gang, and by him getting up there and saying it's a gang, now that's where the RICO falls in, because RICO is all about trying to.
Not true,
it's not
because
just,
a Massachusetts-based attorney, Bill Bailey, just said Sergio Kitchen's statement cannot be used to establish the existence of a gang or criminal enterprise, which is the RICO. So if it can't be used to establish that, why should I believe you guys when you guys say it can be used to establish that, when an attorney just told me it can't be used to establish that?
Because they from the streets, and
what we're saying is this:
like niggas
if
like
you
Renegade,
part of a
think he know
gang,
everything.
if you part of a gang, and you're in the streets, and your gang is accused of something, and you go up there and you say, "Hey, I'm a part of this organization. We ain't been saying we're a gang publicly, but we're a gang now. So everybody, we a gang. All right."
No,
your mama heard the statement.
They did say there
your
was a
daddy
gang
heard the
publicly,
statement.
JJ.
Lamont,
JJ, they did say there was a gang publicly.
Lamont, so you saying, okay, how did he snitch? Okay, well, let's look at this Tekashi 6ix9ine situation with Treyway, right? When they got locked up, whenever I think I heard one of them, they get on like 12 years or some shit like that. They gonna come home and they gonna get love. Tekashi, yeah, he's Mexican. He can perform overseas because he got, he got an international fan base. Nobody's fucking with him in the States. The people not fucking with him like that.
Bro, he on that's cap. He on Rumble right now, getting like fucking hella. He on interviews, doing shows, the white boys. Bro, he don't need niggas. He don't need y'all street cred for shit. He getting money with the white boys and the Mexicans. He don't give a fuck.
Hey, there's still black people that fuck.
Hold on. No,
he still snitched
though. But locker room.
Okay, but he's still getting money though.
No, locker room. I like that you brought up Tekashi.
That was the question.
No, he just used niggas to get to where he at.
I'm saying if you bring up Tekashi, the only reason, Tekashi made a statement. So he made a statement, but again, the statement that he made to police, it could not be used against his co-defendants unless he was willing or unless he was called to testify in court. So he actually sat on the witness stand and testified against the other Treyway members because the prosecutors felt confident that the things that he said as a witness would be credible. He told the truth. He spilled the beans about everything. He didn't lie about a thing. They used him as a witness. And the only way they could use the things that he alleged or said in a statement is if you bring him. Why did the prosecutors in this case say, Gunna will not be a witness in any of the cases, nor will we use his plea statement against anyone in this case?
Exactly, because when it first came down, it was like an umbrella. They were just trying to get all these niggas under one umbrella. And then to you, Renegade, nigga, it's not, bro. The reason why this whole thing popped out is because that rental car, right? Remember, then they killed them dudes in that rental car back 3 years ago, or something like that, Lamont. And they just been working on it since then. If Gunna didn't acquiesce or say that them niggas, he was there and he saw them niggas kill, he saw Young Thug set out hits, then how can y'all say it's snitching? Them niggas already. Okay, it's a gang. It's plenty. Okay, it's a gang. You're saying they established the organization. What you have to establish what the organization did. Did they kill people? Did they sell drugs? Did they beat niggas up? Did they?
But bro,
but he did admit to that though.
Young Thug
He admitted it to
bodies.
Wait. Like, he admitted to what, JJ? To the gang or to them doing all the other stuff?
The Gunna said Gunna said we are a criminal organization. Once you say
because the last time I checked, Whack 100 goes around and says he's in the gang proudly every day.
That's what I'm saying. That's not necessarily why them niggas getting hit so hard. It's because of the murders. It's because of the bodies. That's why them niggas are getting hit.
Tying the gang affiliation back to crimes.
Yeah, exactly. If he didn't say that them niggas he was there or he watched or he saw and he can confirm that they was a part of the murders, then it's not snitching. He just established, like y'all said, okay, everybody know they're a gang. Okay, they're a gang.
And but most of y'all said y'all already knew they was a gang anyway.
Okay. Snitching because you're not supposed to say none of that. You can't. You're not supposed. If we Lamont, I've been listening to you for a while now. If we're talking about the code, right? The code is you keep your mouth shut. If you get on this, if they got video of you in court saying yes, ma'am, to all these different things, it don't matter what you need. The consensus is, the perception is he's a snitch, and this is gonna negatively impact his career. Period. He ain't no coming back from this, Lamont.
Man,
he can go
He'll be
the flow
fine
rider route.
because
All he got to do is just make pop songs.
the people
and
that financed
do
his music
shit.
weren't
He
black
gotta
people
fucking
anyway. It was white people that
You
put
gotta
money
start
in his
making
pocket.
Y'all really overestimate the street code power and all that shit. Y'all really do. That shit ain't really what y'all think it is.
Niggas ain't going clubs.
Yeah, like niggas ain't even the
Y'all might
ones
not
really
play a song in
supporting
the
it.
club no more, but he gonna still get 1 million streams if he drop a song. You know,
But
it's
he
gonna be
ain't
all
six.
white.
But he ain't 6'9" either though. Let's make that clear though. Like he ain't 6'9" either.
He's
6'9" is a Spanish. 6'9" is a Spanish dude, and that has a
But
different
6ix9ine
fan.
don't even
Like,
make music
No,
no more.
bro, y'all don't realize.
that's what I'm saying. But
6ix9ine
that's what
has
I'm
now
saying. He's
gotten
not 6'9".
popularized. 6ix9ine has gotten popularized now because he's basically said, "Fuck the gang culture, fuck black culture."
Right,
They
but
ain't gonna do
is
shit
Gunna
anyway. If you
Lamont,
tell them,
is
he's
Gunna
making a
gonna do
mockery of the
that?
black
But
culture.
Gunna,
Yeah,
but
he is. You're right.
Gunna
He is
gonna do
making a
that.
mockery of black people. That's his shtick now.
He's making money now off
he just
mocking
clowning
being
black people now.
Lamont,
That's all he does.
You know what's funny about this, Lamont? They just
Yeah.
canceled the baby for some shit he said on stage. This nigga, he can't even sell concert tickets anymore, Lamont.
No, that was that's different. That was the LGBT. That's totally different. Niggas don't have that power like LGBT.
Yeah, we don't have the power to LGBT.
Yeah,
LGBT can
but that's loud.
Low
That's
level
cap.
street niggas don't have that
That's
power
cap.
at all.
I just went to a concert
That's
with
cap.
Meek Mill
Hold on,
and
how's
the
that cap?
ladies.
How's that cap? What do you
It was
mean?
sold
How's that
out,
cap,
bro.
bro?
That's totally different. That's
It's
like you
not
gotta stay on
canceled.
topic. That's not the
I'm
same
talking to
shit.
that dude.
I'm
He
trying to
ain't
figure out
canceled.
what he said. That's cap. Hold on, what's cap, bro?
Gunna was the number one artist when he dropped his album this year. He was the number one. Or he beat out The Weeknd. Who was buying these? Hold on. Who is buying these albums? Who is buying these
White
tickets?
people.
Everybody.
But I mean, at this point, everybody. I mean, if you stream and listen, I mean, it's only like $10 a month. I mean, it should be everybody
but
streaming.
streaming works different too, bro. It's like,
I mean, I don't even know how that shit. But you get what I'm saying? Like, I mean, everybody listens.
100 streams is one stream, bro.
Now you talking about people going to his concerts and all that stuff. That's all. I mean, I don't know, but like, I mean, regardless,
I'm gonna tell you how this is different from 6ix9ine situation. When 6ix9ine came out, Lamont, let's be for real here. We could look at 6ix9ine and say this nigga is pump faking. When he was doing all that bullshit, everybody was like, "Bruh, you not from the hood. You're Mexican." We knew he was gonna fold.
You don't say it like that. Don't.
Maybe you felt differently, but I could look at 6ix9ine.
That's because he's Mexican, though.
Listen, hold on. When he's on the Breakfast Club doing interviews all over, talking about blood, bruh.
Y'all still ain't do shit to him, so
that's cap.
So he false flagging? So y'all just cool with him false flagging all that time too?
We knew. I mean,
the niggas he was running with it was cool with it.
I'm just saying.
Y'all
say snitching to get your kid.
Yeah, they was a man. Too, right? Yeah, they know. I mean, I don't feel sorry for them people that
yeah,
crazy.
J-Bar, you right. Yeah, y'all talking like Mexican, bro. Mexican gangs got way more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said.
I don't know why y'all be saying
Mexicans don't care if Mexicans don't care if Mexicans snitch on black people.
Cartels got way more power than these Crip niggas y'all
talking about the
about.
cartel.
Shady Park Crips and all the other.
Nobody's talking about the cartel, bro.
But you said Mexican.
But you said Mexican. That's because he's Mexican. They're like,
he's Mexican. Like they ain't about it or something. Like you could have said something else.
Bro,
they don't care if Mexicans snitch on black people, right?
They don't care.
That's totally different. That's true.
But he's saying like Mexicans don't like because he's Mexican, he can't be with the shits or something.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying go back and look at all those videos before he got locked up and indicted and all that. He was the only Mexican kid, and it was nothing but niggas behind him. I don't know how y'all felt, but I know when I saw Tekashi 6ix9ine when he was first coming up, I was like, bro, no, bro, you're not about.
He's getting extorted.
Bro, New Yorkers like
we all knew he was getting extorted.
So that give him a pass. Are you saying he get a pass because you could tell he wasn't about that life?
I mean, hold on.
What I'm saying is when I look at Gunna,
New Yorkers give anybody a pass, bro.
What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is, when I look at Gunna and who he was affiliated with, I'm saying that he had way more credibility than fucking Tekashi.
He didn't even have a criminal record. How did he have more credibility?
YSL. Out here, man, for real. Like this nigga Lamont, you know what's so funny? This nigga Young Thug is really about this shit. He had Rich Homie Quan in the house when Thug got locked up. Now Rich Homie Quan is back rapping, back doing interviews. For the last 5-6 years, he was in the house. Thug had the streets on lock, and Gunna was his.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, so check this out. But locker room, here's the problem. If you know all of this stuff that Young Thug was doing, if his gang powers was that strong, what does it matter if somebody like Gunna says, yes, I was part of the YSL street gang?
Hold up. What is a confession in court?
It matters.
He didn't confess.
He didn't confess, but he said yes, ma'am, to every question that was asked about the criminal organization that is YSL. Ain't that right, nigga?
No, man, no, renegade. How does that information get used to get anybody else locked up?
Hold up, and you know what I'm about to say. You think that you got the cap on as if the jurors don't see what just happened? Why?
Okay, so answer the question. What crime did he acquiesce to?
YSL being a criminal organization, him being a part of that organization.
Oh, being in the gang is a crime?
Him being a part of it, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, right, got you. Okay, so we got you on that. All right, so how does that? So the murder charge they hit. How did he fuck Young Thug up with that? By just saying
we got it. That has yet to be seen. The trial isn't over. We still got shit to do. The case ain't over yet. This is a RICO case.
It starts next month.
It starts next month. That means it ain't gonna be over till probably 2-3 years from now, right?
Well, no.
So we don't know what the fuck's going on.
No, you get a speedy trial.
But this
Renegade,
won't be that
looking
long.
like there won't be a trial. We're looking like
that's what you think.
The trial will fall apart before it happens. Like
maybe we don't know that.
Y'all gonna be looking crazy as fuck.
Okay, that's if it does, right?
Young Thug
that's if it does.
Him and Gunna gonna be on the same mixtape. They're gonna talk about how they beat the feds and all that shit. And all you niggas talking about snitching.
They're finessing the state right now.
Okay.
Finesse the shit out of them.
I just think y'all underestimating Young Thug. I've actually, because I did these last couple months.
Oh yeah,
y'all think this.
So why doesn't Young Thug have a
sold up? Why the feds ain't pick it up, bro? It was so sold up
because they wait.
I didn't get it first.
They're gonna pick up whoever slipped through the cracks of this case. They're gonna pick up whoever slipped through the cracks of this case.
Because
I just told you
they're using lyrics. And this is admissible. Go ahead, Lou. My fault.
No, you're right, Ralph. Because check this out, right? The state prosecutor, the lady or whatever, she on this like get these niggas type of witch hunt type shit these last 3 years. She, like you said, the lyrics and all that. Listen, like what Lamont's saying, they just was gung ho with the shit. They just been trying to catch everybody, and this shit falling apart. This shit was sloppy. Warrants don't have signatures. They just throwing random niggas in on shit, traffic court traffic lights and all this bullshit. Now
with all of the bullshit, they still gotta go with the move and do all of this dumb shit to get convictions. Now, what you think the Fed's gonna do once they come and swoop in and pick up whoever falls through the cracks of this case?
I don't care what the Feds swoop. If they use the same,
you don't care, but yeah, they care.
I mean, they're not. Hold on, the Fed's not
going to be a case.
Fed's not going. We know the Fed's not going to use the same exact. Like they're not going to. If the Feds get you. You done for one. If the Feds take this up,
if the Feds wanted, the Feds would have been picked this case up if they felt like they could have got
it's high profile in the mud.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Listen, they looking at they probably still looking at right now.
No, they not.
You know, listen.
Hey, what you mean? Why you think that? You got the cap on.
We didn't even know that the state was investigating for these many years. So I was like, come on, bro.
Yes, we did. They've been investigating them since 2015.
We just found it out now.
No, it's not true. It was being talked about, true, because the guy that did 6 years, while he was locked up, like around his first or second year being locked up, he said that prosecutors came and talked to him while he was in prison trying to get him to tell more information, and they would let him go. He said, "I didn't tell." They made him do his full time. He got released.
You talking about the Lil Wayne bus shooting? You talking about the Lil Wayne bus shooting situation?
No, I'm talking about a guy who's on this RICO allegation for one of the robberies that they're
that's
talking
him.
about.
That's him. He just got out too. He just got out. That's what he's talking about.
Doug already knew about this.
He got out, Renegade.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Ooh, the case falling apart.
Y'all taking up for this rat ass nigga, man.
Who said that?
Come on, man.
Hold on, who said that? Was that Cam?
Your ass voice.
That nigga sound like a rat.
This nigga that got a whole video making a statement. Y'all still saying it.
Sound like SOB.
Oh, by the way, let me play the video. By the way, I've been
hold on. Is that Cam? I'm gonna let you finish that take. I want to play this video real quick. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and play the video. This is the Crime Stoppers video.
I mean, it's a murder case. No one wants to go down for it. No one.
Devonnie Benton's younger cousin, Sergio Kitchens, says Benton is on trial for murder simply because his friends turned on him.
Just go to see, like, you ain't got no real friends out here. You know what I'm saying? I learned from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not happy that it happened, but you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of good to see that, be on the outside looking in.
Kitchens is now a member of the neighborhood rap group SPC, known as Shady Park Click.
See, Click. I told y'all he said Click.
It's Click for this
video.
video.
That's why it's come back to that street word, snitch. No one's want to be labeled as a snitch. I don't want to tell on him because somebody might try to come kill me or someone in my family.
Kitchens says Benton first lied to police because he didn't want to rat out another member, Clarence Carter.
Everybody, know, the streets know. So everybody looking at it like it was wrong because this man would let my family member, you know what I'm saying, go down for something he did.
Right. Kitchens claims Benton and Carter were both wearing red the night Jasmine Lynn was shot.
It was just a coincidence of how it was put out. Like, they actually had on the same exact color.
Okay.
He just had on the hood, and Devo didn't. He had on a regular shirt.
Kitchens believes that mistaken identity played a big role in this case. And he knows one thing for sure, that his cousin is innocent.
And it's not right because you think you have one in jail for the crime, but it's not the right guy.
Hey, I don't care what y'all say. That's a real nigga. I don't care what y'all
What is
say.
y'all talking about?
That's a real nigga.
That's snitching, bro. That's snitching.
That nigga said that y'all got. He said it was mistaken identity.
If that's snitching, then I don't know if we.
Yeah, that's why I hate niggas, because this nigga said the other nigga was gonna let him take the charge,
Degenerate,
and knowing he did it. Man, fuck y'all. Y'all
is
saying that snitching y'all want
where
to.
is the loyalty?
That's some hoe ass
If you did
nigga
the crime,
shit.
why don't he just step up and take the charge?
Exactly. Finna let that man take the charge, knowing it wasn't him, and y'all talking about that snitching. Any nigga, nigga, you a whole rat, nigga. You a bitch. Any nigga that think that snitching is a bitch.
Of course.
That's disloyal, but
it just so happened to be a coincidence.
Lamont.
Any nigga that think that snitching is a bitch.
What up, locker room?
Lamont. No,
that is not the same case.
I don't know who that.
You right, Renegade. That's not the same case. You right, Renegade.
That's complete and utter bullshit. When you are in this life, or in that life, because I'm not in it, but when you in that life and some shit go down, on fucking camera saying it wasn't him, it was this person, that's snitching.
He didn't say it was another person.
He did. He just said it. He said it wasn't my cousin, it was this guy. That in itself is snitching.
He didn't say who.
But here's the you said something important just then. You said if you both in that life, in that video, do we know that Gunna was in that life at that point?
What?
It was a rap group.
No, hold on, Lou.
But it's a Crip
video
group.
There's a video of him with blue bandana.
It's called Click, but they are Crips.
Okay.
There's videos of him throwing C's up. Lou, there's really Gunna throwing C's up, bro. Like, it's not like this is like, come on, you can go look this stuff up.
Hey, let me ask the locker room the same scenario. The locker room. I come swoop you up, man. I got 3 pistols under your seat, man.
That ain't the same thing, man.
No, hold on.
Oh my God.
We get pulled over.
Did you agree to go kill somebody together?
Hold on, Renegade. But we both get pulled over.
It's not the same.
Cops look under your seat. They see the 3 pistols. They all mine because it's my car and everything. But because of the street code, I can't talk to the police. I ain't saying a word. They asking me questions. I ain't saying nothing. But the cops are saying, well, that's constructive possession. The guns is under your seat. They nearest to you, man. These are your gun charges. How do you handle that locker room?
Is you in the street locker room?
No, it don't matter.
No, I'm not. I'm not in the street. I'm not in
All
the
right.
street, and I'm not.
There you go.
And I'm not claiming. I'm a civilian, so I would. Me personally, my codes is different because I'm not in that life. If I was in that life, hold on.
I just want to know what you would do.
Like I said, I'm not up here banging.
Don't do what he supposed to do.
I'm not up here saying I'm neighborhood. I'm not doing podcasts with the Crit leader Big U in LA.
But check this out, locker room. But
that's a cop out.
The locker room, but they're about to take you to jail. Your bond's about to be $150,000. You need 10% of that to get out. You're gonna have to get an attorney and all that to fight it.
I'm snitching on you, bro.
It's not snitching. You're not even a criminal. You're not a criminal. It's not snitching. You try.
Look at it like
I'm not.
A lot of you niggas need to get snitched on. A lot of you
Renegade. Renegade said something very important.
Nigga, learn how to cut
said
hair.
if you're not a criminal, it's not snitching. Renegade, did you know Gunna had no criminal charges? He had no felonies on his record. Why are you? He's not a criminal, so it's okay.
Okay, but that's not what he's claiming. That's not what he's claiming, is it? That's not what he's claiming, is it? That's not how he live his life, is it? That's not what he talk about, is it? No, it's not. No, it's not. No. No.
He driving.
Maybe a crip guy.
What? So what? So wait. So what you saying? Hold up. So what you saying that drug dealers don't ride in luxury cars and shit? Stop the fucking cap.
Hold on, I got a question. Hold on, I got a question because y'all pushing the narrative. So y'all saying that you can't be a criminal. That you saying that you can't be a criminal if you don't got charges. That's what y'all saying.
No, we saying how y'all gonna call him a criminal?
But how you know he's a criminal without the charges?
Listen.
How you know he's a criminal without the charges?
He admitted to it. He admitted to it. That's how he living his life, man.
Listen.
That's what he claiming.
Hold on, I'm gonna explain. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna explain.
Other YSL members rats. All them niggas told.
What's the difference?
Anyway, what was you saying? True.
Lamont,
no.
Can I
let me ask one question.
Hold on, let me do one thing real quick because I want Cam to get his fair shake in. Cam, I want you to explain to us why.
Oh my God,
Gunna is a snitch.
And that nigga snitched because he got up on that stand and he didn't get up on the stand, but he made a statement to the court, nigga.
Hey Cam, what you doing with your fingers on that picture, man?
In the streets, you don't do that shit, bro.
Look like you're throwing up some gang. You look like you're throwing up some gang signs, man.
Lamont, can I just tell you this one thing real quick? Here's why what Gunna just did is worse than what Tekashi did. When they got hold on, just let me get my point out.
All right, I got you.
Gunna cool with Young Thug.
Hold on. When they picked up Tekashi, they had wiretaps saying that the niggas he was rolling with was plotting to violate him. They kidnapped him. Right? They were literally violating him, and he snitched on them. Gunna, nigga, Thug put you on. Never violated Gunna. You would get up on that stand and say, "Well, me and Thug was the only ones in this car, and y'all
didn't
found
say
meth."
That.
Hold on, y'all
said
found
what
meth.
he said.
Y'all
that's
found
not
guns.
what he said.
Hold on,
he said it went mine. So what
they said it's 2 people in the car, Lamont. Exactly. If it's me, Lamont, it's 2 people in the car. They said we found meth, we found guns.
Hold on. According to y'all, that's what he's supposed to say.
And I say, hold on, Lamont.
Nothing. He's supposed to say nothing, right?
And Lamont,
the fuck?
And I say it's not mine. Stop it, man. That's
what is he? He's supposed to say
Hey, Lamont, it's crazy. All these legal
What's he
experts,
supposed to say?
all the people in the know saying he didn't snitch, but everybody on hit the link talking about he a snitch. All these street code expert niggas talking about he snitch. All these legal experts, all the motherfuckers who in the know, all the people who talking to Young Thug every day, they saying he didn't snitch, but you niggas, I guess y'all just.
What else is they supposed to say?
Here go my
question. If they say that Gunna snitching, that's potentially putting Gunna in danger for his case.
But Renegade, hold on, you make it seem like they lying to make something like. They don't even lie.
That's what I'm saying.
If they got
yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Why they need?
Yes, they do. They have to lie. They have to. They have to lie and say, "Oh, it ain't no thing. I ain't tripping that Gunna did what he did or whatever." I'm not. I don't want any bad. I don't have any bad will for him. What's his Young Thug's sister said in the beginning that Young Thug, he was disappointed in Gunna for his decision and shit, but he not mad. Ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. We not tripping over here. I didn't heard it. I got the word from nigga. Get the fuck out of here. How the fuck you mean? What you mean he not? What you mean he not mad?
He didn't snitch.
Lamont.
Yeah,
after the fact. After the fact. Of course she gonna say that.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta go one at a time, y'all.
If she said he snitched, it puts Young Thug's case in danger, even more danger.
No,
yes, it do.
But here,
yes,
this
it do.
is what I'm saying. If Gunna, Young Thug, and all these dudes get on interviews, be in their songs, and they say YSL is a gang, if everybody up here knows based on all of the information that they've shared on public platforms that they in a gang, and then he get to a court of law, and then they ask him, "Are you in the gang?" and he's supposed to lie, and then have them say, "Well, what about all of the videos and interviews and the millions of people who know you in the gang?" They
also a label too.
Because now you got it in court.
But it's also a label too. You do know
from a so-called high-ranking person.
Lamont, you know
the so-called high-ranking person has admitted to it on multiple occasions.
Lamont,
exactly.
Lamont, I'm gonna tell you.
Now you got it in court.
Lamont, here was the difference between Shotty, Treyway, and 6ix9ine. When Shotty got into court, he told the judge, "We don't bend, we don't fold. It's fucking Treyway."
And that nigga doing 20.
No. You know what happened?
Because he was a ringleader. Ringleader that ain't
Them
gonna
niggas don't have the money. They don't have the money that YSL has. That's why he locked up right now.
Hold on.
Let him finish, y'all.
Let me get my thought out. That's the difference between a solid nigga and a nigga that's gonna fold. Tekashi, we all knew.
He's not solid. How you gonna?
He was a broke nigga. He was broke.
Hold on.
He didn't have
How
no
you
money.
gonna say he's solid? He's sleeping with Tekashi baby mama.
He was
He
broke.
didn't kidnap Tekashi, super violate him, but he's solid. How that don't make sense?
You can't compare.
Hold on. If
man,
you get up,
bitch, just
like exactly, he's exactly right. So same thing with Gunna. If you get up in the courtroom, the shit you've been preaching in all your songs, I'm gonna be honest with you, Gunna was one of my favorite artists. I can give you a lyric he said, "Just drop a location, my niggas will do it." You talking gangster shit in your music, bruh.
That's entertainment. That's entertainment.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's the point.
It's not no fucking entertainment. Get the fuck out of here.
To you. If that's not entertainment, then what's the difference?
You got that right. He's saying it, ain't he? This is rap. This ain't entertainment. Real rap.
And then saying it in the court.
Who the fuck it's not, man?
They just got that song in the court. Then that's it. You just made the same statement.
Ain't nobody.
That don't make sense.
No. You talking from the perspective of a nigga from.
This is why y'all.
Not
why
the
some of y'all
bullshit.
don't like Idris Elba now.
You're right.
Y'all really
Right?
Yeah, my parents had
y'all
money.
really think he was really doing
Okay.
that?
Okay. Well, you either that or you fucking capping, nigga.
You're right.
The fuck you mean?
You're right.
You're right. Yeah, you goddamn right.
Don't be talking.
You know what's happening. The fuck you mean, nigga?
I'm glad you acknowledge it. I'm glad you understand why I'm talking.
Y'all gotta go one at a time.
I'm good. And what you understand? Where you at? Not in no black area, is you? The fuck you don't know what the fuck going on around here?
No, I'm not. It's a bunch of white people over here.
No, bunch of Mexicans. Where you at, huh? The fuck you mean? You don't speak Spanish? You don't speak American? Where you at, man? What the fuck you mean? You talk. Hold on. You're dumb. Listen. What are you talking about? You're not even around these types of. You're not even around this type of shit. Like you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. The fuck?
Texas America, dummy.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No, you keep trying to put my business out there. Go ahead. Come on, let's go.
What do you? I'm talking about your bias, just like I'm talking about both of you niggas. Hold up, both of you, and that's great. And both of you niggas' bias is bullshit based off of how you live in your life. That's facts.
You a low level New Orleans nigga.
And that's right. What? Not true. How? And I'm around the type of shit that you capping about.
You don't think
you don't know what the fuck you talking about?
Hold on. Don't criminate yourself. Don't criminate yourself.
Yeah, that's right. And you don't know about that. And you don't know about that. And you don't know about that.
Don't snitch.
And what you? I'm not happy about that. I'm just speaking about. I'm just speaking from a perspective that you cannot understand.
You a proud.
Man, I'm just speaking about a perspective that you can never understand. Neither one of y'all. But and when the nigga put that real shit down.
You a low level nigga.
Come on, man. And when a nigga put that truth down, you niggas put the cap on as if it's it's just black shit. Come on, man. You don't got no. What you mean? You got the cap on as if. I'm saying. What you mean? You know I'm saying. Well, come on, man. You know what's happening. You in America, huh? Hold up. You in America? You in America? Come on, man. You know what's happening. Come on, man. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't. Come on, man. Don't. Wait. Come on, man. You want to talk that G shit like Gunna, man? What's happening? You talking that shit? What's up? You talking this pussy shit? Listen, man. Look. Look. You can miss me with that unless you really want. No, I ain't. Listen, I ain't say none of. Listen, man. You can talk that shit if you want. You do not speak from a perspective of what you talking about, man. You do not talk. You and my got the cap on with the cape talking that shit. No, it ain't no dumb shit, nigga. Both of you niggas talking that shit. You the one. You the main one talking. You the main one talking that nigga shit. Nigga.
That make you mad, nigga. Yeah,
I gotta mute you. Come on, y'all. We can.
The fuck you mean?
Come on, Renegade. We gotta end this, Renegade. We gotta move on, Renegade.
Hey, bro,
I'm saying what?
All right, hold on, Renegade. We just gonna move on past it. All right, we had our love. We got it out our system, man. We're gonna just move past it.
How the fuck is Gunna not a snitch when he sat up there and actually incriminated the whole YSL?
No, he did
you
not.
Niggas talking. Yes, he did.
No,
if he snitched, if Gunna is snitch, he snitched a long time ago in the music, in the interviews. He been snitching for a long ass time. According to you,
and they been said they was going to use his lyrics in the court.
They been said that. He told a long time ago.
Been snitched.
But what about in court? The whole thing about it is that it's in court.
Don't matter if they played. They could have played his music to him in the office.
They will.
They could have played it and said, "Bro, you snitched right here. We got you." And he said, "All right, damn, you got me."
And they will.
And they said they will. I said that it's real. Exactly.
They will, and they said they will. But I'm saying, but they actually got him actually saying that everything that they need for YSL to be considered factually a RICO case as far as a criminal organization, man.
That's not true.
What do you mean? Why you keep saying that?
Let's put some money up. Let's just put some money up. Let's put some money up. Let's just start.
I'm not trolling. No, I'm not trolling. The prosecutors already said they can't use what he said in anybody else's case.
What I'm saying, but did he not? Did he not confirm YSL being a criminal organization with his mouth?
Renegade. Hold on, Renegade. Here's the thing. Let's go. We'll just defer to what you just said. He did confirm what they originally thought. They thought YSL was the game. He confirmed it. Now, while we confirmed it, one thing is confirming it. Another thing is actually proving it in the court of law. They can't prove it in the court of law because they can't use his statements against them. But they did confirm it for the world to know. And if you consider that snitching, I'm fine with that. But it don't really get nobody in trouble.
What do you mean? What if I'm saying, saying you got it as a what if, but the jury
can't hear that information. It's not admissible in court.
Listen, they can't say that. They can't pick it up on a piece of paper when they go and make make their verdict and shit and see that the paper of Gunna's testimony. But yes, they do know that Gunna confirmed YSL being a criminal organization, right? Don't you believe that?
But if that's the case, then all trials will work.
Do you believe that? Though?
But Renegade, here's the question.
I'm saying, but listen, I got you. I'm gonna answer your question, man. I'm just asking if you
listen,
believe that.
I'm trying to answer it.
Oh my God.
What I'm
man.
saying is
Come
this: if all trials work like that, where everything that's said in the media, the people are just going to not listen to everything that they heard in the trial.
say everything.
They're just going to run to the media and believe what they see in the media. Well, how come that didn't happen with the OJ
It's not
case?
just the media. He said it.
Well, he was clearly guilty of murder. Yet the evidence that the prosecution brought forth in the case, by them having a tainted detective who ruined the case, why did that outweigh all of the perceptions that the media was given that OJ was guilty?
It wasn't just that. It was the glove. It was more than one thing, man. It wasn't just that, right? I'm saying yes. The racist shit that the cop was saying added a lot to the shit, but it wasn't just that, right?
What was the primary reason why that case favored in OJ's?
What did Johnny Cup? What was his famous quote, man? If it don't fit, you got to acquit, nigga. Come on, man.
What?
It's
All
the
right.
glove.
All right, hold on.
All right.
Let me see something. Pull up this plea deal.
Lamont, how can you say that
Hold on, your mic's going in and out, locker room.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit sounded kind of fruity, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you.
Okay, how can you say that it's just lyrics when the lyrics match up to actual crimes, though?
Come on, man.
What lyrics? Young Thug's lyrics or Gunna's lyrics?
Both of them.
No,
Yeah,
Gunna
both
don't
of
have
them.
no lyrics.
What was the lyrics? What were the lyrics?
Not Gunna.
Okay, but Young Thug does though.
Yeah, Young Thug. No, hold on. We understand that with Young Thug. That's something that Young Thug's gonna have to hash out in court with his attorneys. But Gunna never spoke on Young Thug's lyrics.
Okay, but he said in the courtroom and
The prosecution
confirmed that it's a
will,
gang.
and they said they will.
Okay, he confirmed that they was a gang. He confirmed everybody's suspicions along with the streets, who you guys openly say, yes, it was a gang.
Suspicions versus confirmation is two totally different things,
the
man.
streets already confirmed that it was a gang. You guys will say
No,
without hesitation,
it's not the same as in court. From a high-ranking member of a gang, man. It's not the same.
He didn't just confirm that they was a gang. He also said that they participated in criminal activity.
Correct.
So he's admitting that
he
they
knows
committed
of
crimes.
personally.
Now, hold on, locker room. I'm not denying that he said these things.
And he
I just want you guys to tell me, now that the prosecution has this so-called newfound evidence, how do they go about utilizing this evidence in a court of law to get a conviction? When
we will see. Time will tell it. The trial never started.
Hold on. Pre-trial has started.
Now let's put some money up.
Hold on. They had
Not
to
the
turn
same.
They had to turn in their witness list. Gunna's not on anybody's witness list. They're not going to use him in court to testify against anybody. That means they can't use his statement in his plea plea agreement statement. So if they can't use it against anybody,
Whack 100 said he a snitch, so he a snitch.
Can I ask you this, Lamont?
Lamont, fuck all that shit you talking about, witness list and court documents. Whack 100 said he a snitch.
What I'm trying to hear what Cam was saying. What'd you say, Cam?
I said, what did Gunna do to help Young Thug?
What did he do to help Young Thug? He got out.
Yeah, him giving out that statement.
He got out. Resources is the biggest thing you can do to help somebody. Giving them resources, giving them money, giving them resources. Because everybody sitting in jail for damn sure was not helping any one of them. By getting out, he helped.
And Cam, if he didn't say that Young Thug was a part of the murders and that hit on them niggas with the Nissan rental and all that shit, I don't see how he hurt them. Outside of what y'all saying, the criminal organization. Okay, I give you that. I give you that. He said, the criminal organization.
That's a very blanket and general statement.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very broad. If
they can't connect,
YSL.
You're not going to convict anybody on broad generalization.
Damn you,
nigga, you don't go to jail for being in a fucking gang. You go to jail for the shit the gang do, nigga. Nigga, if you can't, if he didn't say what the gang did, so Renegade, tell me what it was. So hold on, Renegade. So you tell me what crimes did Gunna say that YSL committed?
What do you mean? He admitted that they
No,
are
no, no, no,
that
no, no, no. What?
YSL
Okay, what criminal
is a
activity did they
criminal
partake in?
organization.
For what
Okay,
crime?
what criminal activity
Yeah,
did
he
they
said
partake
he
in?
participated. He said himself.
Listen,
Okay,
what
okay, Cam, then tell me what the crimes were.
we
It
gonna
doesn't matter
find
what the
out?
crimes were.
It
It
was
It don't
doesn't
matter what
He
the
matter.
said
crimes
it's
were. You got to
he
charge
said the
somebody with the crime, nigga.
organization was
They charged him
criminal.
under a RICO. They got multiple
Right.
crimes on them.
No, Rico.
It was with
Come
the guns and the
He
drugs.
said
They
the
got multiple crimes. It's not
organization
just one crime.
was criminal. He
Bro,
said it.
The
Then
the
give me a
RICO
He
crime.
said
is
Nigga.
broad.
gang.
First of all, y'all, for the RICO to stick, you have to charge the person with the underlying crime. If they're
Thank you.
struggling to charge people with the underlying crime, the RICO is going to fall apart. Now,
Lamont, they
The
want
underlying crime is
they want
you
what's
cannot
the
guns.
just
underlying?
hold on.
What is
You
the underlying
cannot
crime?
There's no
just
crime
walk
if you
up to
go to the
somebody and
RICO.
say,
What
"Boom,
is the
you got a
underlying
RICO."
crime?
There has to be an underlying crime that you're attaching with.
No,
All right,
So,
what is it? What is
the
it?
underlying
for
crime was
example,
murder with the
Making
rental car.
YSL a bigger gang as
hold
far as
on. That's
money
not a
is
crime.
concerned.
That's not a crime,
Yes,
bro.
it
Being in
is.
the gang is not a
But it's
crime.
you.
You have
That's not the
Lamont,
underlying
Because he
crime.
confirmed it as a gang. All they have to do
Gunna
is prove the
joined.
money aspect, and it's over.
Hold on,
Bro,
y'all.
you
Gunna
Hold
It's
on,
called
y'all.
the
joined.
Hold on, y'all.
RICO
Hold on.
charge. The
Hold
fuck?
on,
You
y'all. Let's
need
just
to
do
be
this.
making money
Hold on, y'all.
illegally.
We can just go to the
Exactly.
original indictment. The original indictment
Or legally,
clearly. Hold on,
and
Renegade.
pumping it into the illegal
Hold
shit.
on, Renegade. The original
Hey, y'all
indictment.
got
The
it,
illegal
man.
shit would be a crime.
Oh no. The original indictment clearly detailed how it connected an underlying crime. How it used crimes to connect people with the overall RICO, and it named what crimes they were associating with each person. For Gunner, the crime that associated him with the RICO Act was the misdemeanor traffic ticket. For other people, it was the robberies. For some people, it was the murders. For Young Thug, it was a combination of robberies and murders. So again, there was nobody connected to this RICO that didn't have an underlying crime that connected them to it. So you can't just say, "Oh, I don't like the way you look. You're part of this RICO." You have to connect them with a crime that's associated with a criminal enterprise. One. So with Young Thug, the reason why they wanted to try to attach him to the murders is because to walk to a judge and say we're attaching him to the RICO over a misdemeanor traffic ticket seems very weak. So initially, when they denied Gunner's bond, they said, "Oh, he's also getting
Hey, you
investigated
kind
for
of bugging,
murders."
Lamont.
What'd you
Is
say?
it just me? It's like
What?
you. It's like you borging.
What's that?
Nah, you sound fine on my side.
Oh, okay. No. I'm saying, so remember, if you look at Gunner's case, and I just read this with the judge, when they first started off with Gunner, they tried to connect him to 2 murders with the Shady Park Crips and the misdemeanor traffic ticket. Because remember, the judge is trying to get information. Why am I holding this guy on bond? And initially, they were very general about it. They said he's getting investigated for these 2 murders. Then as time progresses, we got 7 months that progresses. They come back to the judge, and Gunner's attorney is like, we did some investigating of our own. We've talked to multiple police units. He's not getting investigated at all in the state of Georgia for any murder. Why is the prosecution saying that he's getting investigated for murder and there's not one single criminal organization investigating him for any type of murder crimes? It's the only thing that's a lie.
Lamont,
They lied. The judge said the judge was going to grant him bond. They ended up just giving him a plea deal that was sweet as hell.
Lamont, they didn't really even want Gunna. This is the thing about this
They
situation.
labeled him the kingpin.
No, that's Thug.
No, they labeled both of them kingpins in the beginning.
Listen.
I did a whole video on it. I had everything.
Lamont,
they labeled them both kingpins.
Lamont, when they was reading off that paperwork in court, they made sure to say around what time Gunna joined fucking YSL, right? He joined in 2016. The murders that they got Thug on is from 2015. So they, in my opinion, they didn't really give a fuck about getting Gunna. They just tried.
How
to
did they
Gunna.
steal? It doesn't. But locker room, I understand that he said all these things. It doesn't matter if they can't use it in a trial against Young Thug. They cannot. It's inadmissible evidence. As much as you guys want to swear up and down that the jury's going to go watch these videos and they're going to know everything ahead of time, it doesn't matter, because when you get to these cases in a trial, that evidence is not admissible. If it gets thrown out,
didn't they say
and generally,
to the stand? Lamont, didn't they say if they call him to the stand, he has to come and testify though?
But okay, if they call him to the stand, he has to come testify. Okay, but then what did they say the next day? They had to turn in their list of witnesses that they were going to call to trial, because you have to turn these things in during pre-trial. And they said Gunna is not one of the witnesses we're going to call. We do not plan on using his plea statement.
But my thing is, if
you act like they can't use it
Lamont,
ever again,
hold
though.
on, Lamont. If listen, if Gunna goes
This
up
shit is
on the stand,
crazy,
let's
man.
say they say, okay, Gunna,
If
we
that
gonna need
nigga
you
go
to
on the
testify.
stand,
If he goes on the stand, Lamont, come on, bro, that's crazy, man.
But
For
listen,
the dude that put you on in the rap game,
how is he going to
that's
go on the
crazy.
stand when that he's not even on a witness list to get caught as a witness?
You
Lamont, they
just
said in the
my man
paperwork
here,
that you
he
called
just
him on the
explained
stand,
it,
bro.
but that's a formality. That say that across a ton of people paperwork, right? That's just there. If we call you, you have to be truthful. If you go to court, you can't lie. That's just in the constant. It's just written there, so that don't mean anything. But what you just said makes so much sense of why they would just let him out on this plea deal. If all of the real crimes that they have that make them an official street gang and his murders happened before he joined, then we can't even use you on the stand because you can't give any information. So that's why we'll get you out of here without needing a statement from you, really, a snitching on anybody, because of the real crimes that we have to prove. You can't even speak to them, or all you got to keep saying truthfully and honestly is, I joined in 2016. That happened in 2012. I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I don't know. That was before me. And so that's why they don't need him. That's why, to me, I don't think the man snitched. I think he just played the game.
He finessed him.
He snitched.
He knew that they couldn't use anything that he said against anybody else. He said, all I got to do is say yes to some stupid questions that are just going to get filed away in somebody's paperwork, and I can go home and nobody gets hurt. Cool.
That shit
Gunna didn't even have to say anything, bro. He didn't even have to say anything.
Bro, when you sign a plea agreement, you have to say yes to those questions.
Right. I'm saying if he didn't, he wouldn't have got 5 years. And if it's as bad as what you say,
if it's as
then
bad as what you sit in jail, waste more money and time going through a trial where he's going to get found not guilty anyway.
He could have got his lawyer.
Exactly. But he's not. But he's guilty now because he got the plea.
But you knew it came with this when you signed up. It's not like you just you knew what. But
you're operating under the presumption that he was not doing the 6ix9ine thing and just faking it just to entertain.
Of course. What do you mean? Why is you acting like he's a civilian? He's not.
Is it because he's black that he was real?
No.
His intentions in the gang were real and not entertainment. But 6ix9ine, because he's
if
Mexican
that's how
and looks white, his intentions in the game was fake.
He's a white Hispanic, and if that's the angle you want to take, that's different than how he got the cap on. Like niggas was going at 6ix9ine, but really wasn't fucking with him like that in that way anyway. All right.
Yeah, 6ix9ine don't even we don't even take him serious.
You should though. They should have took him serious.
Yeah, they should have took him serious.
Because he snitched on the whole gang. Somebody should have thought about that before they let him.
But the gang robbed and all that stuff, bitch, and all kind of fucking. Young Thug ain't do him like. Ain't do Gunna like that.
In the 6ix9ine case, before they robbed him, fucked this bitch, they was letting him call hits and send them all over the place to do things. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you should have took him serious, because you let him be the head of your gang, and then you went. And then I don't know. I never heard of nobody doing that to the head member of the gang.
Okay, so why not take Gunna serious? And what I'll say, he ain't the head of it, but he, the fuck.
We can revisit this conversation if we ever see him on the witness stand testifying against somebody, because that's really the only way they can use his statements to hurt anybody else. Otherwise, they only impact him, and they affected his situation,
It's affected already. They see the video. It's affected already. They see the jury. The jury.
Hey, y'all heard
the
about
jury.
This?
They see the video, man.
Yeah, what up, Ken?
It say Drake, 6ix9ine, Joe Budden, Migos, and more have been named as possible witness that can be called to the stand in the murder trial of XX in Tanchina.
I don't know. I never knew about that. I don't even know why
600 witnesses.
I don't even know why. No, he said for XX. I don't even know why you need all that. The shit was caught on goddamn video. You had a whole bunch of little kids who did something stupid and told on each other. Now that's a true definition of people committing a crime together and then all telling on each other to get the dominoes to fall. Just like with Pop Smoke, they all told on each other, got caught.
Right.
Come on, man. That's true snitching when they are, and really in those situations, the first to tell gets the lightest sentence.
Yeah, that's how it go.
You said,
Hey, look at these three motherfuckers. There was 2 or 3 popped up at the same time.
He said court just open for Thug. Yeah, I see Thug coming home over the next 90 days.
You think Thug gonna come home?
Yeah, because especially now that they give once you start seeing them give out plea deals this week, it only means that they don't have a strong case. For me, that deal is just too sweet. I mean, the craziest thing is they suspended 4 years. He was supposed to do 1 full year. He should have had another 3 months to do. The deal was so sweet. They said, we're going to just waive the last 3 months. You can go ahead and go home. Man, that case was in the garbage can. If you're doing shit like that, after you went and telling the judge, don't give him bond because we think he a part of 2 murders, but you just want him to go ahead and go home 3 months early. You ain't even got to do the whole year. But you just was telling the judge this man was part of 2 murders. Come on. That's what I'm saying. The prosecution is losing credibility, and I think you can see it in the judge. Every time he talks to the prosecutors now, it sounds like he get more frustrated and more frustrated because they keep coming initially trying to convince them, don't give nobody bond, and then as the case progresses, they credibility looking weaker and weaker. It's
They gonna let you up with certain shit if you help the case, man.
Bro, if you telling me them 5 questions that they asked him during the plea statement is all it took to beat 2 murders, man, you must be out of your mind.
They hit him with. I'm saying it was a week. You said you said it was a week too, but I'm saying it was like you say it was the Albert case. So it's like they're gonna either take this 5 or
what they did was they
the regular
lied.
shit.
No, what they just got caught lying. They just lied and tried to put Gunna onto murders that had nothing to do with them. And when they finally got caught, it was just a matter of time before they got caught. I don't know why they thought.
Bro, did he? I mean, what he? He copped to that other shit though, right?
Who?
Gunna. Did he cop?
He really didn't cop to nothing. The Albert plea deal means he maintains innocence.
I know he didn't cop to 2 for the 5.
The whole YSL outside of Young Thug, the snitch, Dirk the snitch.
Yeah, man, he definitely. Come on, man. He said, he said, Gunna, yes, ma'am, Kelsey, then blew the case up, man. You know what I'm saying? The reason, listen, if they don't take him to the stand, it's because he might Kelsey the case again and be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Young Thug, what? And all of this shit, man.
I don't know. He might do like old girl in Tory Lanez trial when she.
I'm saying,
she completely flipped her statement.
That could be the reason why they don't call him to the stand. You know what I'm saying? But they could finesse and do some legalese and hint out what he said in the courtroom in any kind of way. All they're gonna do is nigga gonna do is say objection, and the nigga gonna say oops, and the nigga gonna say and the judge gonna be like, don't do that again, and he not gonna do it again, but it's in the jury's head already, and it's in their head right now because they seen that video, nigga. Stop it.
Renegade. If one of the prosecutors brings up in court, if they bring up or even hint at Gunna's plea agreement, or what he said in his plea statement, it will be an immediate mistrial. I promise.
A hint is not gonna get an immediate mistrial. You got to stop that, man. That.
So Renegade, if you're a prosecutor, how would you go about hinting at
I'm not a listen. Look.
Let's hear you hint at it. Let's hear you.
I don't listen. I'm not a lawyer. I'm okay, but I'm not a lawyer though. I'm not a lawyer like that though.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
For them to hint at it, it takes.
They be like, he go to Rabbit Talk and this and that, and just be like, we had people he's affiliated with, or people in his, you know what I'm saying? NYSL that has admitted. To YSL being a criminal organization. You're gonna say objection, and then you're gonna say it's not overruled or whatever, but a nigga gonna tell me this, don't do that shit.
Renegade.
And the jury gonna be like, oh yeah,
Renegade.
you right. That nigga so did say that
Hey,
they was a
Renegade.
criminal fucking organization with his own fucking mouth.
Now, Renegade, what the criminal organization statement that alludes to the RICO, which you you cannot get to the RICO.
It confirms the RICO,
Renegade.
man.
Hold on, Renegade. You cannot get to the RICO charge if you don't prove the underlying crime. So how does his statements prove some of the murders and the robberies that they were talking about?
I don't know what they got, man. I didn't read the shit, man.
But
I don't
I'm
know
saying
what
is
they got.
They can't
I don't
proceed
know.
with any RICO charges unless they prove the underlying criminal charge. If they can't prove the underlying criminal charge, the first thing that falls is the RICO.
They said they got all kinds of shit. Like, but listen, they 600 witnesses, remember? But I'm saying they on top of that, it's just the money aspect.
That talks about the underlying crimes, the crimes that will get him.
Maybe they don't need that from him. They just want, it's just an add-on to the case, man. Maybe they don't need all. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know, but I'm just saying he said what he said. He said that they was a criminal organization, man. He said, yeah, and they need to be stopped. They like, damn, come on, man. After the whole shit was about them not being a criminal organization, they just a company.
And that Lamont, that point right there is crazy. He said that in his statement that YSL as a gang needs to end.
Okay. So as a gang, not as a music label.
So him
but the whole thing was just that they are a company, not anything about a gang.
Okay.
Nothing about.
We keep going back to what he said in the statement. I understand.
That's everything.
No, it's not. But Renegade, all I'm saying is this, Renegade. We know everything that he said in his statement. You guys still have not explained to me, outside of some weird explanation that Renegade gave, none of it's admissible in court. How do they use it in court? How do they find the sneaky way to tell the jury about it and use it against Young Thug and the other defendants?
Lamont, if Young Thug is smart, he's not taking this to trial, man.
No, Young Thug, first of all, if the prosecutors are smart, they're not taking it to trial. The prosecutors are the one with a failing case right now. The prosecutors are the one that are now having to throw out a ton of evidence that they were using to keep these guys held with no bond. Their case is falling apart, and it's getting very close to the point to where what is Young Thug's team going to do? They're going to be asking for the whole case to get dismissed, because if they used evidence that wasn't even admissible to bring these charges up, all they're going to do is say, Judge, these grounds for these charges is not there. All the evidence they've used is not admissible. Can you please dismiss this case? And it's getting very close to that point where a lot of this stuff is about to start getting dismissed. It might not go to trial, but not for the reasons that y'all think. It's just not a very strong case. It's just not.
Jackpot in the first 10 spins. Just delete.
Doug paid taxes. He getting out. Yeah, I don't know. That's not why he getting out. He getting out because he got $1 million attorney. Jury already knows.
He getting out because he gave them what they wanted, man. Yeah.
Just Doug pay price. So I mean, if that was the case, y'all, if it was that easy just to sway juries, then what will happen is every time
I ain't gonna say it's gonna sway them, but that.
No, what I'm saying is, then if it was that easy to sway them, then prosecutors would just leak evidence out to the media and say, "Oh, play this on the TV so the jurors can see it one of these days," and we'll just taint their minds so they already know it.
That's how they get their cases out, man. What you mean, man? Come on,
this
man.
This is also how they select jurors, right? They ask you, how much of this case have you been following? And if you get up there and say, well, I saw the Gunna video, and I think YSL is a criminal organization, they're gonna say next. And
then if you go up there and lie about it, and they find out you lied about it, now you're facing perjury charge.
They have processes to weed out some of these things that you sound like you're concerned about.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Man, this shit crazy.
God first said, pull up the player's choice and cook. Why? I'm doing a show right now. Why the hell would I end my show to go pull up the player's choice? Why y'all keep telling me to go to player's choice? When are y'all gonna just tell player's choice to come over here and cook? Just tell them to come over here.
My thing is, why are they
But
getting
we
them
all seen it
situations
happen
first?
on even like we all seen this shit happen. Like, why is niggas capping?
Seen what happened?
Fuck, man. We seen lawyers do some slick shit in the courtroom.
This is
fuck.
I think you're right, and I think that that's what it seems like the prosecution did. They leaked the video because they trying to shift public perception on Gunna. The fact that we having a conversation about him being the snitch, I feel like there's somebody in that prosecution who is that's exactly what they wanted to
Man,
happen.
they don't care about Gunna is collateral
Come on.
damage.
People-
they trying to get Thug.
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Here's
hold
the
on.
thing is
Locker
that,
room.
that you
Locker
gotta
room. If
understand
Gunna
that
was collateral damage,
people-
then why would they tell the judge in the beginning, we don't want to let him go on bond because he's being investigated for 2 murders? Why did they say that he was a kingpin of the YSL organization?
They never said he was a kingpin. They said
Yes,
he
they
was
did.
second in command.
Whoa,
And like I said, I can't tell you why they would say what they would say. I'm telling you
That's mighty
is that-
high. That's mighty
Listen,
high.
Lamont. Like I said, Young Thug is the one they've been investigating. I'm surprised it took this long for them to even go get Young Thug. In my opinion, they should have got him in like 2015. In my opinion, because it was his guy that shot up the Lil Wayne's tour bus.
Well, you can't go get people without evidence.
They have him on tape. They had to look it up. It's
They already
on
got
YouTube.
him.
He
He just got out.
Birdman.
So who the fuck is guilty or not?
You said what?
So who's guilty or not? Why are these rappers getting themselves in this situation, man? That's my thing. Why are they getting themselves in this situation?
Because they live in this shit.
They live in it. They got all this bread. They known to everybody else, and they getting themselves into this shit. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of rap music, you know.
I get it. I'm just saying, it's just shit, just crazy now. You know,
I agree with
Gunna's
that.
out now. Thug is still in there. I really don't know what the fuck's going on. You got all these rappers dying this year, and it's shit just crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Shit been happening for like.
Hey, Renegade, if I get into some shit, man, be my lawyer, all right?
The reason I say it's snitching, though,
What you
is
mean?
because, like I said,
Hold on. I want to hear that. Go again.
All right, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like I said, the reason why I say it's snitching is because I just don't see how, in any shape or form, this is gonna benefit Young Thug. I just don't see.
But I need you to tell me how it hurts him if it's not admissible.
Because I mean, like I said, they have all the information, in my opinion, that they needed for Young Thug. So their whole defense was that YSL is an LLC. We're doing legitimate business. Well, now you got the second in command coming out saying, "Nah, we are actual gang." Like,
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's not evidence that's used admissible in court. If you said
Like
they
I
have
said-
a lot of evidence, you're talking about evidence that's admissible in court.
Well, like I said, Lamont, you said it yourself. They only had Gunna on a traffic stop, right? That's what tied him into this RICO. Like I told you, in my opinion, they really didn't. Me and my homies were talking about this on the phone. I said at most Gunna was gonna get like a couple years at the most. He wasn't really looking at no real time anyway. That's why I find it kind of lame what he did on top of it all, because like you weren't really looking at anything anyway. Thug was the one that's looking at like a dub. If we're really being honest.
If you look at the case right now, how it's falling apart, do you honestly believe he's going to get anywhere close to that what you originally thought?
Absolutely.
How?
Because he's connected to. He's got bodies.
Hold on. He doesn't have bodies. Okay, what evidence do they have connecting him to any murders?
They got the
Man, you gotta read the case,
bro. I read the whole indictment. I did a whole stream on it.
Well, why they charging them if they ain't got zero evidence, man? I mean, listen, and I get it. They niggas do that. They do be doing that shit. But I'm saying,
why did they charge a guy with robbery that he just served 6 years on and then attach him to the RICO? There's a whole bunch of
Because he
whys
part
in
of the
this case.
organization. You act like your nigga can't be part of an
Renegade.
organization
How could
coming
he
out
be
of
a part
jail
of the
or
organization when he
being
was
in
locked
jail.
up for 6 years, got a college
That's what-
degree, and was working at an auto mechanic shop?
Man, don't do that.
He was in the
Don't do that,
organization
man.
6
Listen,
years
shout
ago.
out.
The biggest
Yeah.
thing on this
He
case
bet-
is the murder of
That's
Nut.
why.
And Young Thug, everybody knows that he had something to do with that. I mean, let's
Okay,
just
so
be
if
clear.
Everybody know
knows,
that.
everybody know that.
Come on, man. I'm
Then
saying
how the hell does what Gunna said make it worse for him?
no, because they got it in court, man. Okay, everybody know, but ain't nobody. Everybody ain't say it in
But he
court,
keeps saying that they can't use what he said in court
man.
in that
Oh,
case.
but
So it
he
don't matter.
said it. But it's no. It do matter because he said it.
But he said it on the songs already.
Okay, that's different. Then they're gonna use that.
So what I'm
They're
saying
gonna
to you
use
is
it.
for what you were talking about, especially with the witnesses or I mean the jurors. If you're a juror on this case, you already know or expect or suspect that YSL is a gang. Going into it, play it in court or not, it sounds like most people in Atlanta think that they're a gang anyway. So if you a jury of their peers, you going into it probably thinking like it's a gang. You don't need him to say that in court to really confirm that for you, because you got to
Reasonable
prove
doubt.
it to jurors. But the
Reasonable doubt, man. I'm talking about you got confirmation from a so-called number 2 in the organization that they is a criminal organization that need to be stopped, whether it be inadmissible in court or not. He said it with his own mouth. I mean, what the hell are we talking about? Okay, you can't talk about it, but tell me you can't slick side it in. No, that's cap.
I read somewhere that the guy who is the co-founder of YSL just took a plea and basically said the same thing. And he's on as him and Thug created it together, and he took a plea with based on the same information. And that's pretty much he's saying that's all he said was, yeah, we was a gang.
Yeah, I mean, what? I'm saying you can't use his shit in code neither. I'm saying.
But I'm
like,
saying is that if he already said it and then you said, then I guess you're saying like they're saying, well, man, maybe 2-3 people said, 600 witnesses all saying that it's a gang. I don't know. I feel like what I read as well is like they got the murders, and then so they don't have Thug committing any of these crimes. But the point of the RICO is, if we say that you are the boss or you're tied to them by financially supporting it, you rented the car,
Exactly.
you paid the dudes
the
to
money,
do it.
exactly. The money
Exactly.
aspect.
But that's
They
they
don't
have to
have-
prove. They have to also prove that they did those murders for you as well. So
it's
the
a
murders happen.
conspiracy. But it's
I'm a little
all
dish.
about circumstantial evidence. Like it ain't necessarily got to be concrete. Like it, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, it does
all
have to be
in.
concrete in the court of law.
It has to be
This is
beyond a
state.
reasonable
Have to
doubt.
be beyond a
talking-
reasonable doubt.
yeah,
That's the highest level
yeah.
of proof you can prove.
No, it's not.
What's higher than beyond the reasonable? What's beyond that? The
I'm
highest
saying
level
people get
of proof, the highest burden of proof is in a criminal court of law.
You think I'm saying I'm saying not if you got some good lawyers and shit. You can, like you say, you can finesse shit and shit like that, but not like that. I'm saying
The only
this
reason
is
why
a
you can
finesse,
finesse
but
is
this
because
is
the
a
burden of
snitch.
proof is so high.
I'm saying for what? It depends on, you know, how you line your lawyers and your judges up or whatever. It depends on what it all depends on what or whatever. But like I'm saying, it all depends. I can't. It depends on what. But for this case, I mean, they they got the boy talk. He admitted to them boys being a criminal organization when the whole shit was about them not being a criminal organization, man. I mean, What are we doing? I'm saying.
Hey, I don't believe this case lasts too much longer.
Okay.
So the real CJ says,
Lamont. So
I'm not.
why does everybody ask me to hop on Player's Choice? Man, no, man.
Hey, so Lamont, what do you think is going to happen at the end of the day?
I believe this.
Hold on, whose mic is that?
The real CJ says, pull up, man. I'm doing a show. I'm not stopping my show to go pull up.
Well, look, they can come on here, all right?
If y'all want the insight of
That's why
FYF
it's full of
Sports,
circle.
then pull up the FYF Sports, man. Look,
See,
I'll pull up.
spell your name right.
Yeah, Lamont. He typing real fast. Look, I'll pull up if I see fit. I'll pull up. Look, then there's any debate topic they've had over there. I probably had already before.
Well, see, the real CJ, if you just spelled his name right, he probably would have hopped on. Probably.
Nah.
My bad. Shit.
I'm not ending my. Look, we talking about something completely different, man. I'm just supposed to stop. You just no, man.
Lamont,
I've been having debates all week. I'm talking about I've been having basketball debates all week. Ain't not one of y'all tell Player's Choice to come pull up over here.
Yeah,
I'm doing the show.
We can get a day off of basketball. Shit.
Lamont, there is no way that Young Thug is gonna walk away from this. There's no way.
All right, that's the end of the day.
Because if you look at him and his beef with YFN and Lucci, like I said, that is what he done basically self-snitched on himself. Like they gonna pull up the songs. I mean, he's admitted to everything damn near. Like I said, I'm surprised it even took him this long to go get him. They really probably, in my opinion, they should have got his ass back in like 2015. So they just been building up this case and building up this evidence.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it that they have a ton of circumstantial evidence. I believe that they have a ton of circumstantial evidence. But the problem with that circumstantial evidence is that good attorneys can tear that shit apart in a jury trial and have you looking crazy for even bringing it up. Good attorneys. And the one thing that Young Thug's attorneys have shown is that they are extremely competent. And you ain't gonna just be able to just throw this circumstantial evidence around without bringing real, legitimate, bona fide evidence that can really lock down some of these cases. And I just don't think they have it. And then some of the evidence
say that like they got
have,
the same attorneys. That's Gunna. You talking Gunna attorney?
No, Gunna had the number 2 attorney in the state of Georgia, while Young Thug had the number 1 attorney in the state of Georgia.
Okay, but I'm saying you act like they got the same interest. Listen.
And they do have the same interest.
Hey, Lamont, they can get the leader.
He's a divorce attorney.
Who's the alleged leader?
Attorney.
Who's the alleged leader of the YSL? He said
but we all know the leader. Anybody that claims is at the very top, that person's gonna have the hardest chance of beating their case, right? Because everything's targeted at the leader. We know that.
Okay.
So we know, like what Locker Room said, we know Young Thug has a hard fight in front of him. But we know when these cases start to fall apart, when evidence starts getting thrown out, when the prosecutors get caught lying about murder investigations on Gunna and things like that, they're starting to lose all credibility. And it's getting very close to the point where the judge is now about to reintroduce the consideration of bond because it looks like the prosecution was just lying about a ton of the things that they were saying in the beginning.
No, like I said, Lamont, they got so. I mean, you can just listen to his music, man. He done snitched on himself with this whole situation. Like I said, the main thing, in my opinion, that they going after is for that murder of Nut, because I seen it on the news. They said they want to get justice for that. And if you look at the situation with YFN and Lucci, they're on a RICO as well. Nobody's talking about the YFN Lucci RICO, but he's on a RICO case as well because they went to go do a drive-by shooting, and Lucci's friend, I believe, he ends up getting shot, and then they end up trying to push him out the car, so they put that body on Lucci.
Yeah.
So
that was crazy.
It's the same type of situation, in my opinion, with Thug. They're trying to get him after this murder of Nut, and that's why Thug and Lucci have been beefing for all these years. And like I said, Thug's been on Instagram. He's made Instagram posts, Lamont. He said, "Oh, if I didn't like what you was doing for your you know, family, I would have been killed you. I mean, just little stuff like that. I mean,
I know,
like I said, Thug is done.
but like I told you, that's all circumstantial evidence. That's all circumstantial. It's gonna now. Where's the DNA evidence? Where's the guns? Where's the weapons? Where's the eyewitnesses that saw him there pulling the trigger? Now you're gonna have to combine that circumstantial. See, circumstantial evidence is generally just used to strengthen the case when you have a ton of just pure, hard, cold facts and evidence that can't nobody refute. But if you ain't got none of that, and all you got is a whole bunch of circumstantial stuff, that is not really meeting a burden of proof to where I would, as a juror, I would be comfortable sending somebody away for life, especially if the defense team can show that you've been finessing and lying about a number of other things, that you used a warrant without a signature to get access to this, this, and this. If you had a case, you wouldn't need to finesse. And so when they start to lose their credibility as a juror, and I can't be the only one in the world to think like this, but to convince all, however many members of a jury there is of that, it's going to be extremely difficult, because all you need is that one person that thinks like me. I'm not going off that other BS. Y'all going to have to prove y'all case. That's all it takes. So again, if you really think that they can convince a juror of that many people, and then who's to say that you won't just have somebody in the jury that's just an undercover thug fan and just going to say, he's not guilty by all means necessary. We are talking about the state of Georgia. We are talking about somebody who's a beloved rapper, irregardless of what you're talking about. So again, you have, just like you guys say that they might have seen the video, you might see somebody who might have seen the video and might be sympathetic towards Thug. Be like, hold on, I can't let my man go down like this. Not guilty. What happened to that side of it? I mean, it's all types of scenarios can happen. He says all they got is a rental car. Well, the rental car got thrown out, right? Because the warrant that they used to get the rental car records was with a warrant that was not signed. So the rental car that was tied to the murder, the records that they received is getting thrown out because they obtained that information with a legal warrant.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So I mean, it's not related to this. Are you going to talk about the Tory Lanez thing anytime, or not?
Man, I that one was kind of an easy one. Man, people was. I talked about it. I did a video. I don't know if y'all missed the video. Early on when I created my second channel, I did a video on it. I mean, that case, that case is a prime example of a prosecution team where somebody makes a statement against Tory Lanez, but when it's time for them to come testify, what did that girl do when she got on that stand? Oh, I lied. You guys, I lied. When I made that statement, I lied. I was just trying to defend my friend, but I lied. And I'm not going to lie on the stand. So again, you don't want to mess around, and they didn't give Gunna his plea deal already, and then he gets on the stand and either takes the fifth, and then if he takes the fifth, then you have forced to give him some type of immunity from violating his plea agreement or probation, and then he tells the truth, and he tells a complete opposite story of what you guys allege might have happened. That shit will backfire on you, and we just saw that happen in the Tory Lanez case.
Well, they got a little picture now, a little when they comparing her to what's his name, Smollett, the case or whatnot.
Something happened, bro. Something going on in that case, but it is what it. Now, look, I can look at that case and I can be honest. Do I think Tory Lanez is completely innocent? No, I believe that motherfucker's crazy. He did something wrong. I just don't know what. And the thing is, there's not enough evidence to tell me what actually happened. There's so much reasonable doubt in that case. It's going to be hard for a jury to be like, he absolutely shot you. We got to send them to jail. There's too much doubt. They're not going to be able to prove that case without beyond a reasonable doubt. Just like in this case with Thug. I don't think they have enough evidence to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? Especially now that they're saying they're struggling to get a hold of some of the witnesses that they even did have.
Shit crazy.
So they're losing witnesses. Boom. They don't want to have Gunna testify, so they can't use his plea agreement statement. Boom. Or they just have to throw out some of the strongest evidence that they have, like the rental car records, like some of the drugs and all the stuff they found in the house. So you got to throw shit out. Boom. I mean, they're taking L's all over the place. I mean, shit.
Lamont,
Yeah.
when what popped this whole thing off, like Thug getting arrested and all that, is because when Lucci was arrested, if y'all don't know, look it up. It was on TMZ.
Yeah.
Somebody from Young Thug's camp tried to kill Lucci in jail.
Damn. I think I heard about
it. It's more than just the nut situation. That's just
the phone records, right?
No.
Because remember they had a phone in jail.
Oh yep, exactly.
And they were intercepting the text messages that tied him. Guess what happened with those records?
What happened?
That was, remember when they went in the house to arrest Young Thug, they went and got all the phones too. So all the phone records that they used to tie him to those conversations, because the warrant wasn't even signed by a judge. I just don't know how they keep pushing. They're pushing on. I mean, they're standing 10 toes on their ground. They're not letting this go. But I'm not doubting any information that you're saying, because you are spot on with everything that you're saying. All I'm saying is that the evidence that they were using to back it, a lot of this is in the goddamn garbage can.
Well, I heard about the car rental evidence getting thrown out. I don't know about the evidence of the phone records in jail.
The phones, because remember when they went to arrest Thug, they also searched the house using that old warrant that wasn't signed. Remember, they only had an arrest warrant. They went to his house acting as if they had a search warrant. And so they didn't only just arrest, because they could have just arrested Thug and just went on about their business. They didn't do that. They went in there and searched as well, claiming that they also had a search warrant. You cannot do that. And they were searching on the premise of looking for those phones, anything that they used to stack their case up. And that's what happened. It was an unlawful search. Now the phones that they use, the phone records that they use, the rental car records that they use. Remember, this was a trash warrant stemming back from 2016. And they were holding on using this unsigned warrant to go search shit and get evidence. This is what I mean by the state is sloppy. Yeah, I really think the feds would have been walking around for 5 years with an unsigned warrant. They probably would have had a lock and seal case if that warrant was signed. I don't doubt that the man was probably guilty, but that's not how the court of law works, unfortunately. The court of law works on, you can win on technicalities. This is a major glitch in their matrix, and I don't know how they fix it. Yeah, the law is fucked up. The law can screw you over, but shit, them technicalities have gotten a ton of murderers out. Technicalities and get you messed up.
Lamont, did you also hear? Here's another thing that set this whole thing off. This is what did it for me, right?
Yeah.
So one of Young Thug's affiliates, they were going to arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
Story, look it up. They were going to arrest him. He ends up, fighting with the police so he wouldn't go to jail and get arrested. He ends up shooting a cop 6 times. The cop ends up surviving. So then that guy goes to Fulton County Jail. Guess who he sees? He sees YFN Lucci. So him and Thug now are on the phone, and they're Thug is like putting out the hit on him. And it was one line where Thug said, "Damn, y'all ain't killed him yet. Y'all getting soft."
I remember that.
It's a lot of shit. It's not just the nut shit from 2015. It's shit from this year. And like I said, that's what did it for me, Lamont, is when they shot that cop. That's when all this shit.
But the thing is, to corroborate that phone call, what do they need? They're gonna need Thug's phone records. And without Thug's phone records, because they were super sloppy, they might have shot themselves in the foot. Unfortunately, that is like I said is now become like a due process thing. You literally have to follow everything to a T when you're going about these cases. Because if you forget to cross your T and dot your I's, you can take good evidence and turn it into dumpster juice. That's what they did.
But see, you saying that the prosecution is sloppy. I'm saying Thug is sloppy.
No. Thug was 100% sloppy. He was moving reckless. Like when some of the stuff I was saying, yeah, he was for sure moving reckless than a motherfucker, man. That's for sure.
Part of the reason why he was moving like that, Lamont, is because he's the kingpin. He's got all the money. It's been plenty of cases, Lamont,
you're right.
when he can. I've heard stories, because like I said, I'm from Atlanta. I've heard stories of dudes telling me that Thug would catch a charge, show up to court, pay them folks off, and they'll let him go. So he's in his mind, he's thinking, you heard the song, take this shit to motherfucking trial. So he's thinking in his mind, nigga, I'm a millionaire. I can beat all this shit. Give the lawyer a couple million for all the. This is where the lyrics is gonna come into play. Because not only is he doing all this shit, Lamont, he's actually bragging about this shit, and that's why I say he fucked up at. See, back in the days, niggas did they dirt, but they knew better than to keep this shit off of songs, off the internet. These new niggas nowadays, man, Lamont, they self-snitching on themselves.
Hey, how much?
You are right about that. I can't knock you on that. That's 100% facts. What'd you say, Cuba?
No, I was gonna ask him how much. How do you think is Thug gonna get out, or how much time you think he gonna get?
Man, I think Thug gonna do at least, if he takes a plea, I say he probably could get, if he's lucky, God willing, he could probably get like 15. About 15, like 15 to a dub.
No,
if he takes this shit to trial, yeah, Lamont, did you look into that Casanova case?
Oh, I forgot about Casanova. Yeah, hey, talk about that.
He about to, he's done. He's done.
Well, he got life.
Well, he's already been he's already a convicted felon, and then I think he
pled guilty though, didn't he?
Yeah, he pled guilty, so he about to get sentenced soon.
God,
so, like I said, if Thug is smart, in my opinion, he should not take this to trial, bro. They got so much shit of him self-snitching and pretty much admitting to his shit. I just don't see how he could make it through a trial.
But the self-snitching stuff is all circumstantial. They're losing all of their direct evidence. I don't think the prosecution lets it go to trial. I think the prosecution will come with. I think right now they're trying to figure out what plea bargain is going to look like is a harsh enough penalty to where we didn't just fold, but also let this man go because we don't think we can win in trial. That's what I think they're trying to figure out right now. So I think the longer they let him sit in there, maybe the more time served they can get him. But outside of time served, I don't see them spending another day in jail.
But my thing is, Lamont, they haven't even presented discovery and all that. So like, we just gotta wait and see, man. Me personally,
they haven't presented discovery, and the funny thing is Young Thug's team they're prepared to proceed. Remember, they're the ones that filed for fast and speedy, right? Like normally that's unheard of in a case like this. It's absolutely unheard of to see the defendants go file for fast and speedy on a RICO case. But they were like, we think y'all pump faking on everything y'all got. Y'all already been lying. You lied about the lyrics in the beginning. They were so confused in the beginning. They read off lyrics that Nicki Minaj was singing, was telling the judge that was Thug's lyrics and got caught.
Oh, God.
During the bond hearing. And the guy was like, that's Nicki Minaj's lyrics. That ain't even his. They were sloppy. They did so many things wrong. And I think right now, they're just public defenders who just messed up. They don't have the resources that these other attorneys have, like with the private investigators. And they just got sloppy. They got thirsty and they got sloppy. That's it.
Yeah, like I said, what did it for me, Lamont? Like what I think brought all this to a head, because like I said, they've been investigating Thug. Like he said it on the interviews. He know this shit was following him. So like I said, when his associate shot at that cop, like I said, they don't. In my opinion, I don't think they really give a fuck that he's killing niggas on the street. I don't really think they give a fuck about that. Right. I think when he shot that cop 6 times, luckily he survived. When they did that, that is what set this whole shit off. And I just think that's gonna be hard to I just think that whole situation gonna be hard to get about.
And it's gonna be hard, but now they got the hard job of trying to connect the dots to turn it into an underlying charge and then connection to a RICO case. Because then you're gonna have to prove that him shooting the cop, if you want to connect him to the RICO, then you have to find a way to prove that that act was in commission of something that young thug told him to do as a part of the criminal enterprise. Like, I'm sure all these other guys got criminal records, but you can't just attach any crime that they commit to the RICO Act because it don't connect. It's not something that was sponsored by YSL or pushed by Young Thug. So they got a ton to prove, man. I mean, shit. Man, good luck. Good luck, man. That's all I'm saying. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, but to tie it all back, Lamont, with the Gunna situation, like I said, the reason why I feel like the backlash has been so crazy is because most people, like you said, they really didn't have much on Gunna. So had he would have just held it down and stayed solid, he probably been gone, maybe a couple of years max. Like I was telling my homie, Gunna, I said at the max he would get 5, but even that was kind of a stretch, like maybe a year or 2, and then it was gonna just let Gunna go based off what the evidence that they had on him. So in my opinion, I say it's fucked up what he did because, with the Tekashi situation, like I said, they were actually violating him. They had audio of, Shotty and Jim Jones, I believe, saying, yeah, we're going to super violate this nigga. Like, so even though I didn't respect what Tekashi did, I could at least understand it. To me, what Gunna did, I really don't even get it. Because it's like, why even do all that when like I said, we haven't even, the trial hasn't even started yet. Like, we don't even know what they got really against you for real. And then, like I said, on top of that, Thug is the one that really put you on and put you in this position. And then, I don't know if you saw that video, Lamont, of Gunna when he got out and he had that girl that was waiting on him, right? Did you see that? When he grabbed on her ass? I'm telling my homies, I'm like, man, this nigga did all this shit just to get out of jail, just so he could get some ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was telling my homie, like, I could see if he came out and he had his family, like, okay, I've been missing my fam. Like, no, you did all this to like come out and hug some hoe, like
locker room. We all know that's probably the first thing on somebody's mind when they getting out of jail. That's everybody getting.
Lamar, you goddamn right.
What you mean?
You goddamn right, dog. I've been in this bitch for some years, and I want that shit once I get out.
Locker room, what you mean, man?
Like, he ain't been in there for
being
no
honest,
years,
bro, ain't nobody thinking about seeing their mama.
Lamont, it's been 6 months, man.
Whoa, man.
You ain't even went upstairs
hold on,
yet,
after
Lamont.
a couple days or
5
weeks.
years at the max, man. God
Hey,
damn.
I'm gonna tell you right now, because sometimes I take basketball teams in some of these prisons, so we go in there and hoop, we chop it up with them, we teach them some financial literacy and all that whatnot. But when I be just chopping it up with them, bro, some of these guys be like, man, can you call my girl, man? Can you tell her to call me? They don't be telling me to call their mama, their daddy, their sister, their brother. They be like, man, here's my girl number, man. Can you hit her up, man? Just tell her to send me a letter or something, man. They be worried about their girls, man. They be worried about, man.
Well, Lamar, let me tell you what. Look, I'm not saying I would
worry
do
about keeping in contact with the fuck.
Hey, Renegade, this is what you would do. Hey, let's say what you just said. They tell Renegade the goddamn, I call my girl. I can see Renegade, man. Fuck that, man. I'm gonna go ahead and do some action, dog. Look, I'm not gonna tell them to call you. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. Fuck all the bullshit, Lamont. Fuck it, Lamont. I'm gonna go ahead and get them draws, dog.
Man, it is what it is, man. Look, I don't blame Gunna.
That bitch trying to get some meat up in that thing, man. Come on,
man. You doing that?
Man, I'm saying, listen, man.
You thinking about it?
Niggas get pushed in all kinds of ways. But I'm saying, as far as Gunna, that's what I'm saying. Gunna, tell me he couldn't get, like, there ain't no way he couldn't get no pussy in it. It's not about that, man. He just wanted to be home for the holiday. Man, that's cap.
Be home for the holidays.
He wanted to be home for the holidays, man. He said, I can't take it no more.
Lifetime movie, nigga.
Man, listen, he said, I can't take it no more. I got the call. I can't do it no more. 6 months, no. 5 years, I can't do. 5, like, dude, and you want some trumped up charges, so you're not gonna be in there for the whole 5, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna be there, like, stop it, man. This is some cap. Why are you admitting to everything? Like, why is you helping the case? What the fuck, man? Damn. Talking about they got evidence again. Like, if you sign it, what you signed mean like you would have got the whole 5. Like, they would have smacked you with the whole 5, and you couldn't do the whole 5. So you want to get out right now and do some damn community service and shit, man. Get out of here. Because if they would have caught you for it, then that means you did what they was talking about. And so you only got 5? Man, get your ass out of here.
Man, Renegade, man, at the end of the day, Gunna's still a better artist than fucking Soulja Boy. At the end of the day.
Okay. Let's see what he do now. The fuck? He out of there, man. That shit over with. I mean, Bobby Shmurda took 7. Like,
what about Boosie? How much did Boosie serve?
Man, Boosie on top.
The middle school
Boosie was the one on top, so he can't snitch on. He can't really. You know, he can't. Who could he tell on? He can't tell on nobody.
I was just saying how much. I don't know how much time he got. He was in there for a minute.
Oh, I forgot how much time he got. He got a couple. He got a good little bit.
And won't Gucci in there too? Or am I tripping?
He wasn't on death row, but he was in there.
So my thing, Lamont, you can't be out here on videos talking about, yeah, I'm Shady Park Crib neighborhood, all this, and this, and then when it's time to be about that shit, that gang banging lifestyle, you start telling. Like, that's just not gonna be respected. The same way with Tekashi, it's not respected. But like I said, it's different when it's Tekashi because he didn't really get the respect from the jump. Gunna, niggas actually fucked with Gunna. That's what make it so just fucked up. It's because like this nigga just had the #1 album, the #1 song, Pushing P. That shit was hard.
They get themselves in this situation. Lamont, do you agree? They getting themselves in this fucking situation, man. Now look, that's what I was saying earlier.
You like capping now. You said I'm saying you got the cap on, man.
They getting themselves in this situation.
How is you saying that him admitting to them being a criminal organization ain't snitching? How is you saying that, man? Just because they said they wasn't gonna put his ass on the stand? What the hell, man? Why is we believing that shit?
I mean, shit.
Why?
If
I don't want to hear that shit, man.
Doing that
Tell
shit.
me that shit when it's over, man.
If you gonna talk, like he said, you talk about that gang life. I mean, shit, you gonna get got. Don't be doing that shit. Now you're gonna be in trial, and now you have all these damn years in jail because you're doing this shit.
And you know what's interesting about this, Lamont, is that I don't know if y'all heard this, the panel, but a couple of months ago, some nigga from Roddy Rich's camp, because you know Roddy Rich, I believe, is a 60s if I'm not mistaken. He a Crip too. So some nigga, Lamont, he had, you know, he was offended because, you know, Roddy Rich got on, and the dude felt like, okay, you got on, you claiming the set, but when you get on, you move to Miami, you don't put nobody else on from the hood, right? So it's like same situation with Gunna. You niggas want to use the gang for protection, for street cred, whatever the case may be, but as soon as them folks come and get you, you denounce the gang and then you turn your back on everybody. That's not cool. And I felt the dude that was saying that about Roddy Rich, because I felt that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you gonna use the Crips in our set in our neighborhood to help you build up your rap career, the least you could do, you don't make 20 M's. The least you could do is fucking help some niggas out. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas ain't saying you got to give a nigga $1 million, but like, you know, the least you could do is show some niggas from the hood some love. Like, because when you needed protection, when you needed all that other shit, they was there riding with you. So it's the same situation with Gunna. Like I said, I can't respect a nigga saying in the hood, talking about some, yeah, nigga, it's Shady Park Crips. Y'all niggas know what the fuck going on. I'm the slimiest of the snakes. And then when some shit go down, you talking about some, oh, nah, we need to denounce YSL as a gang and all this extra shit.
Exactly.
Like that's not cool to me. So it's not even, like I said, I know the debate tonight was did he snitch or not. To me, that's not even the most egregious part of it. It's like you turned your back on your niggas, and like I said, the niggas that put you on and put you in a position. If it wasn't for Thug, I wouldn't have known who Gunna was. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just straight up. And Thug, niggas can say what they want about Thug, but Thug is actually solid. Like he done put a lot of niggas on from the city that would have never got that opportunity. Baby, Keed, Gunna, like all these niggas came from Thug. You feel what I'm saying? So for you to sit up on the stand knowing Thug is the leader of YSL and then say, yeah, okay, YSL is a gang. I mean, and then you was just out here 7 months ago, repping this shit in the hood, doing all this shit. I don't know, man. That's just not solid. That's not P to me. But like
I mean, I think when it comes time to sign your plea bargain or plead guilty, and criminals have to say things to hopefully get a more lenient sentence, I think they always cap to a certain degree. I mean, if you could say it's trash and where he came from, but I mean, when it comes time and you're in front of that judge and it's time for you to, say what you need to say, hopefully you get a lighter sentence, or you got to go ahead and cop to some things in the plea agreement that you might not want to always cop to. I mean that just comes with it. But I just think there should be some leeway I think there needs to be I think from us on this side of it, I think it needs to be a little bit more understanding when it comes to understanding what truly snitching is. Because again, there are some situations where even where T.I. said, where I had to use my dead cousin, to get off a charge. Well, I can't honestly say that's snitching because you didn't really cost nobody nothing. Snitching is really when you jeopardize somebody else's livelihood when y'all was both in something together. If you ain't doing that, it's hard for me to just really throw that label on you.
Yeah, like I
That's
said,
the main thing for me.
I'm saying, but we don't even see his
we
don't even know about his paperwork and shit, his testimony and shit. While we talking this shit about, we don't even know like that. Like that shit that T.I. said was admitted, and his paperwork ain't even to be known. What about what like? That's what I'm saying. You don't know what these other people be talking about, but we got this guy talking like. Come on, man. Who knows what the hell else he talking about, man? Behind closed doors, off of the record and shit, man. Come on, man.
I feel
so
you,
let, so
man.
so Lamont. So do you think? Okay, because you saying he's not snitching. Okay. So do you think that what he did, just as a man, do you think that that's cool? Like if you gonna be out here gang banging, doing interviews with Big U and claiming the hood, neighborhood, and rolling 60s and all that. And then when the shit goes
Which
down,
is illegal.
like everybody knows, Lamont, that the gang banging life is gonna go one or two ways for the most part. You're gonna end up dead or in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what Wax say. When you sign up for this shit, you know that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you was a fucking, kid and they forced you in. You knew what you was signing up for. You had bulletproof cars. Matter of fact, Lamont, I seen there's this dude, I think his name is Miko Worldwide, and he'll go to like everybody's hoods and shit and show, how it's was going down. So when Gunna and Thug got locked up, he went to Cleveland Ave. So the niggas that see like the public, y'all, we don't really know. You won't. I'm from Atlanta, so I kind of like, I kind of keep up with this shit. But if you from like another state or you're not really that, involved with this shit, you're not gonna know that these niggas actually have real life ops that they really beefing with in the streets for real. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not like Gunna is just some innocent dude who never gang banged or that's not what it was. Like he was claiming a set, claiming a well-known gang, right? And like I said, he got caught up, and not even 6-7 months later, he's on the in court saying, what you know, whatever.
Reason,
so as a man, do you think that's cool?
So the reason why I don't consider this snitching, based on all the research that I've done, is the number one thing that I suspected. After I'm seeing how the dominoes especially are starting to fall over the last week, the number one thing that I've always suspected is that it looks and it feels like Thug and Gunna are working in cahoots. I believe that, especially when I see how happy Gunna was when he went to court, finally wore a suit for the first time. He's all smiles. His attorney was in there dicing up everything that the prosecutors had, getting shit thrown out left and right. And this all starts to coincide with Gunna getting an extremely lenient plea deal just by answering a few questions. And those questions would be extremely valuable if it was Gunna's, if the prosecution said, and we need you to say these things in court because we do plan to use your plea statement against other defendants. If that was the case, that would be invaluable. Thug would not be able to beat that. But then when they follow it up the next day by saying he's not testifying in court, we're not using his plea agreement statement against anyone in the case, all the while their entire case is falling apart, it just sounds and feels to me as if they're working in cahoots. And I think they knew what was coming. Like this plea agreement wasn't just drafted in one day. I'm positive that the prosecution probably presented him with this plea agreement a week ago, a month ago, and they were just taking their time and signing it, hopefully pushing for a better deal. So it wasn't just something that happened over a 24-hour period. And I'm positive Thug knew about it and probably signed off on it, and they knew the move. So that's why it's just hard for me just to go with that, because something just don't look right. And the prosecutions just they're starting to look too desperate. And Gunna just never sent me off as the type to even need to snitch. There was no pressure on him to snitch because he wasn't facing any significant time with how the RICO case was put together. And he was only tied in with a traffic ticket. Just like the attorney online said, they had an extremely weak case against him. And this plea just simply shows they had a weak case. And this was the last ditch effort to secure some form of a guilty conviction just for numbers. And that's it. Because there was really no other real reason for it. And plus, he didn't want to sit in jail another 7 months just to win a trial he was going to win. Because he was going to win it. As far as the other people, I don't know. So I just can't say it was snitching because nobody else is getting affected by what he said. None. Nobody is. That's for me, that's the key. Snitching has to result in someone else's livelihood getting impacted. And no one's getting impacted. So to me, it's not snitching. Just Gunna fucking two bitches right now. He happy. Yeah, he is. But he's also bringing money into YSL. The reason why we know they needed to get back to making money, I mean, it's not like Gunna wasn't losing things. Young Thug has a couple lawsuits out there with jewelers who he hasn't been able to pay. Right? Let's not act like this dude is just, dripped out in money, like in billions. He's not. He's not made of money. He's losing a ton of money. He's paying out in legal fees. They need somebody to get back out and get back to making money.
Man, I mean, listen, they whole shit, look. Okay, you got your boy. He admitted to them being a criminal organization. Now all they got to do is tie the money into the situation, and boom, there goes your RICO case, man.
Exactly, and that's another thing too, Lamar. It's like, they don't have to like literally have fucking undeniable proof that Young Thug did X, Y, and Z. It's a RICO. Like, niggas at the top, he's like the I don't know how whatever phrase you would use it to compare it to like the military, or whatever. But he's at the top. So obviously he's not gonna be the one to actually do this shit. It's like the situation that happened at the jail when they tried to kill Lucci. It wasn't Young Thug actually trying to kill Lucci. It was somebody that he had ordered to do it. So my thing is, Gunna admitting that it's a criminal organization and that they are a gang. Like I said, that to me, you just threw Thug underneath the bus. I would have been more happy with Gunna had he would have just kept quiet, took the whole thing to trial or whatever, and did his little 1, 2, 3, however many years he was gonna do, and just going about his life. He would have came home. Everybody would have fucked with him.
But here's the problem: the danger in going to trial is this. One, even if you have a strong case, there's no guarantee that you win. And if you lose in trial, you are not going home in a few years. Generally, when you lose in trial, you get maxed out. So there's also
I thought he was only
danger.
facing 5.
No, he was facing more than that because he had the RICO attached to everything. So the problem with going to trial, and this is why so many people sign plea agreements, is that if you go to trial and lose, in most states, the judge will penalize you for wasting the state's time, taking it to trial, and the penalty is usually getting the max. It's called getting maxed the fuck out. You're going to get maxed out. This is the fear. And all you got to do is go to any prison, talk to anybody that's been locked up. They will tell you this. You don't want to go to trial unless you know you have a locked, solid, rock solid case that cannot be refuted. And that's rare. Like there was still a potential he could get a messed up jury and lose. And that's why he said, I felt it was in my best interest. Even though I'm still presuming my innocence, I thought it was in my best interest to go ahead and take this plea and just plead guilty. Because it's risky going to trial, and you're going to spend a ton of money while doing it.
That's what I'm saying. It goes both ways, though. It could go bad for either side. You know what I'm saying? They could be trying to get them to plea out quick because they got a weak case, like you were saying. You know what I'm saying?
Or Renegade, like we see a lot of times when they do have weak cases, if a prosecutor feels they have a weak case, they gonna come and slide up under you with a plea deal, just so you, especially if, like, I guarantee you, if Gunna was out on bond, it would have been harder to get him to accept this plea deal because he would have had his freedom. He'd have been out already for all of them.
Of course.
But the fact that when you got somebody locked up, they have no access to their money, they can't make money, no access to women, family, any of that stuff, that's when you can slide in and be like, okay, we need you to consider this plea deal. I'm sure they probably offered him a plea deal. His team probably countered with a better thing, and they came to a middle ground on something, and they went off with that. And I think the middle ground was that y'all can't call him to testify. He's not testifying on nobody. He'll agree to this deal. You get your guilty plea, but this man ain't testifying in nobody's court. That's why the prosecutor came out and said the next day, we're not calling him as a witness.
Now. Okay, but that's right. Now you act like they could never put another witness on or something.
What witness they gonna put on? Because they've already admitted that they're losing all their witnesses. Witnesses are stopping short. They're not showing up to depositions. They're not showing up to pre-trial meetings. They complained to the judge about it a couple weeks ago. Or all the witnesses that we so-called said we had during all these bond hearings, they can't get a hold of no more.
Okay, but that's bad. That's bad for Gunna though, because they might have to call his ass up there, right?
But that's that's bad for the prosecution's case.
Well, I'm saying, but they got him. If they need him, they gonna make their call, and he gotta answer, right?
It's just like what the attorney said. If they call Gunna up, the only thing Gunna will do, if they break their promise and they call Gunna up, the only thing he's gonna do is plead the fifth, and then they're gonna go back behind the scenes. And they're going to be like, all right, if you're going to plead the fifth, then look, we'll give you immunity if you tell the truth. Okay, now there's a flip side to that. If he does tell the truth and he gets up there and says, well, I lied when I signed my plea bargain. This is not a gang. He's just going to completely flip and stay loyal to Young Thug with immunity.
That's something whole
and then they'll
different.
be absolutely screwed.
That's something totally different. That's Kelsey in the case twice, and I already said he could do that, but I don't. That's something to totally be unconfirmed. And I said that that's probably why they wouldn't call him on the stand in the first place, like because he might do some shit like that and mess the whole case up and lie and shit or whatever. But I'm saying, if that's not what he doing, they call him up there. He said he was gonna be truthful. You know what I'm saying? Who know? He might be telling the truth. You know, and if they call him up there, hey man,
Well,
you hear me?
let me ask y'all a question. Was he lying? Was he lying when he said YSL was a criminal enterprise? Or y'all have already confirmed? Well, shit.
YSL hope
He's
so.
telling the truth. He told the
YSL
truth.
hope he was lying. The fuck?
But it's common knowledge. It's from where it sounds.
Common knowledge not in court.
That it's all circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, man. Got him before trial talking that shit about YSL being a criminal organization as the alleged number 2 in a gang, man. And it's a gang because he said it was a gang, man.
I've just never heard of
I don't think it's gonna hurt. I don't think it's gonna hurt anybody.
Lamont, I've just never heard of a gang member going up there saying, yes, this is a gang, I'm a part of the gang, and then we saying that's not snitching. That's crazy.
And it don't hurt nobody, man. Stop it, man.
Because generally when somebody goes up there, those statements are used to get somebody else convicted. This is a very odd case where he immediately said those things, but his statement can't be used to prove the RICO, nor can his statements be used in anybody's trial if they're not willing to call him as a witness. And the DA has already said they're not calling him as a witness. That was what makes this trickier. And if Gunna knew that before he signed his plea deal, well, if I sign this, I don't got to testify, and ain't nobody else gonna get in trouble.
He ain't got to testify yet, man.
I mean, but okay, let's look at let's look at Shotty, right? From Treyway. I think he got 12 years, Lamont. All we know for a fact that they did, I know they robbed a nigga in New York. They might have shot at some people, shot at the Barclays Center, little shit like, you know, they didn't, I don't think it was any bodies attached to that situation. I don't think nobody dropped, if I can remember correctly. With this Young Thug situation, like I said, there's a body that's dropped. So, in my opinion, Thug is. It didn't matter what Gunna did to me. To be honest with you, like Gunna, like I said, Thug is done. You know, he gonna get at least 15.
You think
know
so?
What I'm saying? Lamont, they have a body. It's a body. Like I say, Shotty got 12 years just for like, you know, kidnapping Tekashi, shooting at Chief Keef, and you know, being a part of the shooting at the Barclays with Casanova. There's somebody that's dead. And then, like I said, on top of that, the Wayne tour bus shooting that happened in 2015 as well. That was Young Thug's manager. They got Birdman. They had a call where Birdman is like, "Yeah, you did all you could do. Come pick up your money." So that's dating back to 2015. So like I said, fast forward to 2022, they try to go pick up one of Young Thug's associates. He shoots a cop 6 times. Then he goes to jail and he tries to kill YFN Lucci, and that's public record that YFN Lucci and Thug been beefing about the dude Nut getting killed. Lucci's got mixtapes saying.
No. But you're gonna have to, in a court of law, now you're gonna have to connect all those dots with cold hard evidence, and not just a whole bunch of allegations. So because
it ain't gotta be cold hard though.
Hold on. Everything that he said is circumstantial because it's all backed by the lyrics. So the lyrics
reasonable doubt is about a bunch of circumstantial evidence. I mean, you got your couple concrete in there.
It has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
it can be no doubt left in their mind. The story that he gave me was a beautifully put together story, but the one thing is missing: the weapons involved, the eyewitnesses involved. The gun, the fingerprints, the DNA evidence.
The eyewitness, he said the gun.
There's no evidence. There's no witnesses. There's no witnesses. Like there's no eyewitnesses. There's no video camera footage. I'm not saying nothing that directly ties Young Thug to these crimes the way that they're saying, other than circumstantial evidence. If that's all you got in a jury trial, you don't have very much of a case.
I mean, the thing is about the like what homie was saying. It is harder. It's sometimes it's harder to prove a murder case because they ain't got nobody to say who done it. Like unlike Kakashi, he actually said that it was shot in, and this one and that one that actually kidnapped my stupid ass. Like you know what I'm saying? So that that might.
And the hard evidence that they have in the 6ix9ine cases. Remember, they was getting snitched on by the driver before 6ix9ine even started telling. They was getting wiretapped in video doing all this stuff. So they had hard video and audio evidence of a lot of the stuff that was going on. And the search warrants used to obtain that evidence was signed by a judge. It wasn't no
And they still
shoddy.
wanted him to confirm it with his mouth, man.
No, but they had 6ix9ine come in. But the one thing that 6ix9ine,
Oh, you talking
they
about
didn't just have his testimony. They knew that 6ix9ine was sit on the stand because how did they coerce 6ix9ine to get on the stand? They showed him video and audio of all these dudes that he was initially going to protect by not telling. All these dudes was behind his back stealing money. They kidnapped a man. They was fucking on this girl. And so when she sees all this, once he confirms all this stuff, he has absolutely no loyalty. They knew they pissed him off to such a degree he was going to say whatever it took, even if he had to finesse and say some extra lies to get them dudes convicted. Because they hit that man's soul.
Good for 6ix9ine. But I'm saying that's not the same because he wasn't gonna tell at first if they wouldn't have snaked him. Thug ain't snake him, and he out there saying that that YSL is
Thug
a
didn't
criminal
snake him, and that's why he didn't
organization,
betray
man.
him. That's why he didn't betray him.
What? Didn't I'm saying listen, but it could still be that could still be the case, right? Depending on how the case go, because the trial ain't even start yet.
I know.
You know.
Yeah, but there's a reason why the prosecutors asked for a continuance. They wanted to push it back 90 days because they wasn't ready.
Okay, maybe they want to put his ass as a witness.
Oh, no, that's not why. But they told the judge, see, if you ask for a continuance, you have to tell the judge why you need a continuance. That's not what they told the judge.
Okay.
They told the judge they're having trouble getting a hold of their witnesses. They just had a ruling that affected all of their evidence, and a lot of their evidence was getting thrown out, so they have to file new motions. They whole cases
So they got it granted, right? Because they did get a lot of shit thrown out, right?
The defense did, yeah.
They got their motion. I'm saying like who knows what they got brewed up.
That's crazy.
They gotta start a whole nother
Check this
game
out. That's
plan.
crazy. That's crazy. We were just talking about this. It just popped up on my phone. I think this was something that Locker Room was talking about. So it says Lil Duke takes plea deal in the YSL RICO case. It said days after Gunna entered into a plea deal in which he received a time served suspended sentence. YSL rappers Lil Duke and Slime Life Shawty have chosen to take the same path. Again, another reason why we know this is all orchestrated. According to the New York Times reporter Joe Corcarcelli, YSL members Lil Duke and Slime Life Shawty have been released from jail after entering their own plea deals. So similar to Gunna, these two signed their plea deals and also got released with time served as well. So it says, like Gunna, Slime Life Shawty faced just one count, conspiracy to violate RICO, the acts he was accused of, arguably the most tenuous of the indictment, were based on only lyrics, video, clothing, and social media chatter threats. This is what Corcarcelli wrote on Twitter. So what he said was on Twitter was he says, other than Gunna, Slime Life Shawty may have been the rapper with the most career momentum before the indictment. He says, like Gunna, Slime Life Shawty faced just one count, conspiracy to violate the RICO, and they were tied to the RICO for very, very minor or minute things. It says YSL RICO's trial. It said the YSL RICO trial, which involves Young Thug and Gunna, who were indicted on racketeering charges back in May, is scheduled to happen January 5th, 2023. A judge previously denied Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis's request to delay the trial until March, arguing that postponement would protect the rights of the 28 defendants associated with the 56-count indictment, since all of them needed to be tried together. It says Thug 31 has been charged with conspiracy to violate, we all know that, the RICO Act. So yeah, so now you got two more people, Little Duke and Slime Life Shorty. They both have taken very similar plea bargains, and these plea bargains also allow for them to walk out the same day. And so now you have to ask yourself, I would almost guarantee that they had to answer the same questions that Gunna had to answer. It just didn't get recorded. Are they snitches as well?
But see, my thing is that once again with the whole Lil Duke situation, I didn't hear about him doing anything for real. Like, so
you said doing what?
I said I didn't hear about him doing anything. Like, I heard no information about Lil Duke like being, I'm pretty sure he's active or whatever, but I didn't hear nothing he did.
No, they didn't. They said because they all had to be tied into the RICO with some type of act, and they said Little Duke and Slime Life Shorty were both tied into the RICO because of either lyrics, videos. We talked about this in my first video, clothing, and social media chatter or threats. So they would get on social media, you do the threats with somebody online back and forth. So their connections to the RICO were very minor. Just like Gunna's connection to the RICO was because of a misdemeanor traffic violation. Extremely minor. Now, are these two also snitches if they answer the same questions and it doesn't say here that these two are listed as witnesses on anybody else's case? Because it sounds like a lot of them are just following suit.
But yeah, like I said, I never heard about Lil Duke. Like, like I said, I'm pretty sure he's active or whatever, but I didn't hear, you said, you just read it out. So social media threats, that's nothing. Like, he probably shouldn't have never even been in there anyway. But I'm saying with Young Thug, he's the one that they want. So in my opinion, like I said, I think the prosecution will be fine with letting damn near everybody else go as long as they can get Thug. And we're going to see how it's going to play out, Lamont. But like I said, if I was Thug, man, I wouldn't take it to trial. I'll tell you that much. I'll just go ahead and take a plea like everybody else. And
I see the plea deal right here. Hold on. I got a copy of it. I didn't even know they had this on here. Okay, so Martez Arnold, I don't know which one this is. This is either Slime Life Shorty or Little Duke. So what was this plea deal? Damn, look at this. So his plea deal was this, bro. His plea deal was a 12-year sentence. Right? 12-year sentence. It says 2 years commute to time served. So his 7 months locked up was equivalent to 2 years with a 10-year probationary period. And he actually had, he had two 12-year sentences that are to run concurrent. So he has two separate 12-year sentences. Both of them, you have 2 years commuted to time served, which means his 7 months in is equivalent to 2 years. He goes free that same day that he signs with 10 years of probation. And if this man messes up, if he gets in trouble while on probation, he gonna get cracked on his head. Because if he gets in trouble on probation, he's gonna have to go. Bro, he's gonna have to do 24 years if he violates his probation.
So it's the concurrent ones. Okay.
Because they ran him.
So what is the?
Ooh, fuck!
So tell me he ain't. I'm saying.
Damn, they gave him the boy. If
I thought what happened to the 5?
No, this is So this was either Little Duke's or Slime
Oh,
Life
dude.
Shorty's deal. So their
Oh,
deal
okay,
is going to
okay,
be a little
okay,
bit
okay,
different.
okay.
But they got. But see that's how you know their case is in the garbage can. I've never heard of
So why
12-year
take? Who's
sentence
taking that? Like,
because you go
bruh,
home that day. That's why they taking it, bro.
bruh,
You sitting in jail, bro. Have you been sitting in jail? Have you on them toilets and them showers? No
I'm
TV,
saying
lockdown, bro. They
you're
trying to go,
going to go to you. Something's gonna happen. You don't know what the hell's gonna
bro.
happen in
But the
20
one thing,
years.
you know is gonna happen if you
You
sign
know
this
what
deal.
probation is? Okay,
You
being
go
being free.
home.
But what is being on parole for 20 years, man? Do you like that's not?
12. No, he's gonna be on parole for 10 years.
I thought it was it's not concurrent.
It's not
The
consecutive.
two.
The
Okay.
concurrent means they run together.
Yeah. Okay.
So he has two 12-year sentences
Yeah.
that
So
run
it's just one.
together. But the problem with this, if this man gets in trouble, he's gonna have 20 years hanging over his head.
That's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
So, but it's only within them 10 years, is what you're saying?
So all he has to do is do 10 years straight without getting in trouble.
Okay, yeah.
That ain't hard. I can go 10 years without getting in trouble. That ain't hard. That's not hard to do.
All right. Yeah, one of them.
You know how it's not hard to do? Most of us on the panel have went 10 years without getting in trouble.
Okay, but we not, second and third.
Oh, look, here's the questions that they asked them. Oh, here's the questions that they asked them. A. So there's 2 pages of this. I'm gonna put it on the screen, y'all. They asked them the same questions. You will testify truthfully to all matters which you are questioned, but reserve the right to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. You will possess no guns during the term of your sentence or any time thereafter, unless your rights to do so are restored. You will commit no criminal acts. You can't have any contact with the co-defendants of this indictment. You'll be subject to this motherfucker. You will be subject to curfew while your probation is here in Georgia from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless you're working in school or on medical emergency may arise. And it says, I will authorize you to travel, but you will need to follow the appropriate procedure as set forth by your probation officer, who will explain to you that you will need to have a travel permit. Also, these aren't the questions that they asked them to agree to, but it does say you will testify truthfully to all matters which you are questioned, but reserve the right to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. So similar in this deal by the Honorable Ashley Merchant, he has a similar deal. Damn. Hold on, let me see if I get more information on this. So that was Little Duke's deal. That's Little Duke. That wasn't Slime Life Shorty.
Lamont, I don't know if you've seen. I'm on Academics Twitter right now. I don't know if you've seen, but they got a video of his lawyer, and he said, "Young Thug lawyer says other defendants are getting offered sweet plea deals to snitch on Young Thug." So,
but didn't he say that? Didn't he say that during the bond hearings a long time ago?
Nah, he posted this video.
They've been
yesterday.
I know, but what he's talking about when his attorney said that back when this first popped off, and I thought that was during the bond hearings when they were first trying to get bond. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I'm on his Twitter right now. It's from one day ago. I've never seen this video, so I don't know. This might be new, but like I said, Lamont, I think what they doing is they just want Thug, man. He's the kingpin in their eyes, and everybody else, like I said, they ain't really tripping off of him.
I mean, man, good luck though, bro. They gonna have a hard time securing this one right here. I mean, Thug may very well be connected to all of this stuff, but to tie him to it, one, without any significant convictions, and then two, without any significant witnesses directly tied into this case testifying against him. I mean, that's going to be tough, man. They're going to have to truly flip somebody, just like they flipped 6ix9ine, and get that person on the stand, because you can't keep giving out these deals where these people don't have to take the stand, or you're not going to call them as a witness, because that ain't going to amount to nothing. That's the bro. All you're doing is just letting his buddies out. That's really all you're doing, and they ain't got nothing. Like they ain't doing nothing to get up. Damn.
I'm gonna be honest, I ain't never seen like you dudes on a RICO and they just getting out like this. This is crazy to me,
bro. I never seen that. Like the RICO is one of the most serious charges, and these dudes is not just getting time served. Like if you look at that dude's plea deal, it was a 12-year sentence, 10 years suspended. He's still supposed to do 2 years, which for most people, they would have did them 2 years without thinking twice. But what are they doing for these dudes? They saying, we going to commute your 2 years, just give you time serves wherever you at, and you can go home today. Man, I ain't never seen that. I've never seen that. You commuting 2-year sentences? Bro, I've never seen that. Brad Vino says they still sitting. Brad Vino said, any updates? Yeah, we got the only update we got is that Lil Duke and Slime Life Shawty also signed this very similar plea deals to Young Thug, and they both have been released. The only difference is they have more time, they have more probation time, and they have more time commuted to get out. Because they only commuted 3 months of Gunna sentence. They commuted 3 months and just let him go today. Slime Life Shorty and Little Duke, they both got 12 years. They got 2 12-year sentences that run concurrently, which means 24 years total. It's just running together. Suspend 10 on both of them. Do 2 years. They've done 7 months, but they commuted. They commuted the full 2 years to whatever they served.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm tripping.
But I just never seen it. Usually 12 years do 2. For these types of charges, a dude would sit back and relax on his bunk if he knew he could just do them 2 years and get on out. But they commuting the 2 years. That's crazy.
Man,
that tells something up. Something going on.
Exactly. Somebody come on, man. So 10 years probation, either you're gonna get smacked or you're scared you're gonna get smacked. You know, it's either one or the other. Or the prosecution scared they're not gonna be able to smack you.
Lamont,
you know what I'm saying?
Yo.
So they got an interview, not to cut you off, bro, but they got an interview with his lawyer that just came out.
Who's lawyer?
Young Thug's lawyer.
Okay.
So this is a quote from the interview. They saying that they saying Young Thug's lawyer speaks out as Lil Duke and Slime Life Shawty accept plea deal. So it says Young Thug's lawyer says YSL plea deals are RICO case's biggest problem. So he says, this is a quote, he says, he said, he's like the easy target. So somebody gets arrested and gets in trouble and they want to deal. Law enforcement officers are all too eager to say, well, tell us about Mr. Williams, which is Young Thug. Is he involved in this? What do you know about him? ? That's the problem with this case, the attorney added. It's coming from the word of people who are getting deals to say, yeah, he was there, or I saw him around, or he gave the order, or I heard someone else, he gave the order. That's what this case is about. And he says, when you target a human being who's so well known, you make it so easy for the other person to say, oh, you mean I could be released from this location that I don't want to be? All I have to say is I know something about Jeffrey Williams. That's pretty scary. So according to Young Thug's lawyer, they tell him, man.
Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. It says following release. It says following his release, Slime Life Shorty issued a statement via IG stories to squash any rumors that his deal involved any accusations against other named of the YSL indictment. So Slime Life Shorty, he posted on IG, this is what he said. He says, yeah, I'm home. He says, I ain't have to snitch to get here, dickhead. He says, I admit it. He says, I admit it. This is what he said. He says, I admit it. YSL was a gang because it ain't illegal for no group to be a gang. He says, look it up. That don't hurt nobody. He said that don't hurt nobody. Anybody can be a gang. Plus, the founder already admitted it, stupid. He says, what am I supposed to do? He says, what am I supposed to say if the founder has already admitted it's a gang? He says, what I then do was say, yes, it's a fact. People in YSL commit crimes like murder and etc. because I don't know nothing about it. So just like Gunna, he answered the same questions, but his thought process on it was, yeah, of course I admitted this shit. This shit's already been brought up. This already getting investigated. He's saying, they asked him if people in YSL have committed crimes. He says, yes. I know people in YSL that committed crimes. He says, because it's a fact. But he said he's basically saying it's a fact. He says he's saying the reason why I know they've committed crimes because a lot of people in YSL have been arrested for crimes.
Well, that's not the same thing, man. As saying that they
so
are
did Slime Life Shorty snitch?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, of course he did, but I'm saying that's not the same thing as saying that YSL is a criminal organization. Did he said that too, right?
No, but he just summarized. I mean, he didn't type in criminal
I mean, he
organization.
went even in more. He said another thing. That's just another top guy in YSL that said a whole nother detail to YSL. He's like, yeah, we do crimes. Like, what do we talk? One say they're a criminal organization, and another one say that they do crimes, man.
Hold on, 3 Glock. You gotta hit my link. If you can give me a very good reason to go pull up the player's choice, I will. We've been having a solid conversation about a non-sports topic for a while. Where we've been cooking over here. Everybody keep telling me to go to player's choice and pull up on ticket. Well, I mean, I've cooked ticket enough, but I mean, I'll do it. But you got to hit the link. You will need to hit the link to please explain to me why I need to go over there right now. Why do I need to stop? You ain't hit my Cash App, nothing. You ain't gave me no real good reason to go over there. Everybody keep telling me to go over there. Yeah, I ain't gonna hit my Cash App, do none of that. So y'all just telling me to just stop what I'm doing, man, and just go. Come on, man. But y'all ain't went over to Player's Choice and told them to stop the whole production of the show to come over to FYF Sports, not one time. Come on, y'all, man. Why I gotta stop, man? Hey, y'all, Player's Choice, man. I need to go over there and talk the ticket. No, it's really, I'm not that pressed. And like I said, why would I go seek out a very casual and easy debate? I mean, at least offer up somebody that might pose a challenge like Shaq. Even Mars could potentially pose a challenge because he knows he doesn't forget shit. But you telling me to go over there and debate the most least credible basketball mind in sports for what? Come on, man. Stop it, man. Come on, stop it. Now, you can hit the link or you can hit the Cash App to please give me some motivation to go over there. So I'm going to put the Cash App in there. And if y'all really want me to go over there, y'all incentivize me stopping my show to go over there. Please. Please do.
But like I said, Lamont, this shit here is crazy. I've just never seen a RICO case and dudes is just getting. I've never seen deals being cut like this. I've never seen anything like this before. This is unprecedented.
That's what's surprising me too. Like that's the one thing I can't explain because the one thing I thought maybe you could find one person getting some type of deal, especially if they're the first to tell and spill all the beans and testify. But that ain't even happening. I mean, they're giving out multiple beautiful deals across the board, man. But 10 years of probation is, I'm talking about, god damn. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough for him to do. That's gonna be tough, especially if he's living that lifestyle. Like for us, I mean, we living every day the right way. We really probably ain't associating with questionable characters. I mean, if he stays anywhere close to that lifestyle, and then they also put a curfew on his head, he can't be out past 10 p.m., y'all. That's crazy, bro. They setting this man up to get probation violation within the first year.
That's what I'm saying.
He getting set
Like,
up.
that's what I'm saying. Like, why? Who's gonna take? Why? Why did you take that? Come on, man. Damn.
But, so you saying you wouldn't have took that renegade to get out?
No, man.
You
I mean,
crazy
dog.
motherfucker.
No way, man. Come on, man. Not after the charges. Not after
You know
what
why
you
you would have
talking
took it?
about.
Because you would have been looking at how many years you could have got if you lose in trial with a
Coulda-
RICO over your head. And you'd be like, if I can get out today, as opposed to take my chances in trial, you signing the shit out of that deal.
He not out. The trial ain't even start.
No,
We can
I'm talking
still
about,
get that.
hold on, Lil Duke, he's out. He got released Friday. He got released yesterday.
I'm saying the trial ain't start till what, next month or something.
Well, Young Thug's trial is set to start January 5th.
Yeah, okay. That's Thug's trial. I'm saying. I'm saying like so they copped out to the whole shit and it's over for them.
Oh, hold on. James Bell hit the cash app. Hold on. He says I got. Oh, so hold on. Did you hit the cash app? Oh, he hit the cash app. So James Bell. Hold on. What's your message? I think he just hit the cash app because he just been supporting the content. I don't know if he want me to run off the player's choice to try to talk the ticket. Because the only thing that's gonna happen if I go over there, he's gonna lead a panel. He says, "Oh no," says I drink, smoke, and party 8 a.m. so I can be good for the day. I'll salute. Appreciate you listening all day, James Bell. Look, y'all. I'm not in here trying to. I appreciate that too, James Bell. Everybody else need to hit the cash out, man. Same with Locker Room. When y'all go over there, man, y'all got to start supporting content creators, man. Y'all be paying them cable bills and don't even watch half the channels. Y'all complain about ESPN and all these channels, man. We give y'all good content, man. Y'all don't even be wanting to hit the cash out. Come on, y'all.
Been captain all day for you today, boy. That shit crazy.
He said, but salute to James Bell, man. I definitely appreciate that, man. He says, ain't no jury in Atlanta gonna find Thug guilty. That's what I said. It's for as much as they claim he terrorized the city, you ain't gonna be able to find too many people that's gonna be willing to. I don't know if they can find a full jury with one person not willing to convict him. I don't care what evidence they bring up. They're gonna have to try that outside of the state of Georgia.
So
you
what
said a
you
hung
mean?
jury?
You
Yeah,
talking...
facts. A hung jury is coming for sure, if it even gets there.
I'm saying, so what you mean? You talking this about? I'm saying that's why they would have, if it's like that, that's why they would have him out. All of these people coming out confessing and shit, right?
Hold on, Kimber Walker's already back. This motherfucker, Kimber Walker, already came back, dropped 29, hit the game tying shot to send the game into overtime versus the Cavs.
Who team me on?
I think you're on the Mavericks, I believe. They said Kimber Walker back. And
yeah.
That's crazy. He came back and then lit them up already.
Hopefully them knees hold up.
Yeah, 29 points versus the Cavs. Back and forth game. He then sent the game to overtime.
Okay, they should.
All right, y'all. I'll salute that, James Ray. He says, I support you. Look, we just chopping it up. Like, I don't expect us all to agree. I think we all have a disdain for like true snitches, man, and what they actually are. But I just think there's really no set definition on what a snitch actually is. And you know, I mean, understanding the legal system's never been cut and dry. I mean, sometimes you got to work together with your co-defendants to finesse. And I believe this is just one big massive finesse. I think Thug is getting his guys out. And if these guys is as dangerous as what they claim,
why he didn't cop
then ain't
the
none of
plea,
these.
man?
Who you talking about?
Thug. Why he wasn't the first one to cop a damn plea? If he getting everybody else out, what the hell?
Well, he's gonna be. They're not gonna. If they say he's the kingpin, they ain't about to offer him no deals.
Okay, but I'm saying, like, ain't nothing about him trying to get a deal or nothing. Come on,
he's probably
man.
trying. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's on the prosecutor if he gets a deal. They have to present it. So if they want a deal in good faith, but right now, they can't afford. You know how much money they wasted on this investigation? That's the problem. They've spent so much time and money and resources on this investigation that they can't offer Thug a plea deal. Now, imagine if they spent all this money and they offer him a 5-year plea deal, just like Gunna. 4 years suspended, do 1 year time served, you out today. And the taxpayers are just going to be looking around like, hold on. We just supported y'all to the tune of what? Maybe 10, 15, 20 million dollars. And all you got was a couple plea deals where everybody got probation? Nah, that ain't flying. That ain't flying, man. Dante says ticket on there capping about Bill Russell. That doesn't surprise me, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. You know, for a guy that will cap about Ben Wallace, we're talking about Ticket TV, and he's only caps about Ben Wallace because Ben Wallace went to the same scrubby ass colleges that he did, which was Virginia Union. That's the only connection. You talking about Ben? He will say Ben Wallace is the greatest thing next to Michael Jordan, but you want to cap about Bill Russell, the greatest defender of all time, irregardless of the competition. Right? The innovator of the game, did things that we only see big men today do, irregardless of the competition, something he couldn't control. Come on, man. I told you, Dante, it would be too easy for me to go over there because you could just simply use Ticket TV's own takes against him. He cannot run around diminishing Bill Russell when his favorite player is Ben Wallace, a man that couldn't dribble 4 times without losing it off his foot. We got the ATL prosecutor. Hold on. He says ATL prosecutor mayor need 12 people to say guilty. Thug just need 1 person to say facts. Facts. Oh no. Oh no said Bill Russell old, never seen him play. I mean, you don't have to see him play. I mean, there's video out there. But that's what I'm saying. It's low-hanging fruit for me to go get on Ticket about Bill Russell. It's easy for me to talk about the greatness of Bill Russell. It would be extremely hard for Ticket for his arguments about Bill Russell to hold water, yet he spent countless hours trying to convince us how great Ben Wallace was. This was a man, the only thing Ben Wallace could do was rebound the basketball and defend. The only thing Bill Russell could do was rebound the basketball and defend, but he was a much better offensive player to go with that. And he also had much more success. I'm not, like I said, I knew it would have been a waste of time going over there, but I'm not about to go over there and argue the obvious. Well, these things are just too easy to debate. And every number, every metric that I could pull up supports that. Right? Bill Russell was great start to finish. Ben Wallace started his career out as a complete bum. And if the Defensive Player of the Year award actually existed when Bill Russell played, he would have won them every single year that he played. And Ben Wallace's Defensive Player of the Year awards would look like it would look similar to trying to compare Jordan's 6 championships to Bill Russell's 11. Yeah, I'm not going to talk trash about somebody. Again, even though it was before the modern era of basketball, the one thing that he couldn't control was his level of competition. All right. Was his level of competition garbage compared to what we see today? Yes. It is what it is. You can't control your competition. You can only control what you do on the floor yourself. And the funny thing is, this is the same guy that in the same era was bigging up. He was bigging up talking about Wilt. He said, Lamont, stop talking. He says, talking about my state's college. Man, my bad. My bad. But Cuba, that is weird that he has this odd loyalty to Ben Wallace because of Virginia Union. But when you talk about a player who was eerily similar, one of the greats of all time, now I got to go listen in to see what he's saying. I'll go listen in, but I have absolutely no motivation to pull up on a panel to talk to some guy that nobody knows how to mute. They will let him overtalk, and really debate and ticket is about who can talk the loudest. And he gonna crack a joke, overtalk, try to crack a joke, get people to laugh, overtalk, no basketball points, overtalk, and there we go right there. And then he's gonna proceed and go to his platform and say he won the debate. That's not a Max Ether. A Max Ether is a systematic breakdown of his talking points. Just like how I broke down his talking points. If y'all remember when Ticket TV said Dennis Rodman was a horrible defender. He wasn't really good at defending. The only thing he would do was grab people in the balls. And I did a reaction video to it. And Ticket TV proceeded to get mad and say that I was clout chasing because I reacted to one of the worst basketball takes of all time. But then he, in the same breath, while saying that Dennis Rodman was one of the worst defenders that he's ever seen and only grabbed people in the balls, he would have the nerve to say that this Dennis Rodman guy was also better than Draymond Green. Makes no sense, do it? He just flies with the wind with these arguments. First, Dennis Rodman wasn't a good defender. He just grabbed people in the balls. That's on video. He can't take that back. Then he says Dennis Rodman's better than Draymond Green. Draymond Green's overrated. So the guy that doesn't defend and only grabs people in the balls is better than the greatest defender of this era. It's stupid. It's very stupid logic. See, a lot of people don't really call him out on his bad takes. And he just simply relies on people not making reaction videos where, like me, where I will play his trash take. I will speak on his trash take. And he can no longer push that narrative with me because I have it locked in on video. Dante Williams said, I mean, I don't mind him. Ticket is a good dude. He just can't talk basketball. He's highly emotional. He's just a loud talker. And he doesn't know how to be on the platform without a mute button. That's just it. That's all it is right there. We all saw what he did the one time that he came over to FYF Sports and he had to debate in an organized setting. What did the man do? He went crazy because he couldn't stand the chatter in the live chat. He went to the bathroom and grabbed some T-liners and started shaving his line off, trying to convince people that his line was real. I mean, you talk about unhinged at his finest, man. The man is just completely unhinged, man. Especially when the more intelligence you put in front of him, the more unhinged he gets. This is why he cannot stand Mars. Mars is just too intelligent for him. Mars does not forget shit. Mars will remember his completely garbage in the trash can takes. And then completely call him out for the hypocrisy. These are all facts. I've literally watched enough of Player's Choice to see that go on multiple times. Ticket TV, this is Ticket TV's debate style is this right here, y'all. If you ask him a question, who's better, LeBron James or Michael Jordan? He will not be able to talk about why he thinks Michael Jordan is the basketball player. This is what he will do. If LeBron James played with Scottie Pippen, you think he would have won 6 championships? Well, I don't fucking know with these fucking hypothetical ass questions. Just fucking tell me why you think Jordan's better. If LeBron James played in today's era, he would have 10 championships. If he played in this era, he would score 50 points a game. LeBron James couldn't score 50 points a game. What? The fuck? What? What is this? That's why you can't debate nonsensical takes. And then he will ask those questions and he'll say ether. Like ether? What? Come on, man. Stupid, man. Yeah, live all day. I didn't even intend to be live all day, J Mir. I thought this was gonna be like a 2-hour stream. Salute to the locker room too, man. Appreciate the locker room pulling up, giving us a whole bunch of insight on this, man. And then even as we were live, man, new information dropped. Crazy, man. Salute to the locker room. Make sure y'all go check them out, man. NFL and NBA commentary at its finest, man. All you got to type in is the locker room, man. He goes live all the time, man. Great shows over there. Make sure y'all check him out. He says tickets, basketball takes equivalent. Man, yeah, that's facts. He says this is coming from G League Reject. He's the biggest YouTube fraud. Don't nobody take. No, I mean, look, I would say his basketball takes are fraudulent. I don't know about him as a person or the things he does behind closed doors. I don't know. You know, a lot of people wanted me to address him living out in the Dominican Republic and whatnot. I'm not going to divulge into his. I don't need to divulge into his personal life because I don't know how to max ether him. I mean, he could probably take that strategy with me. I don't need to take that strategy with him. He says Bill Russell played against 100 white men. Of course he was the best. Yeah, I know. He couldn't control it. Sorry. And he played with 100 white men and he dominated 100 white men. So give him his credit. So that is really irrelevant. You know. Salute to Renegade. Well, how come you ain't started your channel yet, man?
Say what?
I said, how come you ain't started your channel yet?
Man, I do need to. I mean, I was thinking about it. You know, I need to fuck with something. You know, I just little dabble, back in the gap or whatever. But I really ain't fuck with it like that. I do need to put the time in it and fuck with it. I ain't really a talker like talking. I'm really like a chat warrior. You know what I'm saying? I really like.
That's what you name it. You name the channel Chat Warriors.
You know, I should. Yeah. You know, I should. I'm a fuck with it though. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you know what you can do? You could be the first channel. You could be the first channel where you just put the debate topic on the screen, and then everybody just hop in the chat and debate it out live.
Real talk, man. I fuck with it, man. It's just like, man, I really don't, I'm really not with all of the chatty patty shit. Like, really, if you really want me to be real about it, but I mean, I can cook, but it's like that shit take a lot of energy, just cause talking to people, man, I'm telling you, man, this shit crazy. Like, I can't see how you do it, man. People just, people like you cook a nigga and they go to, that shit crazy.
Hey, you like me? Like, look, you Renegade. You mess around, cook somebody so bad they gonna pull up your personal information and try to pull your criminal background, man. I mean, shit. They gonna get to trying to figure out who Renegade is. They need to they be trying to figure out who is this dude cooking me this bad where I can't rebuttal, man. So, I mean,
I am gonna fuck with it though, man. Matter of fact, we said I'm gonna be. What you got, Mojave on your team, and who else you got? You got True on your team. I'm gonna be on your team, man. I'm gonna fuck.
It's just Mahari right now. Just got Mahari doing the podcast on Amazon and Apple Music.
Hell yeah.
So we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes over time. But I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, man. I appreciate you pulling up, Renegade. We'll go ahead
Ready.
and knock this. We've been live, what, damn near 7 hours. I didn't even expect to be live this long. That's so crazy, man. The last question of the day is Isaiah Gunther says, will Gunna's career take a hit for this? No. I don't believe it takes a hit. Once people start to realize that what Gunna did is not going to cause anybody to get locked up, as the dominoes start to fall, people are starting to see that this RICO case put together by the Atlanta DA was put together in a rush. It was a political ploy. It was clout chasing on their part. They had no real true intent of locking people up for the right reasons. They rushed. They didn't check their details. And now, for real crimes that could have been solved had they have taken their time, now, in the midst of them trying to chase Young Thug, the people who actually committed real legitimate murders, real legitimate robberies, these people will walk sky-free because of their inept attitudes, because of all the things I mentioned before. That's the only thing that's happened. So, I mean, again, the only thing we can do right now is salute to the people like Gunner, salute to some of the people that were attached to the RICO for very minor reasons. I mean, salute to the guy that was locked up for 6 years and then unfortunately got tagged into this RICO indictment, even though he had absolutely nothing to do with it, getting out of prison. Salute to those guys for getting out. But the unfortunate reality is that the Atlanta DA got so thirsty, that whole RICO indictment is going to lose all credibility because of her stupidity. She went out publicly on TV and said she's going after more and more rappers. Well, the problems, and somebody should have told her, if your dumbass goes after rappers, these rappers know how to hire some of the best attorneys in the world. And she's going to have to put her public defender skills up against some of the best minds in the world legally. And we see now that she is losing. And so I'm kind of glad that she is losing, because for whatever political or position she was pushing for, she's been exposed as an idiot before she got that position. And so tell the Atlanta DA, thank you. Thank you for being stupid. Hold on, y'all. My dog's. He said, facts, she need to get cooked too. Yeah, she do. But see, nobody's going to go get Fannie Willis. See, nobody's going to. See, it seems like ever since these plea deals started getting dropped, Renegade, she ain't stepped foot in front of nobody's camera. See, before all these plea deals started dropping, boy, she was on the camera all of the time sounding hella confident. This case started falling apart. Now, as you see, if you go look, Renegade, she got other people standing in for her in the trial. She got other people talking in the cameras for her. She ain't in front of nothing. Case falling apart. She wants no parts of it now that it's falling apart. Sloppy. She and like I said, Renegade, I 100% believe there are people involved in this that committed crimes. But she wasn't willing to have the patience like the feds. And she was going for that instant clout, right? And she wanted to be the prosecutor that could say, "Oh, my state RICO indictment, I locked these guys up. They was terrorizing my city. I cleaned my city up." Well, you're doing a good job of cleaning your city up, because a lot of the people that you said was some of the most dangerous people in the city is walking out with absolutely no restrictions. Oh, so she giving dudes plea bargains with curfews. Hey, little Duke, you better be back in the house by 10 p.m. or I'm going to violate your probation. I don't want you committing no more murders. Remember, we wanted to charge you with murder. I gave you a pass on not charging you with murder. That's what's going on here. But salute to everybody pull up today, man. We had to just go ahead and get this topic out the way. A lot of people wanted to talk about it. We just had to talk about it. True the King said I was capping. I don't think I was capping. Bees got mad at me, man, ran off on me. It's cool, man. Like I said, Bees is right about a lot of basketball topics. So is True the King. They was just wrong today. That's all that matters, man. All right, y'all, man. It's FYF Sports, man. It's been another great podcast episode. Again, salute to James Bell for hitting the Cash App today, man. That's much appreciated. If anybody else hit the Cash App and I missed you, I do apologize. I don't believe I did. But again, I do appreciate everybody that's came in here today, FYF Sports, man, to help salute, push the channel, push the content, do all the things that we need to keep this channel growing. Salute to the content creators that pulled up. You got the Locker Room. You got True the King. Mahari Nation Sports Podcast. I can't remember everybody that pulled up today, but if you have a channel, make sure you let us know in the chat, man. We'll try to help push you a little bit. We'll shout you out. So get some people over there watching your show if you don't have them already. But again, salute to everybody watching today. It's been another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. But until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close. Working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real